a smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Every summer across the valley, hundreds of our homeless neighbors die because of the heat. This is tragic, and it is preventable. None of us can stop the heat, but together we can save lives. With incredible partners like you, Phoenix Rescue Mission is able to provide life-saving water and critical care to our neighbors in need. Join us this summer and make a difference. Learn more at phoenixrescuemission.org/code red.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. More dominoes in the MLB trade deadline have fallen. D-backs third baseman Eugenio Suarez was dealt to the Seattle Mariners last night. The Diamondbacks, in return, will get first base prospect Tyler Locklear, who is the Mariners' 9th overall prospect, as well as 2 pitching prospects. On the field yesterday, the Snakes' disappointing stretch of baseball continued. Errors and a lack of offense were the problem yesterday in a 7-2 loss as the Tigers completed the sweep, and here was manager Torey Lovello.
It's where we are. We put ourselves in this position. We've got to own it. We got to be front-facing, own it. It's a space that I'm living in right now. This team is tough. This team can figure this out, and it will figure it out. At some point, hopefully sooner than later, we're going to get the job done.
Torey and his ball club are off today before starting a 3-game series with the A's tomorrow. And with the trade deadline ending today, will the Diamondbacks continue to be active? Follow the action at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote. Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to Submit to Save. That's submit2save.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy! Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go on a Thursday morning. The doors are open, folks. Come on in, have a seat. Let's talk sports for 4 hours. How about that?
Let's do it. Unless one of us gets traded by the end of the show.
That could happen. You're right. This is the day that might happen. Before we get started, no matter how bad of a day you might be having or had yesterday, it's not as bad as Desmond Watson. Have you seen Desmond Watson? Are you aware of this very large football player?
Yes, 472 pounds of man.
Okay, so Desmond Watson, after he was drafted by the Buccaneers, they told him, okay, we need you to get into shape. We need you to lose weight. Reports to camp, and he didn't exactly do that. Poor dude is running laps in the Florida heat while his team practices.
With a weighted vest. That looks like the smallest vest a human could wear.
A human could ever
how massive
wear.
He is.
Yeah. You kind of feel bad for the guy, right? That's almost fat shaming. We're going to practice
Look, we
football.
know fat shaming works in sports these days. He's going to be on the cover of Men's Health magazine next month.
That's true. It's true.
That's, yeah. He's only, I misspoke. I've seen him listed at 464 and 449.
Yeah, well, he was 464. He's now 449.
Okay.
So he's only lost 15 pounds when he needs to lose about
pretty good
215 pounds.
Well, I don't think they want him down that
No, they don't want him down
low.
that much.
But,
yeah.
I mean, isn't that buyer beware? When you draft somebody, I mean, we've never seen anybody close to that large in the NFL.
Did that? No. William Refrigerator Perry, people made a big deal. He would be average sized compared to today's NFL.
Absolutely. Do you remember Louis Kelcher? He was a defensive lineman for the San Diego Chargers.
Okay.
And Louis Kelcher, I used to really like those Chargers teams back in the early 80s. Gigantic deal about how big and he was so much bigger than everybody else on either line. He weighed like 280 pounds.
That's funny.
That's how much football's changed in the last 40 years.
There you go. Have you ever been punished in school and sent off to do something while everyone else was doing something fun and you were stuck? Because that's what it feels like to me. Has that ever happened to you?
Does getting sent to the office, does that count? Going to see the principal?
Yeah, that does count.
It never happened to me, but we had a teacher in junior high who, if you were disrupting class, he would make an example of you by you'd have to take 2 textbooks and then hold them out with your arms out extended. Go stand in the corner and just hold textbooks for the remainder of class.
Yeah. No way. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah. I had 2 incidents. I was kind of a smartass in high school. I'm sure that's tough to believe. I had a math teacher. He was a left-handed, Mr. Sacamano, and he was on the chalkboard doing math equations, lefty, and I'm back in the classroom yapping and yapping and yapping. He literally turned and fired a fastball, fired that chalk at me, hit me in the arm, and like a wuss, I went, ow! I could get that guy. You couldn't get away with that today.
That guy would be fired. You'd be living on Mr. Sacamano's dime.
I had a social studies teacher tell me, get down to the principal's office. And I had already been down there fairly recently. So I did the ballsiest thing. I literally walked around the school inside the hallways for about 25 minutes, went back to the classroom and lied and said, I'm back. Yeah, I went and saw the principal. And I got away with it.
I've done that before as well.
Have you?
Yeah.
You get sent
You were a cut-up, Bailey?
One time.
You learned your lesson?
Yes.
All right.
Quick rehabilitator.
Yeah, right. All right, so poor Desmond Watson. We're cheering for you, Desmond. Start the show, Bailey.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Arizona Diamondbacks continued unloading veterans prior to the trade deadline. Last night, all-star third baseman Gino Suarez sent packing. Suarez on his way back to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. Suarez, the first player to be traded in a season with at least 35 home runs since 2018. He's also one of only 7 Diamondbacks in franchise history to have back-to-back 30 home run seasons, even though he didn't finish his second season here. He joined Steve Finley, Paul Goldschmidt, Luis Gonzalez, Mark Reynolds, and Christian Walker in that category. D-backs got Suarez from the Mariners in November of 2023 in a trade that sent Carlos Vargas and Sebi Zavala to Seattle. They won that deal.
Yes, they did.
In Locklear, the D-backs get Seattle's number 9 overall prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. 24-year-old has spent most of the season at AAA Tacoma, where he was batting .316 with 19 home runs and OPS of .942. Cranton is a 24-year-old right-hander, third-round pick out of Kansas just last year. Hasn't played above high A ball, but has logged a 1.96 ERA in 19 minor league games. Burgos, 25 years old. He's also a right-hander who made his major league debut for the Mariners in early July. He had a 0.64 ERA in 28 innings out of the bullpen for AA Arkansas this season. Trade deadline is today. Teams have until 3 o'clock Arizona time to complete trades, and Bailey's got his finger on the breaking news sounder until 10 a.m. as we monitor what will happen with Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and others before the deadline. And it's a slow day on the field, too. Only 3 games on the schedule, only 1 before the deadline. Yankees and Rays at 10:05, and then Braves and Reds at 4:10, and Rangers Mariners at 6:40. Big trade going down yesterday. The Cincinnati Reds acquire third baseman Ke'Bryan Hayes from the Pittsburgh Pirates in exchange for Taylor Rogers and shortstop prospect Sammy Stafura.
Sammy!
And how about this? Taylor Rogers gets traded. His twin brother, Tyler, gets traded from the Giants to the Mets.
Wow.
Twin brothers traded on the same days.
That's crazy.
Minnesota Twins sending closer Yohan Duran to the Philadelphia Phillies for 2 highly regarded prospects in catcher Eduardo Tate and pitcher Mick Abel. Big trade going down there. Yankees got Austin Slater from the White Sox. Some other minor stuff, but again, we'll keep you abreast of everything that's going on today. Meanwhile, there was baseball played yesterday, kind of. Diamondbacks lose again, this time 7-2 at the hands of the Tigers, who complete the 3-game sweep. D-backs sloppy in the field and on the base paths, once again did virtually nothing at the plate. Geraldo Perdomo's RBI single in the 4th tied things at 1-1, but the Tigers then pounced on Ryan Nelson with some assistance from bad infield defense for 3 runs in the 5th, 3 more in the 6th off of reliever Kyle Backus. D-backs have now lost 5 straight, 8 of 9 since starting their post-All-Star break schedule with a 3-game sweep of the Cardinals, which quite honestly seems like it was 100 years ago.
Yeah, it does.
They've also
really
scored
does.
a grand total of 5 games in the 3 games in Detroit and have touched home plate a total of 6 times in their last 6 games. They are off until tomorrow when they play in Sacramento against the Athletics. After a day off Wednesday, Cardinals back at it today at training camp in Glendale. Today's session open to the public. It gets started at 1:50 p.m. Be sure to get your free digital tickets, which are required for entry at azcardinals.com/camptix. NFL preseason gets started tonight in Canton, Ohio at the annual Hall of Fame game at Tom Benson Stadium. Lions and Chargers. You can catch that game on NBC or Peacock with kickoff at 5 o'clock. It's a chance for everybody to say, yes, football is back, and then about 25 minutes later say, this is terrible.
If it takes that long.
Arizona State Sun Devils began fall camp yesterday in Tempe. Their first camp practice as they get ready for defense of their Big 12 championship. Head coach Kenny Dillingham said it was his team's best day 1 of camp of the 3 he's been in charge of, but also tempered it in perfect KD fashion.
It was a good day. Kudos to them. Tomorrow could be we'll find out.
Sun Devils back at it today as they gear up for a trip to Camp Tonazona next week. Suns announced their 4-game preseason schedule on Wednesday. They'll open things up Friday, October 3rd against Skinny Luka and the Lakers at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert. Then it's off to Macau for games against the Brooklyn Nets on the 10th of October and the 12th as part of the NBA China Games 2025. Then they come home to take on the Lakers once again at PHX Arena on the 14th. And the Mercury fell on the road to the Caitlin Clark-less Indiana Fever 107-101. Mercury led by 12 early and by 10 at the end of the first quarter. Briefly led early again in the fourth quarter after a 3-point play from Kalia Copper, but they could not slow down Indiana, which exploded for 33 points in the fourth quarter. Mercury have now lost to the Fever 6 straight times. Alyssa Thomas had 32 in the loss for Phoenix. They've lost 4 of 5. That road trip continues Friday in Atlanta and will conclude in Chicago on Sunday.
The Mercury players were also very, very mad that the Indiana fans booed DeWanna Bonner when she came in the game. And it's like, again, WNBA, quit being so sensitive. This is how sports fans act in the real world.
Mm-hmm. There you go. There's your splash for July 31st. Coming up next, we know
it's Gino.
Headed to Seattle. More on this Diamondbacks trade deadline maneuvers. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
Mike Hayes, a new GM, is in an interesting position, obviously. He wanted to compete this year. Injuries robbed them of any chance of doing that.
Don't miss our D-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Life can be challenging if you're dealing with dental issues, if you have loose or missing teeth. One of our listeners, her name is Cindy. She faced significant dental challenges that affected her confidence and the quality of her life. She discovered New Life Dental Implant Center. She felt welcome and cared for by their highly compassionate team. She got her new dental implants, experienced a remarkable transformation, regaining her smile and her self-insurance. This is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people. They're changing the game because they offer great convenience, the best prices you are going to find, and wonderful dental implants. There is no guesswork. Each new smile is digitally designed, which means there is no human error. It means your new smile is going to look absolutely perfect. And at New Life Dental Implant Center, they're truly vibing on having the most affordable implants you are going to find in the industry. They want them available for everyone who needs them, even people of limited means, limited to zero insurance. They've got got great flexible financing that can pull it all together at New Life Dental Implant Center. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. Find out more by calling 602-855-0000 online at newsmilearizona.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, 4th of July is here, and there's great savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. 4th of July is here. You can lease a new train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get a truck or SUV.
For the best 4th of July deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
I was a little bit pissed because I think we got it. We should have won that game. But it is what it is. I think we got to take our day off tomorrow and have a good series in Pittsburgh. It's a lot of things right now. It's going on in my mind. I don't know what's going to happen next week. But my heart is still here. I'm still here. I'm part of this team. And I care about my off day tomorrow, and then do my best in Pittsburgh Friday, start Friday, try to win games.
That was Gino Suarez last Wednesday after what turned out to be his final game as an Arizona Diamondback, home game as an Arizona Diamondback, when they lost that frustrating game to the Houston Astros. And Gino was he was a different player as we got toward the trade deadline. He was on that massive home run binge against the Cardinals. Obviously, that's not sustainable, but he looked like a player that was weighted down by something, whether it was the trade deadline, whether it was trying to kickstart the offense, whatever it was. But now he is property once again of the Seattle Mariners, going back to where he came from.
How weird that the Seattle Mariners now have our former third baseman and first baseman, corner infielders, directly from Arizona.
Uh-huh.
That's very, very strange.
For a team making a push.
Yeah. So, and Cal Raleigh, they're the big dumper. He was very, very excited to get Gino Suarez, and it just was sort of like confirmation of not just the player, but the guy and how he is sort of revered in multiple clubhouses across Major League Baseball for just being a really good dude. And so that's a good reputation to have when you're a baseball player like that, and you've got many former places talking nice about you. It's a good sign of the guy. So I'm happy for Gino. I really, really felt bad for him a couple nights ago when he unleashed that primal scream after flying out, because you could just see him start to wear all of it, or something. Something was wearing him down. So I wish him the best. It's a shame that this guy couldn't have been a 4 or 5 year player in Arizona, but this was a move they had to make.
Yeah, it was, and we'll get into the return a little bit, but he represents a gigantic offensive upgrade for a team that needs it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Cal Raleigh is putting up ridiculous numbers, 41 home runs, 87 runs batted in at this point. He's really represented the lone threat. I mean, Randy Arozarena's got 21 home runs. Julio Rodriguez has got 19. He's kind of leveled out as, he's a good player, but I don't think he's reached superstar status like people expected him to. Suarez gives them, in my opinion, a twofold bump because not only is he improving their lineup, you put him in, 2 guys with 87 runs batted in the same lineup now, but you mentioned it, the vibes. He's comfortable there. He knows a lot of those players. He played with them for 2 years. And look, if you're a Diamondbacks fan that was hoping, okay, trade Suarez and then bring him back next year, probably not going to happen now because he's going back to a place where he already played.
And a place that loves him.
And we've talked about this.
Yeah.
I think this is the D-backs moving on from Geno Suarez.
Yeah, I think so, too.
For good.
I think so,
you know
too.
what? Tip of the cap, he was fantastic here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what he did from July of last year up until the present, the numbers are astounding. The production was astounding. The Mariners first acquired Geno Suarez in a trade in 2022. I think they got Jesse Winker along with Geno Suarez in a trade with the Reds.
My favorite player, Jesse Winker.
Yeah. What's your deal with Jesse Winker?
I just think he behaves like the second letter of his last name should be an A instead of an I. That's what I think.
He's just trying to make baseball.
You can say that word. That's not a bad word.
We're not in Britain, are we?
No, we're not in Britain.
I'll just let people
We're
think
not in the
early in the
United
morning.
Kingdom.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to derail you with my
no,
pettiness.
I forgot about that. So Jesse Winker at that time was considered to be the star of the trade, and it was Geno's vibes that suddenly stole the show, so to speak. So yeah, I think you're exactly right. That is one of the downfalls. If you were hoping for a reconciliation or reunion with Geno next year, going to Seattle, I had exactly the same thought. That's the kind of place that's trading for him to keep him.
But you also have to think about it logically. Yes, injuries played a role in the Diamondbacks being where they are right now, but do you want to reconstruct a team that underachieved to the level that this one did? And I'm not pinning it on Naylor, and I'm not pinning it on Suarez. You can't pin it on any one individual. But we've talked about it several times leading up to the deadline. This team wasn't very good before everybody got hurt. They seemed off kilter from day one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, listen, you're exactly right about that. Everything about this season seemed to be off from day one.
So what is next for the Diamondbacks? Deadline hitting at 3 o'clock today. They've got more players that are being coveted right now, and I'm sure there's conversations going on. Here's John Morosi, what he expects after the Suarez trade.
Still a busy Thursday ahead for them, Abby, because they have a couple key starting pitchers who are on expiring contracts and are likely to be moved, at least one of the two of them, before 6 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly both are available. Both have been discussed with teams like the New York Yankees, the Boston Red Sox. I could still see the Chicago Cubs adding one more arm even after they traded for Michael Soroka earlier. Shane Bieber's name has been out there as well, of course, from the Cleveland Guardians. Stephen Kwan's name is still in play for a lot of different teams. Even the future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander's name has been out there in the last 12 to 24 hours. So as much as we've talked a lot about relievers, and even the Diamondbacks have a couple of relievers to move to, Wednesday was the day for the relievers. I think Thursday is going to be the day for the starters to see if potentially those two D-back starters I mentioned, if they move.
You got a gut right now? Who's left standing, if anybody? I think they're both gone?
I think they're both getting traded.
I do too.
I think they're both getting traded. So, it's going to be interesting because Merrill Kelly is going to be a great addition for somebody, and you would think only a team looking to win a World Series would probably be looking for a guy like Merrill Kelly.
And since I started with some early morning pettiness, can I?
Oh, please!
Dispense
Petty
some more?
Vinny is good, as long as you're not making fun of Luca.
I'm glad Suarez did. That comes later in the show. I'm glad Suarez didn't end up in Detroit. After they plunked him, They didn't deserve him.
They didn't deserve him.
And I'm sure there were Tiger fans watching that in real time going, what are you doing?
Yeah.
We need an upgrade at third base. What are you doing?
That's a really, really good point. The other thing I thought of, too, is, Tristan English, when he got called up from Reno, he was told, okay, you're going to get a long run at this. Now that the Diamondbacks got Tyler Locklear out of this, I wonder if that kind of changes the calculus for Tristan English.
It's not 30 at-bats or whatever it is. Isn't a long run, but he's got 2 hits.
He's got 2 hits. He's batting .091.
Hey, both of them, Locklear and English, have said they can play third base. So, we just traded our third baseman. Someone's got to play down there until maybe Lawler gets healthy.
This is a call for Tim Tawa. He needs to come back because Jordan Lawler's still on the shelf in Reno. So,
what's his injury situation? By the way,
it's a hamstring.
Is it?
But
okay.
it's I think from what my reading is, he'll be back soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
He gets hurt a lot. Yeah, he does. It's okay. What, he's got some Bradley Beal in him, is what you're saying?
No.
Just nagging stuff.
Okay.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text Fantasy to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text Fantasy now, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, Gino's last game as a Diamondback. We'll relive it in D-Backs Daily. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs for nearly 50 years. Parker & Sons have been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They show up on time. They fix it right. They treat your home like it's their own. They're not just there to repair what's broken. They are there to earn your trust one visit at a time. And for Parker & Sons, that means clear communication, fair pricing, and as you've seen from the television commercials, maybe a bad punt or two while they're at it, but they've got your back year-round. I learned that when I had a plumbing emergency. 4:30 in the morning, I called Parker & Sons, got a live person to answer the phone because a live person will always answer the phone at Parker & Sons. By 8 o'clock that morning, they were at my house fixing my issue. Once again, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's Gatos. And you know, America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the Big Give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 7-2 loss against the Detroit Tigers yesterday was not the only thing the D-backs lost, as Eugenio Suarez will head to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for 3 Mariners prospects. Now the question is, will this be it for the Diamondbacks at the deadline, or is more to come? Here is John Morosi on what could be next for the Snakes.
Still a busy Thursday ahead for them, Abby, because they have a couple key starting pitchers who are on expiring contracts and are likely to be moved, at least one of the two of them, before 6 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly both are available. Wednesday was the day for the relievers. I think Thursday is going to be the day for the starters to see if potentially those two D-back starters I mentioned, if they move.
For now, only time will tell as the deadline wraps up at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Elsewhere, the Phoenix Suns reportedly have made a lucrative push for restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga, but it will likely take more to bring the Warrior to the Valley. And the Cardinals training camp picks back up today as they continue to prep for the 2025-26 NFL season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
D-backs looking to avoid a 3-game sweep in Detroit against the first-place Tigers, and doing it against newly acquired right-hander Chris Paddack, whom the Tigers just picked up from division rival Minnesota. Paddack allowed a 2-out single to Geraldo Perdomo in the top of the first, and then erased him as the D-backs made another error on the base paths.
Perdomo an early break, and they've got him picked off now. Paddack will run right at him. Perdomo trying to spin a couple of different times, waiting for him to throw. Goes to Torkelson. Torkelson will toss to the shortstop McKinstry at second, and Perdomo left too early. He's caught stealing, and the inning is over.
Yep, so nothing there. Ryan Nelson getting the start for Arizona on Wednesday. He would survive a cumbersome first inning in which he allowed a leadoff single to Colt Keith. Get used to that. And a 2-out single to Riley Green, but posted a 0 as he got Spencer Torkelson to fly out to right. It would be the Tigers getting on the board first. Bottom of the third, Keith singled with 1 out for his second hit of the game already. Nelson would then strike out Gleyber Torres, but would not have the same result against Kerry Carpenter.
The 2-2. Breaking ball, that one lined down the right field line, and that will head to the corner. On his way to third is Keith. He's going to be waved home. Carpenter on his way to third. The relay from English is not in time. It's a stand-up triple for Kerry Carpenter, and Detroit leads 1-0.
Yep, 1-run lead at that point. D-backs would answer in the top of the fourth. Corbin Carroll led off with a double to right field. Can you imagine? He didn't even try to stretch it into a triple. What's he doing? It just seems weird to see him pull up at second base, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
He leads off with a double to right field and got moved to third on a ground out to the right side by Ketel Marte. That brought up Perdomo.
Infield comes in this 1-0 game, and he serves it into right center field over as Perez. He can't get it. It's a base hit. Carroll will score easily on an RBI single for Geraldo Perdomo. And just like Josh predicted, we're tied at 1.
Yeah, hit with a runner in scoring position.
Wow.
Tied the game at 1-1. It would stay that way until the 5th. Nelson struck out Javi Baez leading off, then induced a seemingly harmless grounder to short from Jake Rogers, but it wasn't harmless at all.
Here's the 0-2. Bounce to short. Perdomo bobbles it, stays with it, throws to first, offline, throws it away. And Rogers around first. He's going to head to second. It is a two-base error on Geraldo Perdomo. A rare miscue for the D-back shortstop.
It was all kinds of ugly, too.
Oh, yeah.
Rogers at second. That brought up Keith for a third at-bat against Nelson.
Rogers from second in this tie game. That went back through the middle of base hit. Jake Rogers around third. He will come home to score, and Detroit takes the lead 2-1 in the 5th.
Keith now 6 for 6 lifetime against Ryan Nelson after that RBI single. Tigers had their first lead after Nelson got Torres to fly out. Carpenter stepped in again.
The pitch. Carpenter crushes one to deep right field. It is gone. Kerry Carpenter with a 2-run home run to straightaway right. And Detroit leads 4-1.
Yep, 3-run lead, 3 unearned runs on Ryan Nelson's ledger. And with the way the D-backs offense is struggling, the mountain was as steep as it felt. They would not get another base runner until Adrian Del Castillo drew a walk leading off the 8th inning. But then the lead, by then, I should say, the lead had grown thanks to a Zach McKinstry RBI ground rule double in the 6th. And this bomb from Jake Rogers 2 batters later.
Set the pitch. Breaking ball hammered deep left field, way back, and it's a 2-run homer for Jake Rogers, and Detroit leads 7-1.
Yeah, 6-run lead at that point. And home runs have been very rare for the D-backs for about a week plus now, so we have to play one when one happens, right?
Right.
Geraldo Perdomo.
Perdomo crushes one to deep right field. That ball is gone. Home run number 11 on the year for Perdomo, and it's a 7-2 game.
Yeah, Perdomo had a weird game. He drove in all the runs, but he also had 2 gigantic miscues on the base paths and in the field. D-backs get swept 7-2. 9 straight games now for the Diamondbacks with 3 runs or less, 1 away from their franchise record, longest such streak in the major leagues this year. Torey Lovello sounding pretty beat down after the game.
Yeah, that's part of it. That's part of the frustration, and I think it continues to build when we know we're a better team. We can't figure out the riddle right now, but we will, and we, like I said, we've got to be front facing. We've done this to ourselves. We can dig ourselves out of this. And at the end of the day, I thought there were some good moments. Nelly threw the ball really, really good. 5+ innings, 1 run. We had a 24, 25 pitch 5th inning by a portion of the order that I feel like needs to continue to grind out at bats. We were backing up our bases. And we're playing hard. We got to play a complete game and do our job.
Yeah, I didn't do the actual breakdown of it, but they're getting, if there's anything resembling offensive production, it's coming from spots 1 through 4.
Yeah.
5 through 9 are doing zip for this team.
No,
right
you're
now.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo. They're the only
about
ones
it.
putting the bat on the ball. Yeah,
That's
you're
it.
right. It's a good point. Yeah, this is really, really something to watch. What has happened to this team coming out of that Cardinals series? Every single time, and again, I'm going to reject every single time Torey Lovello calls this a good team and claims we're going to figure this out. There's no evidence.
No, his messaging hasn't changed.
No.
He's been very consistent in it. I don't know if the belief behind that messaging is at the same level that it was. It's not for the fan base. Because I think there was a time when Torey would say, we're a better team than this. We're going to figure it out. And the fan base would say, hell yeah, you are.
Yeah.
No, not anymore. This team is lifeless.
Yeah, that's the whole thing you talk about. And I think Sammy keeps using the word vibe. It's not that not only do they not have good vibes, they don't have a vibe.
They should trade for Tommy Pham.
They just traded their vibes to Seattle. You're right. Go get Tommy Pham.
Yeah, positive vibes only from Gino now. Zero vibes of any kind.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting period of baseball in the coming weeks ahead. Can this team, when they start slotting in younger players, can they find something that allows them to fight and, be compelling enough to watch, or is this team going to fall off the metaphorical cliff?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to look a lot different, especially if 2 more trades are executed later today.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have different corner infielders. I mean, at that point, what do you do in terms of rest for players? You're shutting guys down. I mean, it's all kinds of ugly right now. Yeah. And I remember earlier in the season being frustrated with the Diamondbacks, but we were talking about gut punch losses or these crazy wins that they would have where they'd come back seemingly down from 4 or 5 runs in the 9th inning. They get down by a run now, and the number's more than 2 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
There's no belief. You have no belief that they're going to get back in the game.
Yeah.
And they continue to have these offensive lulls for innings at a time where it's just nothing.
Yeah, listen, I was thinking about that very subject in relation to, you remember during when the Cardinals were on Hard Knocks and when Buda Baker was basically in tears pleading with his teammates to care.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And I thought that's probably a very helpless feeling if you're a really good player. And I likened it to the time when Geraldo Perdomo, when the Diamondbacks were struggling mightily with bullpen issues, telling Torey Lovello to don't go down there, don't pick up that phone. And so lack of belief has sort of been part of this team's equation for a lot of different reasons. And I think it started with the injuries, but then I think it's since morphed into something different.
Yeah, it just seems like something's been sapped from this team completely.
Right.
And now you think it's bad. Now they're going to play 3 games in a minor league ballpark in West Sacramento, California.
Screams baseball.
It does.
Yeah.
More on the D-backs coming up on today's show, obviously, with the trades and everything else. You can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, it's been 5 years, but there's still people in the NBA discounting what the Los Angeles Lakers were able to do in the bubble. We'll get into this whole thing next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor to Seattle.
Where do you begin on this with Josh Naylor?
Honestly, where I begin is who's your first baseman next year?
Okay.
I mean, maybe that's not what everybody's thinking right now. You're probably thinking, like, okay, what did they get in return? What did they give up for Josh Naylor in the first place? And, like, how is that all panning out? I know people do that with trades. But my biggest question now is who's your first baseman in 2026 and really for the rest of this season?
I was going to say, I don't know if you have to look at next year to ask that question. Who's going to be your first baseman?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very good you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you when the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they just quit showing up mid-job. Happens to all of us in this state. And this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to custom barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they are a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've seen them myself. They look fantastic. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. What could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? But more than that, they believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, doing what they say they're going to do, sending a devoted crew to your house so you're not looking at different workers every time they show up, and they believe in your happiness with the finished product. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out samples of their work work, and their near 1,000 5-star reviews. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Cardinals and ASU football live up to expectations this season? We'll discuss that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Final seconds here in this NBA season. The respect from those two. And that's it. It's over. This historic 2020 NBA championship belongs to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers conquer the bubble, and banner number 17 will soon hang in the rafters.
Wow, listen to that crowd. I haven't seen anything bubble related in so long. To pull up the video and watch that.
It's very alarming, isn't it?
It is.
Yep.
And I wish I would have documented my experience, like being at PHX Arena after the bubble happened, like that next season. I wish I would have documented what it was like to basically be sitting and watching NBA basketball in an empty building. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Probably the most surreal thing we've lived through in our lifetimes.
Yeah, I think so.
But
I definitely think so.
It was a situation that the NBA concocted, put together. Not every team was in it. Mm-hmm. Not every team got the invite. Remember the controversy when the Suns got the invite to the bubble, and then they actually made the most of it. It's still being talked about 5 years later. And the person talking the most about it, making the most headlines, is Daryl Morey, now the president of basketball operations with the Philadelphia 76ers. At the time, he was in that post with the Houston Rockets. And he, in an article, in The Athletic that's taken a 5-year look back at the bubble, Bick.
Mm-hmm.
He said, had the Rockets won the title, I absolutely would have celebrated it as legitimate, knowing the immense effort and resilience required. Yet everyone I speak to around the league privately agrees that it doesn't truly hold up as a genuine championship. End quote. This is not something new, but to hear somebody of his importance and his stature in the league say that is a little bit alarming.
Now, so the question becomes this, because I think there are actual reasons. If you took the Lakers out of the equation, and if you took LeBron James out of the equation, because a lot of people think the criticism of the Lakers championship in Orlando is directly coming from people who have no affinity for LeBron James, and they know this is the best way to rile up LeBron James's stance. Okay, but there are reasons for asterisks, namely the fact, how long was the season shut down before they fired back up again?
They shut it down in March and they picked it back up in August.
Okay, that in and of itself makes it a bit different. The fact that every game was in one location, it had a summer league feel to it without people.
It did. I mean, there were people there. LeBron talked about it too, and he said, look, it may have been empty, but those people were holding up some vile signs on the videos. He said you couldn't look at the video screens. So it was way different. And
very different.
If you don't remember what it was like, fire it up on YouTube. It's crazy. It seems like some sort of dream.
It's also like they asked them to come back and play. What are the teams and players going to do? Say no, we don't want to go play and win a championship? Like I'd put myself in like a Phoenix Suns fan's shoes, where if the Suns, they ran the table as much as they could in the bubble, if they were to have gotten into the playoffs and then somehow won a title, I would never in a million years sit here and say that there's an asterisk next to my team winning the championship.
Look, and you guys know, and people who listen to this show know what my feelings on LeBron and the Los Angeles Lakers are. I've never discounted that title. I kind of revel in the fact that other people do, and I don't have to be the jerk in the situation. But the Lakers had the third best record in the league that year, both pre-shutdown and post-shutdown. They won 52-19, 732 winning percentage. They were one of the 16 teams that was in the playoffs. They had to navigate through everything just like every other team. It was survival of the fittest, and they were the fittest that year. And it bugs me, in another sport too. The bubble championship in Major League Baseball belongs to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Could you imagine if either one of those championships went to a team that had never won before?
Like the Phoenix Suns.
The Suns went 8-0, and let's say Portland Brooklyn beat Portland. They get into the playoffs and they run the table and they win a championship.
That would have been terrible.
It would have been the most separated championship ever. And by that, I mean, in Phoenix, it would have been the greatest accomplishment. Everywhere else, they'd be pointing and laughing.
That's exactly right. You're exactly right.
And I'm just using the Suns as an example.
But even here, even locally, could you imagine waiting for that elusive first championship that we all kind of envision what it's going to look like? Because remember, 300,000 people showed up for a second-place finish in 1993?
Yep.
So we all have this incredible vision of what that victory parade might look like. If that would have happened in the bubble, that would not have been good. Even though we are 5 years later and still don't have a whiff of a championship, I don't think I would have wanted that to be the first.
Now, if it was the first and then they followed it up,
that's a different story.
Won another one?
Yeah.
The NBA dodged a proverbial bullet there.
I agree with that. I had never looked at it that way.
If there's a franchise that can absorb the arrows like what Daryl Morey is shooting at, the Lakers are one of those franchises that can absorb it.
Exactly. That's very well said. And I think there's a lot of LeBron James bias and animosity that's kind of woven into this criticism that will not go away. The other thing is critiquing the quality of the championship takes away from the main story of what the bubble was, and that is a stunning success by the NBA. To put all that together, to get players to buy in, to get Jimmy Butler to start a coffee franchise.
Big Face Coffee.
Big Face Coffee.
I also find it pretty funny, the man that is saying this like outwardly in Daryl Morey, and he's a great basketball mind, but he's also never won a championship.
That's true.
And he kind of, I don't want to say he took like the easy road out of saying I've talked to other people in the NBA and they also feel it. Then why aren't they saying it, and why are you saying this? And the Rockets never got to that point. The Sixers are a mess. I find it funny that he's the one that is vocalized it.
He's an outspoken guy. We know that about him.
Mm-hmm.
But first of all, can you believe we're talking about 5 years? 5 years removed from that already?
Well, what's even stranger is that we're talking about Daryl Morey again in a year where the Suns are going to China as part of the China games. And remember, it was Daryl Morey with a single tweet who ticked off the country of China to the point where they took NBA games off public television.
That is true.
That tweet, Stand with Hong Kong, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of political discourse that was going on in the bubble. And that was sort of like part of it.
Yeah, and here the Suns are on their way back.
And here we are 5 years later. That relationship has kind of been repaired. And yeah, China's crazy about basketball. I've told stories covering the Olympics in Beijing. I could not believe how much that sport, basketball, has grown in that country.
Yeah, they love it.
And the Suns are probably thinking, man, that's a long way to go for an exhibition game.
Well, luckily there's two of them.
Yeah,
but not only that, they play the second game, and it's Chinese time, so it's like 4 a.m. Arizona time.
Okay.
And then they come back and they play, that's on a Sunday.
Uh-huh.
They play the Lakers on Tuesday.
You're kidding me.
No. I don't think many players are going to be playing that preseason game at home. In that fourth preseason game. By the way, I just looked it up. Today is the 5-year anniversary of the Suns' first bubble game. They beat the Washington Wizards 125-112 on July 31st, 2020.
Sammy, Vinny and I dorked out so much on the Bubble Suns because it had been so long since there was anything worth cheering for. We would literally, after the show, we'd go and watch these games. We invited Zach Lynn from Jimmy Eat World. Remember sitting around, we're like going nuts. Then DeAndre Ayton forgot to take his COVID test inside the bubble, and I darn near lost my mind. How can you miss a COVID test when you're all staying in one place?
See, I'd wear my
leave it to DA.
I'd wear my jersey for every Bubble Suns game. And as we kept winning, the excitement level kept growing, I'm sure obviously with you guys. And then watching that Brooklyn Portland game,
I was a maniac watching that game.
You could it's obviously not true, but you could argue that I was more into that game than the finals games.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because it was so new.
It was so new.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. That's the hardest I've rooted for one team that I don't care about in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And
Karis LeVert, man.
Right. Exactly. And that whole, yes.
Damn Karis LeVert.
And that whole thing happened after Kelly Oubre said, "Nah, I'm good. I'm not coming back. I'm not playing in this."
Yeah, it's true.
Wow.
Legendary comedian Bill Engvall heads to Talking Stick Resort on November 2nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday, but you can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, trade deadline looming, Diamondback struggles continuing. We'll take a closer look at the future of Torey Lovello in Arizona next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. More dominoes in the MLB trade deadline have fallen. D-backs third baseman Eugenio Suarez was dealt to the Seattle Mariners last night. The D-backs in return will get first base prospect Tyler Locklear, who is the Mariners' 9th overall prospect, as well as 2 pitching prospects. On the field, the Snakes' disappointing stretch of baseball continued. Errors and a lack of offense were the problem yesterday in a 7-2 loss as the Tigers completed the 3-game sweep. And here was manager Torey Lovullo.
It's where we are. We put ourselves in this position. We've got to own it. We got to be front-facing, own it. It's a space that I'm living in right now. This team is tough. This team can figure this out, and it will figure it out. At some point, hopefully sooner than later, we're going to get the job done.
Torey and his ball club are off today before starting a 3-game series with the A's tomorrow, and with the trade deadline ending today, will the Diamondbacks continue to be active? Follow the action at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at SandersonFord.com.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata, talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
It's where we are. We put ourselves in this position. We've got to own it. We got to be front-facing, own it. It's a space that I'm living in right now. And we did make a mistake that hurt. And, you know, Jerry's a great defender. He's an unbelievable defender. But, you know, at that point, we got to rally around one another and make good things happen because, you know, it's part of the game. This team is tough. This team can figure this out, and it will figure it out. At some point, hopefully sooner than later, we're going to get the job done.
That is Torey Lovullo after another loss yesterday in Detroit. They get swept by the Tigers. We're largely non-competitive in the series. Again, the Bats are in an all-time doldrum right now. And with the trade deadline happening, we've already seen Josh Naylor sent off. We've seen Randall Grichuk. Last night it was Gino Suarez, much to the chagrin of a lot of Diamondbacks fans who didn't want Gino to go. Expect more today. They got a couple of starting pitchers that are coveted around the league. They might be able to cash in. They have, we're not talking about world-beating prospects, but they've got some guys in these trades, Bick, where, you know, the Tyler Locklears and the
Brandon
Garcias and the Hoffman kid's not far away from Major League Baseball. Burgos is already at the Major League level. They got some guys that can contribute, change the complexion of this team. That's what they need. But how much complexion change do they need? This looks like it's not a complete teardown because they do have their core players that they're going to build around and some players that won't be available to them next year. But I think you have to start asking the question about, you know, the messaging, the direction of the team, where it's coming from right now. Torey Lovullo's been here for 9 years. This year did not go how he expected it to go, how anybody expected it to go. I wonder how much conversation or thought is even going into, you know, past the roster, what the coaching staff looks like moving forward.
It's a great question. Let me preface it by saying this, that sometimes what we do here is have very difficult conversations that you don't want to have, but we're being loyal to the stories and to the listeners and not necessarily the athletes and the coaches and the managers. And a lot of people sometimes can't see that distinction. They can't appreciate that distinction. They just think we are jerk faces. Now, let me say this about Torey Lovullo. As a manager, I like him about as much as I've ever liked any manager I've ever covered in baseball. But likes has nothing to do with the team performance. So you've got to ask yourself a couple of hard questions right now. Did Torey Lovullo lose this baseball team? Did Torey Lovullo ever have this baseball team? When you talk about what happened at the beginning of the season, they were not prepared to play baseball coming out of spring training. That whole debacle about polling 32 people to gather opinion on who should be the opening day starter, that reeks of anything but leadership. It reeks of wishy-washiness. And then, of course, there's the coddling of players, the coddling of Ketel Marte, the giving guys days off. A lot of that isn't Torey's doing, but at some point in time, you should have a manager who can tell a player, dude, listen, I respect you, but we need you. You cannot take this day off. And so I bring this up because there are a lot of baseball fans, and you see this on social media, they're done with Torey. If it isn't on job performance or the performance of this baseball team this year, it's a general criticism of it's time. It's time for a new voice. He's been here a long time, and with any coach in any sport, you get to that 10, 15-year range, and generally, at some point in time, if you've still got the same core group of players, the message falls flat. You got to be a really great coach to be like a Greg Popovich or an Eric Spoelstra or that kind of thing. So the question then becomes, if Torey Lovullo, if you were the owner of the Diamondbacks and you had come to that conclusion that, okay, you know what, the pendulum has gone too far this way, we need somebody with a little more girth, a little more stern kind of leadership and direction, when do you do it? Do you look at your team and say, okay, Jeff Bannister, that's an interesting guy. That certainly would be a guy that I would think would be a pendulum shift in approach. Guy who
has managerial experience.
Exactly. So if you were to think that way, would it be appropriate to make a move sooner rather than waiting to the off season? Because then you could get a sneak preview as to what he might be able to do with this core group of players.
We just went through this situation with the Phoenix Suns. And if you rewind a couple of months when the Suns at the end of the year immediately fired Mike Budenholzer as the head coach, things were in such disarray that we had the discussion, why didn't you kick the tires on somebody on your staff at that point?
Right.
To see if somebody was ready to take over. You know, if it was David Fizdale, who was a candidate for the job afterwards, and that was kind of what sparked the whole conversation. But do you give yourself a head start if they're going to make a change? I don't have any inside information. I don't know if they want to make a change.
No.
All I do know is that this has been ultimately frustrating. And when you look at where this team was less than 2 years ago, when they made the World Series run, there was a clear-cut, definable identity to Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. And that's melted away over the last 2 seasons.
And I don't want to compare the two here of Lovello and Budenholzer, but doesn't their post-game sound and message begin to kind of sound pretty similar? Or
predictable.
Am I just missing that?
No. I think you're right, and you're right in setting it up the way you did. Two very, very different personalities, but two guys who basically are on autopilot after bad losses. And the thing about Torey Lovello is you listen to the messaging after the game, and he's always got his team's back. And when he tells, we're going to figure out we're a tough team, I think Diamondbacks fans hear that, and they just roll their eyes now. No, you're not a tough team, and no, you're not going to figure it out. We've seen enough of this. But he's being loyal to his players. You know as well as I do, you go and you change the manager right now, that's going to get players' attention. Now, I'm not saying they need it, but I'm saying if you owned the Diamondbacks and you thought this is an issue, that there is a disconnect and something is getting lost and the message is not being received. That's like an electric prod. It's something that will get that team's attention. Now, do you want to do that? Do you think that there's something that can be saved with the team? I think more along the lines of, if you really were going to consider Jeff Bannister, as a potential successor, then you might give it some thought. You might give Torey Lovello X amount of more time, or maybe the appropriate thing out of respect to a guy that's been here 9 years and has been through a lot of valleys as well, a lot of them not his fault. Mm-hmm. Do you just give him the courtesy of, we're gonna let you finish this thing out?
Yeah.
So it's an interesting question because the Suns are the comp, as you pointed out.
And there's some similarities. There's a lot of massive differences as well. Again, Budenholzer 1 year, Lovello 9 years. You talked about autopilot. I mean, Torey's wearing this. You can tell.
Yes.
But
Torey
he's also
cares. I'm not sure Budenholzer did.
Look, that sounds harsh, but I think it's accurate.
Mm-hmm.
We were asking those questions during the course of the season. And look, I've been called a Torey Lovello apologist all baseball season.
Yeah.
Because I just fight back on people who blame everything on him. Mm-hmm. And I just think that's wrong. There's culpability to go around. He's a good man. I'm a fan of Torey Lovello, but this is not going in the right direction. And you asked the question earlier in this discussion, has he lost this team? Did he ever have this team? I think he did, because this team did show fight earlier in the year. Even though they weren't the buttoned-up Diamondbacks baseball, the brand of baseball that he wanted to be played by this team, they would still fight back. Watching this road trip has just been... They're getting their lunch money stolen every day.
No doubt. And I hate having these conversations.
I do too.
Because at one point in time, I was likening the Diamondbacks to the Pittsburgh Steelers, that through thick and thin, Ken Kendrick realizes, I've got a really good thing here. I've got a great CEO in Derek Hall. I've got a great GM in Mike Hazen. I've got this real emotional, caring manager in Torey Lovello, and it was all working. And then the death of Mike Hazen's wife, and how Torey Lovello's wife would go and sit with her so Torey could go to work. And it's an exquisite story. It's a tragedy, but it's an exquisite story of fellowship and friendship and dependence and reliance on one another. And you hate to see this thing break apart, but this is something that's been recurring throughout my entire career in journalism. You fall in love with certain managers or coaches, and the nature of sports means it's going to come to an end.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Coming up next, the Arizona Diamondbacks are on their way to Sacramento. Does a Suns trade target want to go to Sacramento as well? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. If you are ever hurt in an accident, life changes instantaneously. It can be a time of confusion, pain, uncertainty, but you are not alone. Sweet James accident attorneys are there waiting for your call, waiting to fight all the battles so you do not have to. Here is what Sweet James will do for you. They will get your car fixed. They will get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Personal injury is all Sweet James has been doing for 20 years. They are a law firm full of extremely talented attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, and all that trial experience means a great deal. It means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, they get the attention of those insurance companies. Those insurance companies know they cannot deny or nickel and dime Sweet James, not when they have all of that trial experience. It's why they not only win 98% of their cases, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. Here's the number for a free consultation: 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models: 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Soccer is calling. Join Phoenix Rising on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. as they take on Birmingham Legion in a can't-miss summer showdown. Enjoy the popular 4-3-3 menu with a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials available all game long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Great food, great match, all for a great price.
Arizona sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Marotta.
His courage.
He wants to go.
He wants to go.
He wants to go.
and the Kings are offering a starting spot.
Okay.
Power forward next to Keegan Murray, next to Sabonis. He's talked on a Zoom call with Scott Perry, as you know, the GM, B.J. Armstrong, the assistant GM, and also with their head coach.
Okay.
So he's in.
Right.
He wants to go there, but I think that first, the Warriors don't like the first. And then the Suns, I heard they're like offering Royce O'Neal in 4 seconds and Nick Richards. That's just not pretty enough.
That is Mark J. Spears of ESPN and Anscape on ESPN talking about where he wants to go. And the he is Jonathan Kuminga, and the where is the Sacramento Kings. The Kings and the Suns, it's been widely reported, have been the two most aggressive teams in pursuit of Jonathan Kuminga in a sign and trade deal. Jonathan Kuminga is declining the Warriors' offers. He has not signed the qualifying offer. This thing could drag out until September or early October, according to the reports. But that's the latest, is that Jonathan Kuminga would prefer to go to Sacramento over the Suns, and a lot of it has to do with playing time from his standpoint. And you heard the very last thing that Mark J. Spears said there. Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, and 4 second-round picks to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga is not deemed enough.
Wow. Okay. A couple things I think about here. Number one, why would anybody want to go to Sacramento over Phoenix? Is it just really, isn't there plenty of playing time available in Phoenix?
Well, we had talked about this yesterday, and you mentioned what happened with Tyus Jones. Late in free agency last year, it wasn't a big financial deal for Tyus Jones, but they talked about it very openly from the day that he signed. He's going to be our starting point guard. And he had a chance to reestablish his market, and it did not work out very well for Tyus Jones here, and it didn't work out very well for the Suns. Would the Suns be willing to say, all right, Jonathan Kuminga, you want to go to Sacramento because they got playing time for you? You're going to start here, too. He might see the writing on the wall that they really want to continue to develop Ryan Dunn. That might be part of it. But let me ask you this question. If you're the Suns, are you turned off by the fact that this guy, you're after him, and the Suns and the Kings, they're not in great shape, either team right now. But if playing time in a starting role is that important to a player of his age, is that a turnoff? Or do you want to be part of something bigger? He obviously doesn't want to be in Golden State anymore.
Yeah, I'm mixed on that, to be honest. I'm a little sympathetic with the player for the treatment he received after Jimmy Butler got to Golden State. But at the same time, I think some of what you said kind of resonates with me. The other thing that I'm having a hard time with is if you're the Phoenix Suns and you work this hard to get out of a bad contract in Bradley Beal, and now you're stuck with a bad contract as it relates to Grayson Allen. And hopefully Grayson, if he sticks around here, can have a big bounce-back season next year. 4 years and $90 million seems like a lot of money to pay for upside when you're the Phoenix Suns. And I can't – part of me is really excited about the idea of acquiring Jonathan Kuminga because of that upside. But it just feels like maybe the Suns should just hold course for a while. I don't know. I'm going back. I'm vacillating a lot on this because I'm confused about the player and what he's going to become.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I was reading about this yesterday, and I decided to flip on some sports radio from San Francisco. So I flipped on 95.7 The Game, and they were taking calls on Jonathan Kuminga. What timing by me?
How about that?
And
did you give him a call?
I did not.
Vinny on line one. Vinny in Phoenix.
A
What's on your
long-time
mind?
listener, no-time caller. But there was there was a couple callers back-to-back that were just kind of dragging Jonathan Kuminga and the type of player they saw him to be, explaining, lazy passes cross-court, not getting back on defense, getting his pocket picked by guards.
Who does that sound like?
Not hustling, not getting a big rebound. And I was like,
Not physical. That's my issue. If we're getting into this new realm of what we want from our basketball players,
and if he's going to be your power forward.
See, I'm in the boat of, again, I didn't watch as many Warrior games as the people that were calling into that station, but I'm in the boat of a 22-year-old that might just need and wants a change of scenery. And to Bick's point of the $90 million, sure, it may look like a lot, but if it's 22 and a half each year, and Royce O'Neal and Nick Richards are going on the way out, and my point is that the Suns roster still has a lot of work to do.
They don't probably have enough scoring if you really want to win games next year.
And you have to have an incentive of winning games without your picks.
You do, and I agree on the scoring point. It's Devin Booker. It's Jalen Green. I think Dylan Brooks he's probably going to be counted on to be the third option offensively. Do they have enough? I don't know. But then they want to win. They want to compete. Does Royce O'Neal help you compete and win games? Does he do more to influence winning right now at this point of his career than Jonathan Kuminga does? Probably. Actually, likely.
Listen, if we're talking about grit, if we're talking about tenacity, if we're talking about team-first mentality, those are all question marks with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
These are all tenets that you're building this roster around, and this guy would suddenly be an exception to what you're saying you're trying to build.
And Royce O'Neal does check those boxes.
Yeah.
And I know there's some overlap positionally there as well that's created a roster log jam, but Royce O'Neal does a lot of those things, and he's a really good teammate.
Yeah. And then you've got to, especially if the idea of trading, of doing a sign and trade and giving up Ryan Dunn, that to me should be a non-starter.
He's off the table.
Should be.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what Golden State is
looking
asking for.
Yeah.
Here's Shams Charania talking about some sign and trade options for Kuminga.
The other route for Jonathan Kuminga is sign and trades. The Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have both had interest in him, have given him offers up to about 4 years, $90 million, have given him a player option as well, have also promised him a starting role, guaranteed minutes, and control over his future with that player option. But clearly, the Warriors, as of right now, have shunned all sign and trade offers. So right now, what we see is a stalemate between both sides, is both sides at a crossroads for a player that clearly believes that he has not been given the full amount of opportunity in Golden State. Clearly, he has a high level of self-belief right now.
The Suns just wiggled out from under this thought that they could not resist the shiny object. Kevin Durant was a shiny object.
Yes.
They went for it. Bradley Beal was a shiny object. They went for it. Now those guys are gone. They have some flexibility for the first time financially, and this is the first thing resembling a shiny object, and they're going in. They're going all in on it. I don't know how
very well said, Vinny.
Comfortable that makes me feel.
Yeah, I'm like I tell you, I go back and forth with this. I really do. I see what Sammy's saying, but there's also there's something on my other shoulder. It's like, this is not the lane the Suns are in now.
So I'm the angel and Vinny's the devil on your shoulders right now, going back and forth.
Something like that.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text the word fantasy to 620-620 and battle your favorite hosts for bragging rights in the Fantasy Football Championship belt. We got to look at the belt yesterday. It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Spots are almost gone, so text fantasy to 620-620 right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Sammy's got the reboot for us on this Thursday. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Did you know Chapman BMW now home to the ultimate electric driving machine? Yeah, if you want to break away from the gas pump for good, go check out their great lineup, great array of electric vehicles, talking about the i4, the i5, the i7, and the iX. The i4 and i5, beautiful sporty sedans. The i7, a luxury sedan. The iX, a sports activity vehicle. All are 100% electric, 100% BMW, all receiving rave reviews in all industry journals. In fact, you can get a great deal right now on the BMW i4. You can lease that for just $399 a month at Chapman BMW. And remember the $7,500 federal tax credit that goes and applies to electric vehicles. That is expiring at the end of September. So if you're in the mood and the market for an electric vehicle, you certainly want to get in under that deadline. Remember, Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966, from Ted Chapman down to the techs in the garage. Everything they do is elite. You feel it the moment you walk into either of their locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 7-2 loss against the Detroit Tigers yesterday was not the only thing the D-backs lost yesterday, as Eugenio Suarez will head to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for 3 Mariners prospects. Now the question is, will this be it for the Diamondbacks at the deadline, or is more to come? Here is John Morosi on what could be next for the Snakes at the deadline.
Still a busy Thursday ahead for them, Abby, because they have a couple key starting pitchers who are on expiring contracts and are likely to be moved, at least one of the 2 of them, before 6 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly both are available. Wednesday was the day for the relievers. I think Thursday is going to be the day for the starters to see if potentially those 2 D-back starters I mentioned, if they move.
For now, only time will tell, as the MLB trade deadline will wrap up at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Elsewhere, the Phoenix Suns reportedly have made a lucrative push for restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. but it will likely take more to bring the Warrior to the Valley. And the Arizona Cardinals are back at training camp today as they continue to prep for the 2025-26 season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily in Milano mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33, and that means it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And we start with just a quick little tribute to Eugenio Suarez here.
There's the 1-2. There's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. He is inevitable in this Diamondback lineup.
And unfortunately, it was inevitable that he is no longer a Diamondback. He's now a Seattle Mariner. Some are calling them the Sea Snakes.
Oh.
With all the Diamondbacks on their roster. But he was one of the more streaky hitters I've seen in my recent memory. He had an infectious smile, the long, luscious hair.
Nice, yes.
Had a pure excitement to play the game. But how will you remember Suarez's time here in the Valley?
Probably, again, I think to me it's the mind-boggling statistics he put forth from July of 2024 to July of 2025. Talking 65 home runs. Coming out of a terrible slump when he first got here. But more than that, the stretch when he was homering on a nightly basis, when it seemed every ball he hit was elevated and headed out of the ballpark. It was truly astonishing.
This latest home run binge, when he was on it, he was even hitting like fly balls to the squaring up everything, hitting fly balls to the warning track. It was remarkable. I'm glad he had one more of those strings in him before he left town.
Yep.
Just everything they say about Gino Suarez is correct. He's a lovely guy, a guy that you want on your team. He's going to help the Mariners a lot. By the way, the Mariners have had 5 home runs from their third base position all season long. He's got 7 times that many. But I will remember him this way. In the history of sports in this city, I'm not sure there's ever been a player who arrived and people wanted him out of town so badly, quickly, and was able to rehab and turn around his image to the degree that Gino Suarez did. Because there's D-backs fans legitimately feeling like they don't want to support this team anymore because Gino's gone, which is a little extreme considering the circumstances, but that's how much he turned things around here.
The people who are very, very, very casual sports fans, I know this, I've talked to a few of them, love Gino Suarez.
Yeah.
Absolutely love him.
Yeah, the roller coaster from him and fans wanting him DFA'd to then going on to hit 66 home runs in like the calendar MLB year is a wild story.
Here's hoping he doesn't get hit in the hand in his first at-bat with the Mariners.
For real. So quickly on the minutia of the MLB trade deadline, it ends at 3 p.m. this afternoon. So Eugenio Suarez, the MLB's RBI leader, Josh Naylor, a 300-ish first baseman, guys you would want on your team. The Diamondbacks traded them for one top 10 prospect in the organization from which they traded them. What do you think about the MLB trade deadline? And B, how would you compare it to the likes of the NBA and the NFL?
We talked about this pre-show. It's a crazy dynamic because in the NBA, you don't trade for somebody unless you know that guy wants to be there and that there's going to be a future that goes beyond the rest of the season if you're acquiring him at trade deadline. In baseball, there's no pretension about that. It's, okay, you're here as a rental, and you might stay, you might like us, you might not.
Yeah. But there's also no matching of salaries.
Yeah,
that's true. It's literally like, we want you, they want you, let's do
it. That's right. That's another thing. The no matching of salaries, that's a big thing.
The other sports don't involve trades for players in your system because there's no real minor league systems in either other
That's a good point, too.
Sport. I mean, I like it. I don't know what if people were expecting the Diamondbacks to get more for these players in terms of the ranking of prospects. I mean, I look at 3 top 17 prospects from an organization coming over for a player who's likely going to play 50 games in the Seattle uniform for the rest of his career. I don't think that's bad. Now it's about developing these players.
Yeah. So earlier this morning, just about 35 minutes ago, so Shane Bieber, the rehabbing Guardians pitcher, was traded to the Blue Jays for one of the biggest pop-up prospects of 2025. And that kind of made me think about the Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly market of these guys have been pitching all year. Merrill Kelly has pitched well. What kind of market do you maybe think, and maybe this is a Tim Kirchin kind of question, we'll have him on later, but what kind of market do you maybe think those guys might return today if we decide to deal them?
I don't know. I was wondering in preparation, we will have Tim Kirchin on at 8:30 to talk about the trade deadline. I was wondering about that because it's Gallen and Kelly from the Diamondbacks. I think Alcantara from Miami gets thrown into that mix too, a much more accomplished pitcher. He's got a Cy Young on his resume, but he's been terrible largely this year. How much for Gallen and Alcantara especially, how much of their performance is scaring teams off to a degree? I think everybody knows what you're going to get from Merrill Kelly. They call him the mainstay for a reason. But I mean, I'm not sure what to expect. There hasn't been a ton of movement with starting pitchers, and there are not really that many starting pitchers available at the deadline too, so that might drive up the price.
I think
both of those guys.
Merrill Kelly is going to bring back the most out of anybody they trade, in my opinion, because I think you brought this up yesterday, or maybe I'm misattributing, but I think it was you, that Merrill Kelly's velocity is the same now as it was 5 years ago. So there are no declining metrics at all as it applies to Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
And he's pitched to, I think, a 2.56 ERA his last 10 starts.
Pretty dang good.
Pretty dang good.
Yeah. So we've talked a lot of baseball here real quick. Want to get in this training camp for the Cardinals. They're back today. They've obviously made defensive additions. Not really addressing the wide receiver room. Marvin Harrison talked about this 2 days ago.
I think we're all just very eager to go out there and just prove ourselves. Prove that we're one of the top receiver rooms in the NFL. And I love who we have in the room, really. I think, like I said it before, we all know our role, and we all take that role very seriously and kind of go from there.
So we've talked a lot this offseason about how Marvin needs to take the second-year jump with Kyler. Like, he needs to do it. He needs to do it. But what specifically does that look like? Are you looking, obviously, statistically, but what in your mind equivalates that jump for him?
Wow. Trying to apply some statistics to this. How many 100-yard receiving games would be appropriate to expect in a season?
I mean, out of 17 games, it does get, and we talked to, I think it was Dave Pasch we were talking to earlier in the week. It's complicated statistically when you look at anything with Marvin Harrison Jr. because they have a major passing target at tight end in Trey McBride, who I don't think we're going to see much fluctuation in his production.
No.
And if it fluctuates, I think it's going to go up.
Yeah.
So is 1,000 yards within reach over 17 games for Marvin Harrison Jr.? He was over 800 last year.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think you could get there. But this is also a football team that's run first in terms of its mentality.
Yes. So I think a lot of it, for the jump to happen, it's not necessarily statistics, it's optics. It's the plays that he makes that he wasn't making last year.
Yeah.
I think for me, too, it's like the comfort level with him of a year one wide receiver to a year two, like the little things of him going in motion, him just being open more, like the route running of it. And I think we've seen the body transformation. Hopefully that can help. And the 50-50 catches, like those just need to be better.
I want to see him start trucking guys like Cam Scatterbo. That's what I want to see.
Dude, have you've seen some of the stuff out of that camp?
I can't get enough of Cam Scatterbo.
Whoa, he's something. But there you go. A lot of MLB, little NFL for the reboot for you guys.
Yeah, and to reset things, we are going to talk to Derek Hall for his weekly visit a little bit later today. That's going to happen at 8:15. We'll continue to talk baseball with Tim Kirchin at 8:30. Tim, of course, from ESPN. That is the Rush Hour Reboot. Coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals, one of 12 teams never to win a Super Bowl in the league. Will the Cardinals, or one of those teams, remove themselves from that dubious list this year? We'll take a look at that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Geno to the Mariners last night.
Naylor and Grichuk already moved on.
What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
The excitement that we had, that you got Gallen and Kelly, and now you just got Corbin Burns?
Sure.
You got the best rotation. One of the best rotations in baseball.
Yeah.
There's still part of me that can't believe it's failed. So a guy that never gets injured comes here and gets injured.
Yeah, and then both of your premier closers both got hurt, that they all need Tommy John surgery, that they're all not only out for this year, they're all out for probably most of next year, too. Don't miss our D-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, here's a question for all the people who are living with and dealing with chronic joint pain. When was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees screaming or your back screaming at you? Or you walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step? And maybe you're thinking, it'll go away. I'll just tough it out. But nothing ever changes. If that sounds familiar, it is a great time to find out what my friends at QC Kinetics can do for you. Go get a free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, because there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done so sooner, and that is because QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and I'm talking about natural cellular therapies, no surgery, no scalpels, no pills, no steroids. Bring your x-rays and your MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. See if you're a good candidate. I'm telling you from experience, this stuff works like magic. The patient satisfaction rate is 92%, and that includes Emmett Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics has done for him. You can find him in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford. I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. It's down to the wire for the Arizona Diamondbacks. How does the roster look after this year's trade deadline? We'll react when the deadline hits 3 o'clock on today's Burns and Gambo show.
Sure, we all coming together. Yeah, that's the biggest. That message hasn't changed since I left. But it's just connect with each other, and we you know what I'm saying. We all care about each other, and we're gonna do it for one another.
That is Josh Sweat of the Arizona Cardinals comparing the camaraderie of his new team to his Super Bowl winning team that he came from in the Philadelphia Eagles. Real quick side note, I had no idea Gambo was such a big reggae guy.
He's a Rastafari.
He's always talking about Rastas.
Fantastic.
What his favorite Bob Marley song is.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals enter this season one of 12 NFL teams never to win a Super Bowl. Those teams, Cardinals, Chargers, Titans, Panthers, Falcons, Bengals, Vikings, Bills, Browns, Lions, Texans, and Jaguars. So 4 of those teams, the last 4 I mentioned, Cleveland, Detroit, Houston, Jacksonville, never been there.
Yeah.
The other 8 teams have combined to go 0-18 in the Super Bowl, including the 0-1 from the Arizona Cardinals.
And the 0-2 from the Cincinnati Bengals, and the 0-4 from the Buffalo Bills.
0-3 from the Bengals.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had 2 against the 49ers
That's
and
right.
lost to the Rams as well.
That's right.
4 each from the Vikings and the Bills,
Mm-hmm.
2 each from the Panthers and the Falcons, and then 1 from the Cardinals, Chargers, and Titans. If you had to rank the team on that list that has the best chance of removing itself from that list.
Easy answer. The Buffalo Bills. I think the Buffalo Bills, obviously, they've got a top 3 quarterback in the NFL, and they've got a team that's been very, very close. So I would rank the Buffalo Bills number 1 ahead of the Detroit Lions, because I think the Lions, if they're not careful, Lions might have one of them seasons, because you've seen this in football before. You get a team that has a couple of magical regular seasons, that has a couple of horrible, heartbreaking losses in the playoffs. We saw it with the San Francisco 49ers. Eventually, that sort of thing takes its toll. And people who know football will tell you that you can lose coordinators and not really feel it. Ben Johnson's not one of the guys you're going to lose and not feel it. Ben Johnson is a top 3 play caller in the NFL.
Yes, that's the big thing, because I look at the personnel, I look at how their season ended last year, and by the end of the season, their defense was a mash unit. And I think if they're even close to healthy, they get by the Washington Commanders, and they might have been able to take down Philadelphia. I do believe that.
Okay.
The thing that I stumble on with Detroit is exactly what you just said. Not only Ben Johnson leaving, Aaron Glenn's gone too.
Yeah, that's true.
Defensive coordinator's now the head coach with the New York Jets. How do you overcome that? How strong is the culture that Dan Campbell has built? I think it's very strong. I actually have Detroit listed higher than Buffalo.
Oh, do you really?
Even though they play in an incredibly tough division, and the reigning Super Bowl champions are in their conference path to the Super Bowl in Philadelphia, and they're going to be really good again.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know. I mean, if you boiled this down to a yes or no, will a team from this list win the Super Bowl instead of ranking them?
Yeah.
Just a yes or no. One of these 12 teams winning the Super Bowl this year, my tendency is to say no.
Mine too. I also had Detroit first.
Because you look at Buffalo and what's in their way in the AFC, it's still Kansas City's playground. Now, Buffalo is the second best team, probably, or
Baltimore.
Baltimore's right there. I
That's
still don't know
interesting.
what to make of Cincinnati, who's on this list as well. I don't think they have the defense to do it, even with signing these guys.
No, but they've got a quarterback who nearly threw for 5,000 yards last year, and you've got a quarterback that has shown if you get into the playoffs, he can run the table for you.
You're talking about Josh Allen?
No, I'm talking about Joe Burrow.
Oh, Joe Burrow. Yeah.
And so that, to me, that's a wild card, because we all know defensively they're challenged, but offensively they are the kind of team that can literally outscore most teams on their schedule. It's curious, because when you talk about the Lions, this is a team that for the first time in 70 years last year led the league in scoring while winning a second consecutive division title. And you're right, you can't ignore the injuries and the bad breaks that team endured. I would love for the Detroit Lions to win because we've seen that scene in Detroit. That city would go insane.
More insane.
Right, more insane. But the more I think about it, I also think the Bills are going to get a challenge in their division. Now, I'm a big believer in what Mike Vrabel and Drake May can do for the New England Patriots.
I think they're on the upswing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see it in practice first because they were so bad last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to be better, but I still think they're probably a year at best away from really making a push against the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
I think this question is kind of twofold, too, because I think the NFC is a lot more open, say, than the AFC.
AFC's much tougher.
Because you have the Chiefs, you have the Ravens, and the two teams in the Bengals and the Bills. They haven't won, and on the flip side, like the Bengals and Bills, they have a top 4 quarterback, both of them, Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. And we've seen if you want to win, your quarterback is going to have to be at least a top 10. I mean, Jalen Hurts was, I think, very good, but you have to have an elite quarterback. And if you're a Lions fan, you have to ask yourself, is Jared Goff an elite quarterback? Can we win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? And I don't know the answer to that question.
It's interesting because we were having these same conversations last year about how imbalanced it looked between the AFC and the NFC, and then Jaden Daniels happened. And then Jalen Hurts and the Eagles happened, and Saquon Barkley happened. And it's interesting to me because everybody likes to take quarterbacks and put them in tiers, like tier 1 all the way down to tier 5.
Why are they crying?
Right, exactly. Right. Why are they crying? Well, I think you can maybe separate quarterbacks into 2 tiers. And they're the quarterbacks who have already established their greatness, and now their legacy depends on how they do in the playoffs. Who wins rings? Who gets Super Bowls? That's obviously true with Josh Allen. It's obviously true with Lamar Jackson. It's true with Joe Burrow, and it's true with Patrick Mahomes. And then everybody else, and Jaden Daniels is threatening to get in there, everybody else hasn't even checked the first box yet.
Mm-hmm. Going back to Sammy's point, I'm not a Lions fan. I'm not a Jared Goff fan. But he is still so criminally underrated. If you look at his numbers last year, and again, I chalk it up to injuries on the defensive side of the ball. He had one game that was pretty inexplicable, and that was the game at Houston where he threw 5 picks. They still won that game, by the way, with him throwing 5 picks and completing 50% of his passes.
Mm-hmm.
He threw for 4,600 yards, 37 touchdowns, and 12 picks all year long. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's won a Super Bowl. No, he didn't win a Super Bowl.
No.
But he's been to a Super Bowl.
No, he is criminally underrated. I wonder what kind of pressure he's going to feel this year. Because it really hasn't been there. Because keep in mind, last year it was injuries, and then they ran into that buzzsaw against Washington. The year before, when I talk about playoff failure, lingering and eventually burying a team, let's not forget, they had a 17-point lead in the NFC Championship game and blew it.
Yeah.
They were up 24-7 at halftime and couldn't cash that chip.
That is true.
So when you talk about that list, is there any other team that you would think could play for a championship? Houston Texans are blessed to play in a very, very bad division. They've got a young quarterback in C.J. Stroud who has won playoff games in each of the past 2 seasons. So you think, could they? The Chargers, are they in the year to make that kind of leap?
I lean towards the Jarrett Carlin thinking on that one. I'd put Houston above the Chargers.
Okay.
I'd probably put Minnesota above the Chargers, even though they have questions at quarterback this year because they're good everywhere else.
Because we've forgotten to mention the Cardinals.
Well, there's that. So,
I don't believe the Cardinals are going to win the Super Bowl this year.
No.
Did you get that on tape there, Bailey?
I got it. We can play it.
I'm wrong about everything.
Play it in early February.
But who would the Cardinals? Would you put the Cardinals in a class with the Chargers, or would you put them in the class with like Jacksonville and Atlanta?
That class.
Last class?
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere in between.
No, they're not. I mean, I think they're further along than Jacksonville, Carolina, Tennessee.
Okay.
They might be in the same class as Atlanta.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be 12 at the end of the year, too, by the way. Coming up next, we'll hit the halfway point of the Thursday show. Bick's going to deliver the blast next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, your entertainment center with football season just around the corner, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. I'm going to give you some good reasons why. Number one, Waltz will give you real expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They are a Valley institution. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff. They can help you and give you insight and wisdom in ways that the big box stores never will. They'll also give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you want to see what a television that big looks like, they've got it set up in their theater room. It is pretty spectacular. They also have all the major name brands you are looking for. And the best thing is you don't pay a premium for all that expertise because Waltz also prides itself on unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you found a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, drop my name when you're at Waltz. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
If you could buy a custom-designed Porsche for half the price of any dealer, would you? If the best custom home builder in the world with 4 decades of experience behind him offered to build your dream home for less than a spec home, you'd say yes, right? So let me ask you this. If you could work directly with the diamond importer and the actual designer of your ring and pay wholesale, why wouldn't you? I'm Diamond Dave. I don't rent showcases. I don't sell hype. I custom design, source, and deliver the diamonds people dream about for thousands less than you'd expect. Lab-grown or mined, engagement or upgrade, you're not just buying jewelry. You're joining a tradition built on trust, taste, and the inside connection. You've done retail. Now it's time for real. Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond. Direct, custom, legendary pricing.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. More dominoes in the MLB trade deadline have fallen. D-backs third baseman Eugenio Suarez was dealt to the Seattle Mariners last night. The D-backs in return will get first base prospect Tyler Locklear, who is the Mariners' 9th overall prospect, as well as 2 pitching prospects in the deal. On the field, the Snakes' disappointing stretch of baseball continued. Errors and a lack of offense were the problem yesterday in a 7-2 loss as the Tigers completed the 3-game sweep. The ball club is off today before starting a 3-game series with the A's tomorrow. And with the trade deadline ending today, will the Diamondbacks continue to be active? Follow the action at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
Bickley and Marana Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Whatever you do, do not give the Diamondbacks or the Cardinals a break, and I mean that literally. The Cardinals came out of their bye week in 2024 as a legitimate playoff contender with a 4-game winning streak, and they promptly lost 5 of their next 6 games. Not to be outdone, the Diamondbacks came out of the All-Star break allegedly refreshed, sweeping the Cardinals without Ketel Marte, but ever since they've gone 1-8, a brutal stretch of sleepy baseball where they have scored 3 or fewer runs in all of the past 9 games. And whatever you do, do not give a Valley team anything resembling expectations, which for Arizona sports fans is the Tabasco sauce in the bowl of ice cream, because things are so bad that the Diamondbacks are doing something I thought would never happen. They are threatening to top last year's Suns for the most disappointing season in our wretched shared history. Think about it. The Suns had KD and Devin Booker and finished 10 games under 500. The Diamondbacks had a top 5 roster in all of Major League Baseball when the season began, and they're trending in that same direction, 10 games under 500. So good luck to Kenny Dillingham's Sun Devils, who are favored to win every game on their schedule. Expectations don't get any steeper than that. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
There's a couple ways to look at it. I don't like excuses. We know the landscape every day and we come to work. That's all I ask. And when we do, we can figure this out. So we've dealt with this piece of the puzzle. And if something's different on Friday, I'm hoping that we can turn that switch on. And I don't know how it happens, but we're gonna fight. And it's what I told the guys. I told them today, and I said it to you earlier, like, just get up in the middle of the ring and duke it out and throw your best stuff.
Yeah, some things will be different on Friday. That was Torey Lovello after yesterday's loss to Detroit. The Diamondbacks will be in Sacramento taking on the A's for a 3-game series, their first visit to that ballpark in West Sacramento. We know this. They won't have to deal with A's closer Mason Miller.
No, just got traded.
He just got traded to the San Diego Padres. Goodness gracious. Now they have Suarez, Robert Suarez, the closer.
Yep.
And Mason Miller.
Wow.
The Mets bullpen is ridiculous. They got Helsley now setting up Edwin Diaz. So the arms
Phillies
race.
went and got a closer.
The Phillies got a closer. The former Diamondback prospect in Yohan Duran from Minnesota. So the National League is stocking up on closers. I think the Rays got even more interesting.
Listen, it's been very depressing for me, to be honest, the last 24 hours or so, watching teams kind of go all in. And if anybody catches a Mariners game, I'm telling you, it's going to be weird watching Geno Suarez field a ground ball and throw it to Josh Naylor. Stay on the bag, Josh!
Pick it.
I like what you said, Sammy, the sea snakes. That's funny. Sort of blend of Mariners and Diamondbacks.
You can have our players. Don't co-opt the name. Come on.
Big's point of when Suarez got traded last night, I knew it was coming. I feel like we all knew it was coming, but it still sucked because even when Naylor got dealt, it was fine. That was kind of the first like white flag waving. And then when Suarez got dealt, you go, man, it's really happening. The expectation at the beginning of the year was this was the team. The vibe was going to be good. And you had for a split second a little bit where maybe we were going to buy and maybe we were going to go at this thing one more time, see if we can make a run. And last night was just the nail in the coffin, I'd say, of like, it's over now.
It's like
Exactly.
of a party and people are posting footage from a party and they're having a great time and you weren't invited.
That's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
But at the same time, and we're going to talk to Derek Hall next, and Derek has already said this, at the same time, this was the move the Diamondbacks, these moves are moves the Diamondbacks have to make to have a better shot next year. Right? Hanging on to the core group and hoping against hope that something miraculously changes. That bubble was finally pierced after that series against the Cardinals where the Diamondbacks looked so fierce and so hungry, and then it just went all away. Then the Astros came to town, and it was all over.
Astros ruin everything.
They ruin everything.
Your point on breaks certainly is well taken. The point on expectations is well taken, too. It's getting old.
It is
getting old. Let me say this on the subject of expectations. I just hope the Cardinals and Sun Devils have fun this year. I just want them to get through healthy.
Right.
Nobody gets hurt and have a good time.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. It's amazing how this has really become such a hurdle. And that can be real deflating, and you wonder why this market is so nutty. In terms of just the way we behave as a sports town sometimes. It's every time you think you've got something good, it's a mirage.
Yeah. I mean, look at the last 3 teams from this city to play for championships. There was no expectations on the 2023 Diamondbacks.
None.
Made it a miraculous, fun ride, even though they lost the World Series. Phoenix Suns in 2021. Yeah, they won 8 games in the bubble. They weren't exactly like heaped.
No.
The expectations weren't being heaped on the Suns even when they got to the playoffs.
Right.
Cardinals when they went to the Super Bowl. Worst playoff team or worst Super Bowl team ever, right? Chris Collinsworth?
Yeah.
No expectations.
Yeah. And then you think about the team with Bruce Arians, that team that got blown up in the NFC Championship
2015
game.
team,
Yeah. And then the injuries, and then
there were expectations on that team.
Oh, yeah.
They ran into a better Carolina team.
Oh, yeah. Listen, you remember this. The Cardinals, I had come back from a summer trip to New York City, and I don't think I'd ever been more optimistic in my time in Arizona. There were billboards all over Times Square about the All or Nothing series, and I'm like, the Cardinals are being featured prominently in Times Square. We finally made it.
And you remember who ruined it that year? New England Patriots, Week 1.
Oh, that's right.
Sunday Night Football, Jimmy Garoppolo. So teams that cheat always ruin it. The Patriots ruined it for the Cardinals, and the Astros ruined this year for the Diamondbacks.
That's it. Maybe we need just to be cheaters.
Maybe.
Brutal. So again, good luck to the Sun Devils. There are a lot of expectations on them.
Just have fun. I hope they make a bowl game.
I love it. There you go. Just try to win more games than you lose. Have fun, guys. Have fun, boys.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text fantasy to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text fantasy now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, we will talk Diamondbacks baseball with the president and CEO of the ball club. Derek Hall joins us next on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
I'm not going to shock you with this comment, but of the guys that Cattell, Corbin, Moreno, Perdomo, Fott, Nelson, like the younger group that's under long-term control, they're all calling me about them too. If I say it would be a haul, that usually shuts the conversations down pretty quickly.
Don't miss our T-Backs at the Deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my new friends at Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them. The age of your house can be a factor, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that prove my windows are shot. In fact, so bad, I had a $666 electric bill last summer. That's why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, because they're Arizona's premier window replacement company. Their company motto is to treat customers like friendships. Having done business with them, I can tell you that's exactly how they roll, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you're going to find in the state. They can say that because there's no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They are the manufacturers. They build your windows here in town, and they build them specifically for our climate. They install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. Call today, beat the summer rush, 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-Back Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Every week we talk to the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. He joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you,
Derek.
sir.
Good morning, guys. Just another ordinary off day, right?
Another ordinary off day on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Actually, we know that's not the case, and we appreciate, again, last week you were very open and honest with the direction of this franchise, what could happen, kind of setting the wheels in motion. We've seen some trades, the Geno Suarez trade. just became official, but could you sum up just kind of the reality of the emotions that go into a day like this because it is so disappointing?
Oh yeah, it is disappointing. And we put ourselves in this position, unfortunately, and we could talk about it all day, how we got here. But, the realistic situation is we are here. And like we said last week, as a team, and there are several teams and markets similar to ours that had high expectations that are doing the same thing today. And they're having these conversations on radio as well. The reality is when you are where we are, you really do have to go back out into the market and be sellers. It doesn't make any sense if you look in the mirror and you ask yourselves if you really have a legitimate chance to make the postseason. Do we still have a chance? Absolutely. Can we turn things around? Sure. But does that mean that you hold on to expiring contracts in hopes of that to win, a handful more games or and then you're at the end of the season, you're holding the bag and you're thinking, we didn't get anything for these guys and we probably should have. That's where the responsibility comes into all of this. But like I said last week too, we had to curb those expectations of what you're going to get in return. I think every team would love to say, hey, they've got, a former rookie of the year or they've got a guy that was an all-star this year. Well, those teams that are collecting these expiring rentals are not looking to move their big chess pieces. They're looking to win this year, and so they're not going to give you, their key components of their roster, and they're not going to give you their biggest prospects either because it is just that, a rental.
No doubt about it. All right, I think it was the first game in Detroit where Gino let out that primal scream when he just missed barreling up a pitch, and it was sort of an insight into everything that was weighing on him. Your thoughts on his time as a Diamondback?
Unbelievable. I mean, the ups and downs. We went back to that first half last year, and we're literally having conversations about what to do with him. Do we move him off the roster? Do we designate him for assignment? And then he turned it around like I've never seen. He's a fan favorite, and he should be. He's a household favorite of the halls, and he is not only one of the best individuals to put on a D-backs uniform. He's one of the best individuals to put on a Major League Baseball uniform. And I've said it before. I think if you ran a poll or a survey on who the most popular player is, it's going to be Gino Suarez because he is such a good person. So it hurts. He's been a great person in the community. He's been great with our staff. He's been great with the young players, teaching them what it's like to carry yourself as a Major League player. But he, just like the rest of the team, just didn't respond, on this road trip or even that final series against the Astros. And maybe it's our fault that we proclaimed ourselves sellers too early and that we made a few trades right away. And it just sent a shockwave through that clubhouse. And I think they've been waiting for the other shoe to drop, just wondering, am I going to get traded? Says a lot about our franchise. I think people want to stay here. They want to keep our uniform on. They want to play in Phoenix and in Arizona. That's great. But, you still have to go out and play. And we just became a shell of ourselves. And the offense has been gone. Our starting pitching, they've had trouble. Our defense has been awful. We've talked about it for at least a month, the three of us, about, just sloppy baseball. Mm-hmm. And that's a big reason why we're in this position. Well, they continued it on this road trip. And there's still a lot of baseball to be played. And there could be some exciting baseball. I look back, guys, we were in a worse position in 21, 22. Not so much with the feeling towards the club because we didn't have any expectations, but we were going through a seller's mode and we were trying to acquire assets and trying to improve. But it gave us the opportunity to bring up young players like Corbin Carroll and like Alec Thomas. And then we made the trade for Gabby. We had all these young players and our fans just loved them, and they still do. And that core, like we've talked about, is still there. We've got to go back now, get the pressure off our backs, get the weight off of the world off our shoulders once this trade deadline is done today. And thank goodness we don't have a game today or we may see more of the same. And we just have to rediscover who we are. I'm not saying go out and recreate or reinvent yourself, but just rediscover, bring back that style of baseball. I remember at the end of 22, all my counterparts at an owners meeting said, we hate playing you. We did not like playing you the last couple of months. Well, that was with a very young team of guys that we were bringing up. We have that opportunity again. And for us to go out and get a first baseman in Locklear, who we've heard about for, months, and this guy's hitting over 340, and he's got nearly 20 home runs, and he's a good first baseman. He's plug and play for us. That's unusual. For us to get a AAA pitcher in Burgos who's got a little major league time as well. We've got a kid in Crenton who throws, 100 miles per hour. These are good moves for us. For us to have Garcia up on the roster, these are guys that we're going to be able to develop right before our eyes, and hopefully our fans will embrace them.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I wanted to elaborate more on Locklear because you mentioned where I was going to go. I got the press release right in front of me. He's not been optioned to the minor leagues. He's on the major league roster. Is this a situation, you think, where Tyler Locklear gets thrown into the fire right away? Is it a platoon situation with English? I know they're both right-handed hitters. And what the situation could be at the other corner infield spot at third base moving forward, Derek?
Yeah, Vince, for first base, I think it makes a lot of sense for him to raise his hand and say, I'm ready. I mean, he is up at the big league level right now, and that's after they traded for Naylor. So they thought this is a guy we need to play first base, especially in a platoon-type situation, and they could DH Naylor. Well, he's ready to play at the big league level. So I could see that for sure. And then when Pavin is ready, now you've got your left-right combination. Of course, Pavin can also DH. He can also play the outfield when you need him. Third base, we've got options right now, and I think eventually, like we've all said, we want Jordan to get up here. So we got to get that hamstring right. I'm not sure the timing to be exact, but I know as soon as he's ready, we're going to get him up here and just say, take the pressure off yourself. It's yours. Go do it. And show us what you've been able to do at the minor league levels that you've played at, wherever you were. Every stop along the way, you've played great.
Can you update us, Derek, on the Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen situation? Are the phones ringing? How are you approaching the final hours of the trade deadline as it applies to both of them?
Yeah, Vic, they are ringing a lot. And Mike has been, he and his staff, you spread out who's talking to which teams and over which players, and you're constantly monitoring and you're sharing that information. And then, Mike is on the phone with me seems like every 15, 20 minutes. It's been busy for about a week. Today, it's obviously this is it. So it's going to be really hot today. There's a lot of interest in those guys, and there's some other deals that could happen as well. I would be surprised if we don't see at least 1-2 more trades because there is so much interest. So yes, there's a lot going on. And again, if we were to part with 1 or 2 of those guys, that's sad too, right? And all of this is sad. I feel bad for them. Again, expiring contracts. We have to do what's right for us. And I feel bad when we're playing like we have these last 9 games, and it does feel like it's been 3 months of this. However, you got to look back. There was a time where we were, a couple games over 500. It was starting to click, and Corbin Burns was pitching well. Would we be in this situation if we had Corbin Burns and Gabby and AJ Puck and Justin Martinez? No, I don't think we would be, but we are. Again, that's why we have to do what we have to do. But I feel bad for our employees. I feel bad for our fans. I feel bad for you guys that have to cover us and talk about us each and every day. But we do have a lot of baseball. We could have some very exciting baseball. We are 7 games under 500, which is our low mark. However, it's just been a really bad stretch of about 9 games, and we're not going to continue playing like that. We're just not.
Yeah, love your attitude, and you're definitely doing the right thing. All right, I want to branch out to Major League Baseball because the big story from a few days ago was Bryce Harper getting in the face of Rob Manfred and the whole idea of a salary cap in baseball. I would assume if you're a Diamondbacks fan and you looking at the Dodgers every year and how they spend, that you probably would be inclined to be a fan of a salary cap. Where do you guys stand on this, and how do you think you find some spirit of collaboration with the Players Union?
Well, it's a good question, a great question. I think if I were to comment on a salary cap, I think the league would put one on me. So I got to be careful. So all I would say is, it's a shame when a star player and your commissioner, have what is now in the public airwaves an argument and confrontation in a clubhouse. That shouldn't happen, and it doesn't need to happen. I think at the end of the day, we all know that we want to improve the economics of the game, the popularity of the game. We're getting there. Our sport is so popular right now, we can't take 2 steps back. The most important thing is for both sides to realize it's a partnership. That's when it works. You see when the other leagues have come together to say, let's do this for each other. It's not one side trying to beat the other. It's not a fight. It's not who can win. It's both sides have to win. We have to do this together and make the sport better together, where we all benefit and we create parity and better economics. It sounds simple, but we just haven't been there really ever as a partnership with the other side, and they feel the same way about us.
Derek, thanks for the time, for the insight as always. On a tough day, and we'll talk to you again next week.
You got it, guys. Thank you. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our weekly guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, we'll get the latest rumblings on what could be next for the Arizona Diamondbacks on the trade front. We'll talk to the one and only Tim Kirkjian, ESPN Baseball Insider, next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next-door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, and my next-door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 7-2 loss against the Tigers yesterday was not the only thing the Diamondbacks lost, as Eugenio Suarez will head to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for 3 Mariner prospects. Now the question is, will this be it for the Diamondbacks as the trade deadline is inching closer? The trade deadline will be done at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns reportedly have made a lucrative push for restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga, but it will likely take more to bring the Warrior to the Valley. And the Arizona Cardinals training camp picks back up today as they continue to prep for the 2025-2026 NFL season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marana talking MLB trade deadline.
Oh, the action is fast and furious. Diamondbacks expected to make a couple more trades before the deadline hits at 3 o'clock Arizona time today. And we are lucky to have the man to talk to today on trade deadline day. Tim Kirkjian, ESPN Baseball Insider, kind enough to join us on this Thursday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim, good morning to you.
How are you, fellas?
We're doing good. We were bracing for the fire sale, if you will, here in Arizona, and it's more than started with the Gino Suarez trade. Happy to see Suarez go to a team that really wanted him, a team that he can really help. But what do you make of what the Diamondbacks got back in a rental situation, Tim?
Yeah, I checked with some people who know minor leagues way better than I do, and they thought they did pretty well. Tyler Locklear has a chance to be the everyday first baseman for the Diamondbacks next year. And apparently he's tearing it up in the minor leagues and has a pretty good idea how to play the position defensively. Burgess, I'm told, is he's a pretty good young pitcher with pretty high ceiling. So I think they did well on that. Remember, Mike Hazen is not going to get taken on young players. This is his ultimate strength, drafting and developing. So I think he did really well with those two. And then the third guy throws 100 miles an hour. I know.
Right. Uh-oh. Did we lose you, Tim?
I think we lost Tim.
I think we lost Tim. Try to reconnect with him, Bailey. That's a pretty good deal, and it's funny because when it comes to Mike Hazen, maybe it's naive, but I trust him in this realm so much that I would rarely look to question deals when it involves prospects.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers can be inflated. That's depending on what league you're playing in, what city you're playing in, the majority of your home games. But yeah, to hear Tim Kirkjian say Mike Hazen's not going to get taken on these younger players,
right? That's exactly where I'm at. So, and you already heard from Derek Hall that Tyler Locklear is a guy that's going to be plug and play. And if we'd have had more time with Derek, I think we should have asked him that Reno question that you brought up, kind of in jest.
Yeah,
What is it about Reno that makes these players who come up suddenly not able to hit?
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are so gaudy at that level.
Yeah.
And they've been gaudy for Jordan Lawler, and you see him make the jump. They were gaudy for Tristan English. You see him make the jump. I think they're combined 1 for 39 or something like that, or 2 for 39 this year, with both hits coming from English. I think we've got Tim Kirkjian back. Sorry about the technical difficulty there, Tim. Continue your thought if you remember where you were in it.
Well, I told you Locklear has a chance to be the everyday first baseman next year, which is pretty cool. Burgess he's got some good numbers, and from everyone I speak to, they really like him and where he's headed. And the third guy throws 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Granted, he's only pitched a few innings in the minor leagues this year, but 100 is 100. Now they have to figure out what to do with him. But I think for a third baseman who's going to a much more difficult place in which to hit, I think I'm told from people who know the minor leagues pretty well that the Diamondbacks did well in this deal. And to repeat, Mike Hazen is not going to be taken on young players because he's so good at drafting and developing.
Yeah, I so agree with that last point. I was just saying when you dropped off that I never question the returns in trades like this when Mike Hazen's at the helm because I trust him in this realm so much. All right, let's talk about Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. Merrill Kelly proved a couple of years ago, you put him on the mound in the highest of stages, the biggest of stages. He can produce at an elite level. But Zach Gallen, he's been up and down all season long. What might the market think of Zach Gallen?
Well, his ERA is well over 5, but he made the All-Star team a couple of years ago. He's got really good stuff, and I know the Diamondbacks are driving an exceptionally hard bargain for him, as they should, because so many teams out there, including big market teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees, really need a starting pitcher, as does almost every other team. So I think they're just driving too hard of a bargain for Gallen now. If they lower that, I think he'll move today. And Merrill Kelly, you're right. I mean, last 10 starts, he's got a 2.56 ERA. He's a quality major league pitcher who can help a lot of teams right now. So will they move one of them, both of them, none of them? My guess is one of the two is going to go today just because so many teams are going to be out there looking for a starting pitcher.
Tim Kirkchin, ESPN Baseball Insider, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on trade deadline day around Major League Baseball. And a deal that just went down, kind of an eye-popping deal in the division of the Diamondbacks in the NL West. Padres getting Mason Miller and Sears, a starter from the Athletics. I know they gave up a huge prospect to get those two pitchers, but when you consider Mason Miller's under team control for 4 more years, what a move by the Padres. What were your thoughts on that deal, Tim?
Yeah, that's a big one. We've heard Mason Miller's name so many times in the last week, and I just didn't see, for the most part, that the A's would move somebody. The A's don't have that much money to deal with, and the control is just so important in today's game. But this is so classic A.J. Preller of the Padres. He goes out and defies all logic sometimes and goes and gets a guy who's one of the elite closers in baseball, but is also potential to be a starting pitcher. And I know the Padres are going to look at him as a potential starter because he's one of those guys, at least I'm told, who could throw 100 miles an hour, 100 plus, for an inning, but he can also do it for 5 or 6 innings. That's a rare pitcher that can do that, but this is why the Padres, who are a dangerous team to begin with, now I think they got even more dangerous because they picked up one of the great young power arms in the game, and they have him for several more years.
And I know that deal just happened, but Robert Suarez has been really good as the closer for the Padres, and there's some speculation he might move. Do you see that happening, Tim, or do you think they'll put Miller in combination with Suarez on the back end?
Well, there's all sorts of possibilities. I've heard Suarez's name come up, and I'm a little confused because I did their game in San Diego on TV a few weeks ago, and, he had 30 saves. He was leading the league in saves. He throws another guy that throws 100 miles an hour, seems impervious to the ninth inning pressure. But you could take Miller and pitch him in the 8th inning and really have the back end loaded. Or, like I said, you could make Miller a starting pitcher. That's a risky thing to do when you've just been the closer. But all sorts of options, and never, ever discount what A.J. Preller is up this time of year.
All right, Tim, my last question. Big story out of baseball was that confrontation between Bryce Harper and Rob Manfred, and it got pretty contentious and fairly ominous when we're this far away from the end of the CBA. What are your thoughts on where this whole thing is going, and what are the chances these two parties can find a spirit of collaboration and avoid a lockout or a shutdown and all that terrible stuff?
Yeah, I'm not feeling real good about it right now, fellas. Now, again, we've got some time to get this fixed, but I know the gulf between the two sides is pretty long, and I think the Bryce Harper story kind of speaks to the tension that is involved between both sides. And look, guys, I covered the 81 strike, 81, and it was all about a salary cap back then, and here it is, 44 years later, and we're still talking about a salary cap, and that's just not going to fly with today's players. And I just sense that there's a chance, at least, that the owners are willing to shut the game down for a year if they can get what they want out of it. And I'm not suggesting that's going to happen, but boy, when you hear things like that, it is really worrisome that these two sides are this far apart. A lot of work needs to be done, and obviously this is not a good time. Any time is any good for a work stoppage of any kind.
Yep. Tim, thanks so much for making time for us today. We know you're in demand on a day like today, so we really appreciate it.
Okay, fellas.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim.
Tim Kirkchin, ESPN Baseball Insider, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, ASU football got camp started yesterday in Tempe, And Kenny Dillingham was impressed. You know what else he says? So what? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. In times of economic uncertainty, you have to be in control of your finances. So take a look at your mortgage statement. Tell me how much money goes to principal. Then tell me again who's in control, you or the bank. Good news is there's a better option out there. It's called the Life Changer Loan. This is an innovative program where you literally do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and as a result, you're going to wake up one day, not too long, and that mortgage and that house payment is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, but primarily it then gives you decades to build personal wealth free of debt while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which is a really cool thing. It gives you great liquidity, gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. A lot of great things along with the Life Changer Loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you will love the results. Find out more at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Get to know the prospects the D-backs are acquiring in the Eugenio Suarez trade with the Mariners. Former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo is flashing potential at Giants training camp, and former ASU quarterback Brock Osweiler makes a bold claim about Sam Levitt. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
I thought that was our best first day. Like I said, I don't like to sing as many praises as I like to do, say more negative. Especially when our guys are getting a lot of praise, but today's a good day. And the one thing I'm not going to do is be fake just to say it. Today's a good day. Kudos to them. Tomorrow could be we'll find out.
Oh, I got a big kick out of that line from Kenny Dillingham. Today was a good day. Tomorrow could be bleep. We'll find out.
Yeah. No, that's if there's one thing that's consistent about Kenny Dillingham, it's he's not going to let his football team get too full of themselves.
No.
Right?
He also was asked about, because there was, I'm sure you saw the highlight because it was everywhere, Jordan Tyson making a great acrobatic catch in one-on-one coverage on day one. And he was asked about Jordan Tyson afterwards, and he says, look, I'm not going to sit here every day and talk about Jordan Tyson. I mean, just kind of cut and paste that. That's usually what happens, and I don't want their heads getting too big.
Mm-hmm.
He has been, and I know I felt this way right when there was a lot of uncertainty and a lot of unknown with Kenny Dillingham when he took the job at such a young age.
Yeah.
And considering where the program was when he took that, you're like, okay, I hope this works out. He's a lot of fun to listen to.
Oh, yeah.
But here they are after a great resurgent football season, and he's the same guy. It's what a maneuver to transition back to the right path by ASU.
Well, yeah, listen, it's everything. It's from the idea that in an industry now where every old head coach is complaining about NIL and everything that's going on, Kenny Dillingham, no, embrace it. Win, just win. No matter what it takes, just win. And let's just hope this team gets off to a good start. Let's hope they stay healthy because this could be a magical period of time for ASU football.
Yep. Also, something that Kenny Dillingham talked about, possibly a new facility. They are fundraising right now for a new indoor practice facility. Here's Kenny Dillingham, actually the head coach, talking more details about that.
I don't know if people know this, but we're in the process of trying to build an indoor facility. That's our big project. We want to get it fundraised here in the next 5 months to get a shovel in the ground here in the next 6 months. So it's here in 2 years from today, which is the goal. We want to move it over by the football field. We want to use that indoor facility for tailgating in the future. So we have an indoor tailgating location for fans to come and make it an awesome tailgate experience, like the 16th hole of the Waste Management Open. We want to create the 16th hole of the Waste Management Open, or as close as we can to it, in our indoor facility by our stadium here. And we just got to fundraise enough money to do it. So it's good for us. It'll be good for our football team. It'll be good for the fans if we can get it done.
And I've read the plan is for fundraising to try to come up with $15 million. University would cover the rest. What a great idea.
Well, yeah, and our guy Dave Leonard has another great idea. So when you do build that, Kenny should get that golf simulator, put that in there, and then actually have fans hit shots at number 16 at the WM Phoenix Open.
In the football off season?
Yeah, right, exactly. Just to close the loop on it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had obviously the indoor practice facility, and it's a little bit more than temporary. It's a bubble basically.
Yeah, right.
It's not. It's better than nothing, but it's not ideal for ASU to be able to construct a full-time permanent indoor facility. That would be awesome.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, so this is going to be great. This is going to be great to watch these two football teams and what they can cobble together. And, man, if we could have dueling, winning, excellent seasons, that might lift our spirits a little bit.
Oh, you mean the Devils and the Wildcats, right?
No, I don't.
I'm joking.
Speaking of the Wildcats.
Who?
Yeah, right?
Speaking of the Wildcats, what were you going to say?
Brett Brennan and the boys ready to go?
Yeah, Brett Brennan and the boys. What are your expectations, Sammy?
Dude, none right now.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Noah Fafita, I think, still there. Maybe.
I think he's still there.
I gotta double check that. But
yeah, I know.
But it is always these teams, and we saw it last year. I'm not saying the Wildcats are going to be any good by any stretch of the imagination, but you just never know, because ASU was supposed to be bad last year, and they won the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
U of A might not win the Big 12, but a bowl game. Like, let's put one foot in front of the other now. Like,
the weird part was, I mean,
they were kind of supposed to be good.
They were supposed to be good last year.
They were.
And they fell on their faces.
And in the NIL world and people coming and going, you never know who's going to be on your roster or who's going to click or be good. So I'll get back to me on the U of A Wildcats in a week and a half.
There you go.
Or not. Sam Levitt, the quarterback of ASU, also spoke to the media yesterday, talked about his thoughts on the first practice of the fall camp.
We played really well offensively. Second year in the system, kind of going through it a little smoother. Guys know where they're going. Look really good up front, so I was excited about it.
Yeah, and talked about his goals for the season.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Heisman and national champ, so that's kind of the goals. But you worry about that, before the season and just summer talk leading up to give you more motivation and stuff to work harder. But now it's like I said, just every single day getting better.
It's weird. We just had this discussion on players. Sometimes will share their goals personally. Others will not share their goals, keep them to themselves. Yeah. He kind of did both. Here's my goals. I want to win a national championship and the Heisman, but I'm not thinking about that now.
Right. Yeah. Here, I've got a list of 10 quarterbacks I don't like only because they get more attention than me, but I'm not going to show you that list. I want to go back to this.
We can speculate.
Exactly. I want to go back to the idea of what Kenny Dillingham has kind of hatched up with that indoor tailgating idea. It's so unique that Golf Digest actually has a story on it today.
Really?
Yeah. Golf Digest generally doesn't cover football, but they're pointing out that ASU program getting inspired by the 16th hole of the WM Phoenix Open kind of speaks to their audience, but it's brilliant, and I'll tell you why. Who do you think brings most of that crazy energy to the 16th hole at the WM Phoenix Open?
Dan Bickley?
Well, besides me.
College kids.
ASU kids.
Yes.
So you're basically, hey, help us out. Come party with it. Come bring that crazy partying over here. They'll do it. It's brilliant. You're
in this age of, and I'm not trying to like poo-poo on the idea, but in this age of maximizing revenues everywhere, is that the demographic that maximizes revenue, or are you going to the high dollar sponsors to bring that in?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because
a good question.
In terms of the energy of it, you're right.
That's what I think Kenny Dillingham wants is the energy.
Yeah.
I know when Kenny Dillingham first got there, he wanted to do something to get the spring game much more robust in terms of bringing in many more people. And they floated the idea of kind of teaming up with Danny Zelisko and getting a big musical act to come in. And they could never kind of put those pieces together. So Kenny Dillingham is continued to vibe on this. And he's very smart about that because you've got to have that driving the program. You've got to have that really rabid interest as your backdrop.
Mm-hmm. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy will take us through some social studies here on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta back to let you know you've got a couple more days to cash in on some great summer savings that are rolling right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. And we are talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months on approved credit. Earnhardt is extending big discounts up to $15,000 off of MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. And on SUVs, how about up to $5,000 off MSRP on brand new 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals will not last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end August 4th, 2025. They are located right off the 60, Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa, or shop online anytime at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Oh, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the elite collection from sister brand Helix Sleep, available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury, made with 5 high-density foam layers. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. More dominoes in the MLB trade deadline have fallen. D-backs third baseman Eugenio Suarez was dealt to the Seattle Mariners last night. The D-backs in return will get first base prospect Tyler Locklear, who was the Mariners' 9th overall prospect, as well as 2 pitching prospects in return. On the field, the Snakes' disappointing stretch of baseball continued. Errors and a lack of offense were the problem yesterday in a 7-2 loss as the Tigers completed the sweep. Today, the ball club has the day off before starting a 3-game series with the A's tomorrow and with the trade deadline ending today. Will the Diamondbacks continue to be active? Here is John Morosi on said topic.
Still a busy Thursday ahead for them, Abby, because they have a couple key starting pitchers who are on expiring contracts and are likely to be moved, at least one of the 2 of them, before 6 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly both are available. Wednesday was the day for the relievers. I think Thursday is going to be the day for the starters to see if potentially those 2 D-back starters I mentioned, if they move.
Time is running out. The trade deadline will wrap up today at 3 p.m. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Show's flying by today on this Thursday. It's already 9 o'clock. Time for some social studies with Sammy.
I saw that movie Sinners, and when they yelled my name, I was terrified.
What'd you think of the movie?
See, I'm not a horror movie guy, and I went to see it with my girlfriend who is, and that was a mistake. I didn't think it was going to be like a horror film. Maybe I just didn't read into it, but Michael B. Jordan is awesome.
He's incredible.
That was my takeaway.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
them screaming.
I don't equate vampire movies to horror movies. I don't know why. Maybe I should.
I honestly had no idea it was going to be a vampire movie.
It does a hard right in the middle. It does. It really does.
Right. But social studies today. Be sure to follow us at Bickley_Murata on X, where we post all our questions daily. Bickley and Murata, Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook. And shout out to the 193 of you watching on YouTube. We're at Arizona Sports. But
hi, YouTubers.
Yeah, what's up, guys? It's funny because we have people that will watch for the first 2 hours, and then they go to work, and then people that come on for the next 2 hours. It's a fun dynamic here on the YouTube chat. But our first question, it is MLB trade deadline day. Yesterday, Eugenio Suarez was dealt to the Mariners. Today, possibly Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, maybe some more. But it's a 2-part question here. What was your initial reaction to the Diamondbacks trading Eugenio Suarez last night? And do you think Gallen and Kelly will be dealt today?
The latter answer is yes, and the first answer is, Sammy, I felt exactly the way you did. I felt sadness, not necessarily because Geno Suarez was no longer a Diamondbacks player. It was that other teams are adding for a playoff run, and we're tapping out.
Yeah.
And it was just depressing.
Yeah, I mean, my feelings yesterday in watching that game in Detroit, they started there. And my feeling at that point was trade everybody. Trade the whole damn lot of them.
No doubt.
Then that calmed down after a while when I got word that Suarez had been dealt. It was a feeling of, okay, we saw this coming. He went to a team that he'd been rumored to go to. He went to a team that he's got familiarity with. And overall, I'm kind of happy for Geno.
Yeah.
Because I think he's been above the mediocrity this year for the Diamondbacks for most of the year, and he deserves an opportunity to compete for a playoff spot. So I'm kind of happy for him, and I'm excited to see. I think we'll get our first look at Tyler Locklear. He'll be the first one of these guys that we'll get to see play.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch some different blood out there for the D-backs.
Yeah, and I saw that Gambo actually tweeted out that not only was Tyler Locklear going to immediately assume first base, but Tristan English is going to get sent down.
Yeah.
So
they both are right-handed hitters.
Well, that's
so,
true, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And English struggled mightily.
Oh, yeah.
2 responses here. Arizona Doug said, it felt like finding a pet that you fall in love with, but you know you can't take care of it, and you have to give it away. Absolutely heartbroken, but wish nothing best for Geno.
That's a good one.
Bordertown Kid said, about as disappointed as waking up really hungry, only to find that your fridge is lacking eggs, bacon, and the like. The D-backs fridge is very similar right now. Our next question.
Can I read George's real quick?
For it.
George says, Gallen and Kelly are gone. Good riddance to the nibbler. Kelly, not so much. I'll miss him. Didn't get enough for Suarez, but oh well. Now trade Marte and Lawler and get a huge haul. Find a third baseman. Lawler's not a major leaguer.
All over the place. So
George has opinions.
Who's left after that? Corbin and Jerry?
In
his world.
In his world, yeah. And Moreno.
Oh, Gabby, yes. So our next question is in regards to, so Gino was here for a little over a year and a half. And it kind of sparked the question of, who is your favorite player that played for a Valley sports team for a short period of time, and why?
Yeah, it would be Gino. For a while, I would have. I thought J.D. Martinez and what he gave the Diamondbacks was insane. We'll never forget that 4-home run night at Dodger Stadium. But Gino, I think, kind of even might have passed that for me.
He's up there.
Is there a basketball player who checks that box? A Suns player?
One-year guy. Quentin Richardson was great for a year.
Yeah.
Led the league in three-pointers made. I'm going to go way, way back to ASU football. Derek Rogers came out of nowhere in 96.
That was a response.
And was known as being like a tuba player in the marching band when he was in high school, I think, if memory serves.
Right?
Some horn. He was a member of the Horn family.
Horn.
And he was an absolute beast on the football field for 1 year and moved on to the NFL.
Wow.
Yeah, Justin Prestegard said what Derek Rogers did for one season at ASU in 1996 was, in parentheses, extreme Jim Rome voice, phenomenal.
What is up?
D-Raj.
The jungle still rules.
And then
content is king. What is up?
And then he said, I think Scott Frost still has nightmares about Derek Rogers.
Yes, he does.
Some other ones in the responses. Joey Artega says Antonio McDyess, Tim Thomas, Reggie Sanders. Chaz says Richie Sexton. He remembers the 503-foot bomb he hit in April and never played for the Diamondbacks again, it felt like.
Broke the scoreboard. That's what he's known for.
We got a lot of Richard Dumars.
Dumas.
I messed that up again. Richard Dumas.
Yeah, you messed it up last time. His name came
Literally, like the second week of the show.
His rookie season in 92-93 was, goodness gracious, tantalizing.
And then Eddie V says he loved Troy Gloss. He remembered him hitting 37 home runs for the D-backs in 2005. He did have a lot of errors. Then they traded him for Miguel Batista and Orlando Hudson. And fun fact, I guess he's played some games for the Savannah Bananas.
Wow.
Troy Gloss. There you go.
Kelly Oubre Jr. got some
That would have
run.
been my pick.
Yeah.
I love the Kelly. Even
That's
though,
where the turnaround kind of started.
Yeah, I was going to say,
a lot of people's opinions.
Ricky Rubio was fun to have for a little bit. I liked Ricky.
Yeah.
All right, our last question. What were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about what we used to do growing up in school that we could get away with or things like that. So we asked, what is something you used to get away with at home or at school that you just were able to get away with?
I read this question earlier and I started thinking about it, and I was the perfect child. I never got in trouble. No,
Yeah.
I'm joking. Mine was at home, and I started thinking about this phenomenon deeper. Why prepubescent boys don't like to be clean?
Never.
I remember being trusted to take a shower on my own, and there were times where I was like, I don't take a shower, so I'll just run the water for however long and just sit there and 9, 10 years old. I don't know. And now I can't function without a shower.
Oh, yeah.
There's days where I take 3 showers in a day.
Are you serious?
And I'm not even that active.
That is fantastic.
I don't know if I got away with it. My parents probably knew, but they didn't really enforce it. But I started thinking about that. And it wasn't just me. You've got sons.
Yeah.
My kids didn't want to be clean either.
No, yeah. Listen, my little dude for a while before he grew up, yeah, you're right. It was a chore getting him to wash himself.
Yeah, these are my 2 favorite responses. Ross Vegas said, when I was a kid, I didn't like grilled cheese sandwiches. Whenever my mom would make them for me, I would throw them behind the refrigerator. Got away with it until we ended up having a new fridge. She found 20 or more grilled cheese sandwiches behind the fridge.
I used to do that all the time.
That must have smelled horrible.
Oh, man, brutal.
I used to do it with vegetables all the time as a kid. I'd have a napkin between my legs and just kind of when my parents weren't looking.
Yeah.
Oh.
The other one I really like is Nice Car Father said, intercepting mailed progress reports from school before my parents came home from work.
Ooh, there you go.
Today, my kids are hosed. We work from home, and not only are school's progress reports sent via email, we can log on to their school profile anytime to see the test scores, late homework, etc.
That has changed. Let me paint the picture for you, Sammy.
Okay.
Report cards were handwritten.
Oh my gosh. I used to get a piece of paper one.
That's right.
I thought when I got to high school and we got a single half sheet of computerized, my grades are computerized, it's the future. But my grade school, everything was handwritten. It was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. Ran out of time, but keep those responses coming at Bickley_Murata, and that's social studies.
All right, thanks, Sammy. Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone, so text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Coming up next, clock is ticking on the trade deadline. Where does Zach Gallen end up? Where does Merrill Kelly end up? Anything surprising on the horizon for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marotta. Talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
They believe they can win the World Series with their pitching. Gilbert is back healthy now. Kirby is back healthy. And we just saw a tough one-run loss for the Mariners to the Athletics on Wednesday evening. They know that Suarez is able to come in and give them some power right away. They've already added Josh Naylor on the opposite side of the diamond. They made another move for a lefty reliever earlier in the day, too. So right now, this is how this Mariner lineup is expected to look.
They're pretty stoked in Seattle right now.
Yeah.
Real quick, Bill, I got to ask you, that bumper song that you just played, is that labeled in the system? Is that like a rocked up version of Pony?
I'm not sure.
You know the song I'm talking about?
I don't. Yeah, I do. Wait.
The
I didn't hear
Genuine
it.
song?
We have played again? No, I'm kidding. We don't have to, but...
Suarez, part of the Seattle Mariners, joining Josh Naylor. The corner infield made up of Arizona Diamondbacks now for a team, as you heard John Morosi say, believes that they can win the World Series. So what is next for the Arizona Diamondbacks? That remains to be the question. And look, you're pretty steadfast on it. And as we're getting clarification now and getting closer to the deadline, I'm with you. I fully expect Kelly and Gallen to be gone.
Yeah.
And what comes back? That's what you start asking, because the Diamondbacks have they've collected some prospects. They've collected some players that are going to contribute right away. More on that in just a little bit. I'm real curious to see what happens with not only those two pitchers, but how Sandy Alcantara of Miami affects things as well.
Especially since he had a really good outing on Tuesday in the midst of a season that isn't going very well.
I mean, he was arguably the best pitcher in baseball for a short amount of time, had the injuries, coming back. It's been a rough year. He's had a couple of good starts, but there's a lot of similarities in the profile between he and Zach Gallen. How does that affect the Zach Gallen return? And does Merrill Kelly get more than both of them if those deals go down?
Yeah, I would think that Merrill Kelly is going to net the most in return, only because he has proven himself to be so good on the big stage. So if you are mapping this thing out and you're extrapolating your potential as a baseball team and you acquire Merrill Kelly, you've got a guy who can start game one of the World Series for you, and you know he's going to handle it. And that's a real powerful thing. And he is pitching at a level again right now that's at that same level he was at in 2023. He's a very smart player. He's got a deep arsenal of pitches. He doesn't throw overly hard, which means he's generally a good health risk once those cramping issues have gotten under control. The Zach Gallen piece is what I think is fascinating. Would a team look at Zach Gallen's pedigree? Zach also has a deep arsenal of pitches. He's also a very smart guy, and he's a very good teammate. And so there's a lot of positives that come with Zach Gallen if you can talk yourself out of the up-and-down nature of this season and that 5+ ERA of Zach Gallen.
I know they were talking about it on the TV broadcast of the Diamondbacks-Tigers game yesterday. Steve Berthiaume was kind of plugging Merrill Kelly into a rotation spot in Detroit behind Tarek Skubal. They've had some injury problems. Jackson Job's out for the year. Casey Mize has not been the same pitcher post-All-Star break. Can you imagine going Skubal, Kelly? And Detroit, they made the playoffs last year, and it was a hard watch because they couldn't hit the ball. They can hit the ball now, too.
Yeah.
That's a team to look out for. That might be a team to look out for between now and the deadline in terms of Merrill Kelly's possible landing spot. We talked to Derek Hall, president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, as we do every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. That happened in the 8 o'clock hour, and here was Derek's thoughts on the interest in both Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, Dick, they are ringing a lot. And Mike has been, he and his staff, you spread out who's talking to which teams and over which players, and you're constantly monitoring and you're sharing that information. And then, Mike is on the phone with me seems like every 15, 20 minutes. It's been busy for about a week. Today, it's obviously this is it. So it's going to be really hot today. There's a lot of interest in those guys. And there's some other deals that could happen as well. I would be surprised if we don't see at least, 1-2 more trades because there is so much interest. So, yes.
And I'm wondering, too, if there's anything off the radar. Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s name has come up. Jake McCarthy's name has come up. I wonder if there's any interest in an Alek Thomas, if the Diamondbacks are maybe shopping one of those two outfielders because of what we've talked about, having a lot of, let's face it, light-hitting, left-handed hitters.
That's it.
In your outfield.
Yeah.
I think that's something that finally needs to change is the profile of some of the outfielders.
Yeah, well, listen, you've got and that's another fair question to ask out of what we have seen this year. Have Jake McCarthy and Alek Thomas both played themselves out of the team's core?
Well, the thing that is maybe most fascinating about that duo, and they've both had their moments, no doubt about it.
Oh, no.
But
yeah,
they've
absolutely.
never been on a hot swing at the same time. If Jake McCarthy is playing well, and it's usually season by season, if Jake McCarthy has a good year, it's usually a down year for Alek Thomas. Take last year, for instance.
Wow.
This year, Alek Thomas has been the more productive, consistent, reliable. Jake McCarthy struggled. Go back to 23. Jake McCarthy was injured. Alek Thomas had his big signature Diamondbacks moment in that postseason with that home run.
Maybe the most famous home run in Diamondbacks history? The most impactful?
I may have peaked that day. I was at that game.
Yeah.
Did you peak that day?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It
Not
might
the
be.
most impactful hit.
No.
Or maybe
run.
the most impactful home run.
Nothing else is coming to mind.
Goldie hit that
would
grand
top
slam
this.
in the wild card game. That's
Yeah.
the only other one I can really
Yeah,
remember.
that was pretty big.
This was further in the playoffs.
Yeah,
though,
but
because-
considering what happened in the divisional series against the Dodgers, that kind of took the luster off that home run a little bit.
Or one of...
Ooh, that's a good question.
It's not one home run, but the group of four back-to-back.
The group of four, back-to-back. But again,
The only 4 runs they scored in that game.
That home run by Alek Thomas set up those final 2 games in Philly.
Yeah. If you think about it.
One of the moments I'll never forget from that 2023 run was being down on the field the day after Alek Thomas hit that home run and watching him in batting practice. And I thought to myself, this is the first time he's got a bat back into his hands after a career-defining achievement. How great that he must have felt like his feet weren't even on the ground. But yeah, I don't in the run to the World Series in 2001, there were a lot of great things, but were there any pivotal home runs? I don't recall.
Mark Grace had an upper deck shot in one of the games in Yankee Stadium, but they lost all 3 of the games at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
Rod Barajas had a home run there.
Games 1, 2, and 6 weren't competitive. They were basically dominated by the Diamondbacks.
Yep.
Game 7 was Gonzo's hit, and then Gracie's hit, and Womack's hit. But Alek Thomas might have the most impactfful home run in team history.
In those terms, but you might be right.
They don't win that series if Thomas doesn't hit that home run.
Right.
No, it's true. Derek Hall also talked with us about Tyler Locklear coming in the trade from Seattle, going to get plugged in at first base right away.
Yeah, Vince, for first base, I think it makes a lot of sense for him to raise his hand and say, I'm ready. I mean, he is up at the big league level right now, and that's after they traded for Naylor. So they thought this is a guy we need to play first base, especially in a platoon-type situation, and they could DH Naylor. Well, he's ready to play at the big league level. So I could see that for sure.
And do you share my thought, too? Like, this stretch of baseball has been so ugly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking for anything new to watch. Because
tell me that's not exactly the feeling we had with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
It was so terrible. Just give me something new and fresh.
Play Colin Gillespie more minutes.
Exactly.
Where's
right.
Ty Washington?
Yes. Yes.
Give Jalen Bridges some run.
That's excellent.
Coming up next, it is 9:30 on a Thursday. We'll have a round of Mock My World for you. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
Mike Hazen, their GM, is in an interesting position, obviously. He wanted to compete this year. Injuries robbed them of any chance of doing that.
Don't miss our D-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell half gallons, $5.99 each at Albertsons and Safeway now through August 5th.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 7-2 loss against the Tigers yesterday was not the only thing the D-backs lost, as Eugenio Suarez will head to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for 3 Mariners prospects. Now the question remains, will this be it for the Diamondbacks at the deadline, or is more to come? The MLB trade deadline will wrap up at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Elsewhere, the Phoenix Suns reportedly have made a lucrative push for restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga, but it will likely take more to bring the Warrior to the Valley. And the Cardinals training camp, it picks back up today as they continue to prep for the 2025-26 NFL season. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. We have to do it. We love grading trades. So how would you...
It's my favorite thing.
It's our favorite thing to do here on Bickley and Murata in the morning is how would you grade the Eugenio Suarez trade, A through F?
Professor Bickley?
Yeah, I'll just go B. I'll trust Tim Kirkjian and Mike Hazen. B.
Sounds good.
Yeah, B's 39% of the vote, C 30, F 14, D 12, only 5% given the trade in A. So there you go. We'll see. You can't grade something that's not done yet.
I would like to have my own poll question. How would you guys grade today's poll question? A through F.
I don't know who writes these things.
It's my old stomping ground, the web department. I used to have to come up with those things.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the easiest thing all the time, but man, do I hate grade questions. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it. You just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Last week in Mock My World, we had a little bit of a thinker, a concept piece, if you will. We combined athletes and musicians by greatness and shared first name. And Tim Ring,
The Ringer,
what is up? He absolutely ran away with it. 39.7% of the vote.
He's on a roll.
He went with Michael, with Jordan and Jackson, Bo Jackson and Diddley, Diana, Taurasi and Ross, and Lou Gehrig and Reed. He won going away. I finished second in the voting, 29.7%. Bick, you were third, 16.3%. Jarrett, 14.2%. We decided that Tim is on too much of a roll, so we didn't call him today. We didn't include him. He can defend his 2-time championships another time. So we're welcoming the lovely Bailey into the proceedings here on Mock My World. You played Mock My World before, haven't you, Bailey?
Yeah, I've done it once before.
Okay. So you know how this works.
Yeah, I didn't do that well last time.
This is a tough topic.
Look, it's a hard game to get the hang of.
Yeah, right?
Right.
We're going with less of a thinker. This is pretty straightforward. We will be drafting teams of 4, the most important positions in sports. Not the people who play those positions, the positions themselves.
Yes.
Team sport.
Yeah. Random.org generated the draft order. Bick, you've got the first pick. Sammy second. Bailey third. I will go fourth. 4-round snake-style draft. Gee, Bick, I wonder who you're going to go with in the first pick.
What a great week to get lucky with random.org, I'll tell you that much. With the #1 pick, Dan Bickley takes quarterback with a Q.
Oh, man.
See, now it's about putting together a team that can rival the not first pick.
All right.
Yep. So, man, I'm going to go with the man that protects your first overall pick, the left tackle.
Ooh,
definitely an important position.
Staying with football.
Need the left tackle.
All right. Bailey?
I'm going to go... It's just you in the 9th inning, so I'm going to go with the closer.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Okay.
Major League Baseball closer. Good pick.
I'm going to go. I can't believe it's still on the board. I'm going to go with the hockey goalie.
Dang it.
And I'm going to go with. Ooh. I'm going to go with cornerback in football. You don't got good corners.
No, that's a good start.
Yeah, that is.
In the 4-hole.
Bailey?
I'm going to go the opposite side of where a cornerback is. I'm going to go wide receiver.
Okay. I'm going to go with
I'm already regretting one of my picks.
I'm going to go with the man that makes it all run realistically for a basketball team and take point guard.
Point guard, especially true in college.
Yep.
And of course that's your claim to fame, Sammy.
Yeah, point guard. I grew up a point guard.
Ball hog point guard who never passed the ball? That your rep?
I've been led to believe the point guard is not that important.
Yeah. Hey, if you're doubting the point guard's importance, just think about last year's Phoenix Suns.
Positionless basketball.
Yeah.
It works.
We got to get some footage of you in high school.
That grainy black and white footage.
I can go back and look for some.
All right, I got 2 picks.
You got 2.
Okay, give me starting pitcher and edge rusher.
Yeah, that's the one that I think should have gone before then. That's a great third round. What a great value pick.
Yeah, edge rusher.
What a great value
I was
pick.
hoping to get that.
Yeah.
All right. I think I can get this guy in the 4th round. So I'm gonna take the man behind the plate, the catcher.
It's a good call.
As we've seen a little bit here, the catcher's importance to starting pitching, relief pitching, as important as the man throwing out there. Almost, maybe.
All right, Bailey.
I'm going to go with what people think is like the quarterback of baseball on the field. I'm going to go the shortstop.
You took my pick. Who invited Bailey?
I don't know. My team sucks.
Who invited Bailey?
I'm going to go with something that everybody likes in the NBA these days, a 3-and-D wing.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
That's good.
And I'm going to go with this is a very nuanced pick. But you know when your team doesn't have one, you are in big trouble. Long snapper.
Oh. I thought you were going elsewhere.
I probably should have.
Bailey.
Back to you, Bailey.
This one's kind of a tough one, but I'm gonna go center field.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah.
Listen, so important. John Fogerty wrote a song about it. A song that probably should be burned with fire at this point in time.
Guess what I'm playing for Song of the Day?
Oh boy.
Not that.
All right.
Yeah.
I got to decide what I want to do here. Do I want to get better in the trenches?
Most important positions in sports.
Oh, man.
Somewhere, Ron Wolfley, in preparation for his show, is yelling, "Fullback! Fullback!"
You know what? I'm going to take the center position.
That's good.
In what sport?
Yeah.
In
question.
the man that snaps the ball to the quarterback. So I have
NFL center.
I have left tackle and center. We're getting in the trenches.
Yes.
Team Sabolka. Oh man, my team sucks.
And this was Sammy's.
This was my idea.
Sammy's subject concept too. So, Vic, you got the last pick in the draft.
So what do we think? Do we think that a place in the batting order qualifies as a position? Probably not.
No.
Give me a running back then, Vinny.
Yeah, that's nice.
Running back.
I had some
dime a dozen.
Right.
My honorable mentions were a field goal kicker. We talked a little bit about it.
Yeah.
Just the luxury of having one.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised middle linebacker, kind of the captain of the defense.
Yep.
Didn't get taken. And then this was a stretch, but in the Olympics, your relay anchor.
I got that. I was debating that or running back for my last pick. Anchor on a relay team. Whether you're talking swimming, whether you're talking track.
I wanted to take it instead of center, but I didn't. Did you guys have any honorable mentions?
Soccer goalie apparently is considered pretty important. There's so little action, I have a hard time buying that.
I'm having a great center in hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A rim protector in basketball.
So many teams have the name, or sports have the name center.
Yeah.
So it's kind of confusing.
In soccer, all my soccer friends would be mad at me if I didn't mention having a defensive midfielder. Some say is the most important position in soccer. One that he controls the whole game, has the ball on his feet a ton. Yeah. The 6 is what the position.
I'm surprised someone didn't say the horse in polo. Is there a big position?
Is that a position? All right, you got way more polo experience than the rest of us, I believe.
That's a good point. What was I going to say? Oh, isn't there a position in rugby that's more important than the rest?
The scrum head, I think.
Is that what it is?
Called.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the quarterback-ish.
What about the
Rugby
libero
is
in volleyball?
Hey.
The who?
The libero.
I was a libero. I was a libero in high school.
Were you?
Yeah.
The sweeper and curling.
Right, that's a good one, Bailey. The sweeper.
All right, we got the most important positions in sports. Bickley's got quarterback, starting pitcher, edge rusher, and running back. Sammy, left tackle, point guard, catcher, and the center in football. Bailey went with closer, wide receiver, shortstop at center field, and I've got the hockey goalie, the cornerback, 3-and-D wing, and the long snapper. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. It is Mock My World. Final thoughts on this Thursday. Coming up, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Marvin Harrison Jr. had the season he just had, the rookie season, but this was not the age of social media and a ton of hype coming out of the drafts, if you were on his team in 1987 or whatever, and he had that season as a rookie, would you be upset with that season as a rookie?
No.
Now, he's got to take another step, obviously.
Yes.
But because it is 2025, and they did use a top 5 pick on him, and he's supposed to be generational, but I believe Monty when he says that he's happy with where Marv is right now.
I think the proof is in front of us. Who they sign, who they go get.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Nobody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT STEP.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tired of living like a blind man.
This isn't John Fogerty.
Without a sense of feeling.
No, we didn't go center field. We went to a position that was undrafted.
The Nickelback.
No love for the fifth DB on a play.
That's funny.
That's
pretty good.
It has become an increasingly important position in football.
Yeah,
most teams are running 5 defensive backs all the time.
That's true.
Yeah, nickel
that's
corner,
very true.
slot corner. The song that started it all. This summer,
Nickelback.
one show only. Feel the power from north of the border. Nickelback.
I still can't get over how bad my Mock My World team is.
Really?
And I was the one that thought of it, so...
That's happened to all of us
It has.
before because we come up with a concept and we're like, I'm really excited about it. Then you, A, can't come up with anything good in the subject that you came up with, or B, you hate your team.
We had a Mock My World with an idea I came up with, and that was creating your own band. Singer, guitar player, bass player, and a drummer, which should have been right up my alley, and I butchered that team. Put together a band I wouldn't want to listen to.
Bickley ended up with the whole cast of Whiskey's Quicker. Joking. Nickelback, how you remind me today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, update of sorts on a story that has been mentioned a couple times in Off the Grid. Mentioned last week, tonight with John Oliver. They had the contest for minor league baseball teams to enter for a full rebranding.
Mm-hmm.
The Erie Seawolves were the team that they did this rebranding. And they worked around the clock to make this happen. In a ridiculously short amount of time, they rebranded the team, new uniforms, merchandise, theme nights, mascot, all of it. They became the Erie Moon Mammoths. And they recently played their first game as the Moon Mammoths. They ended up, John Oliver was there. It was a very festive occasion.
I saw the highlights.
He was working concessions. He threw out a terrible first pitch. John Oliver, not exactly an athletic guy at all.
It was kind of exactly the first pitch I was expecting from him, though, to be honest with you.
But it is, they're selling so much merchandise. MILB.com, the minor league baseball site, their shop, they said they've never seen anything like it. They've sold... like 8 man, I don't have the whole full story in front of me. I thought I had the whole story. I'm trying to think. They sold like 400% of what they normally sell in a full year in like a weekend.
Wow.
And they've got 3 more games as the Moon Mammoths. August 19th, September 12th and 13th. I wanted to mention this too cuz you just randomly started reading a text that you got. A phishing text?
Yeah.
About parking tickets?
Yes.
I got one today, too.
I got that as well.
Apparently, if I don't pay an outstanding traffic ticket,
We're all in trouble, man.
I'm in big trouble, so I'm not going to click that link. or reply why and reopen this message in my browser either.
Well, when the text comes from an address that says TIUSEDRZYC 3321663 at TENJFEI16.top. That sounds like a legit website, doesn't it?
Could be your neighbor.
Earlier this week, I was getting inundated with texts, all from the same area code, the 368 area code. I have no idea where it is. Same prefix, too. Hi, are you available to take me to see a house for sale this week? No. I got about 6 of those in a very short amount of time.
Right.
Then that afternoon, I got like 5 straight phone calls from Albuquerque, New Mexico phone numbers. And then I got 3 phone calls from a Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania phone number.
Wow.
I was so frustrated at this point, I committed the cardinal sin. I answered it. And
What
I
happened
said,
when you answered it?
hello. And there was a human there ready to talk. And the human being was an angry man who said, "Who is this? And why is this number under sweetheart in my wife's phone?" And I was like, "Oh, this might be legit."
No way.
Because you know, ladies love me and girls adore me. Even the ones that never saw me.
Did you play along?
No. I immediately regretted answering it. I just said, "I'm getting inundated with calls. Don't ever call this bleeping number again." And hung up, and I didn't hear anything else.
He probably was relieved.
But everything I've read is on these phishing calls or these phishing texts. Even if you're just having fun with them and being a smart aleck in response, it indicates that there's activity at that number, and then it kind of makes things easier for these fishers to get what they're looking for.
Wow. Isn't it stunning how...
I've never even been to Scranton, Wilkes-Barre.
What percentage of the human population is fine with stealing and phishing and just...
Scamming.
Scamming. That's it. Scamming.
It's a joke.
I watched a full 5-minute video on Instagram yesterday of a guy just walking in a parking lot, but he was being followed by a bartender who had his phone on him, and he followed him out because the guy just ate and drank all day and then walked out and didn't pay his tab. I watched the whole video.
What happened to the guy?
He just kept walking. But apparently there's a whole account for this.
Wow.
Where these people are called out for just like walking out on their tabs.
Unbelievable.
We get worse every day.
Yeah, we do. That's a great call. It's a great call.
I got to break out my "Everyone is the Worst" shirt.
Except the sea snakes.
Speaking of that, I wanted to share this with you because I had just had my family in Seattle, and my youngest, he said something that was so right, and he said, "Dad, with a name like the Seattle Kraken, you think they could come up with a better uniform than that?" And he was right on the money.
You don't like the uniform?
No, just that S that a Kraken is a mythological creature of great import. Can't you do something better than that? A Kraken killed Captain Jack Sparrow.
Spoiler alert!
Put him in Davy Jones's locker.
Can't be all that serious. They're coming out with a new movie.
Well,
I saw that, yeah.
That's true. The Moon Mammoth thing made me think of that.
I don't mind the logo or the colors or the uniform.
Okay.
I hate the name.
Oh, I love the name.
It's different, but
it's better than the mammoth.
Not just the mammoth, the Moon Mammoth.
Utah should steal that and become the Moon Mammoth.
Yes. That's funny.
I almost finished the entire Billy Joel documentary on HBO Max. If you're at all a Billy Joel fan, I'm a fan of documentaries, so I'll watch pretty much anything, but it's really well done. And I was yesterday years old. I hate that phrase. When I found out Garth Brooks, his song Shameless, his big hit Shameless, was a Billy Joel song.
Really?
I never knew that.
I didn't know that either. I didn't know Billy Joel was in a hard rock band at one point in time. You told me that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fascinating guy.
Very talented guy.
Highly recommend it.
Yep.
That is going to do it for us on this trade. I thought maybe we'd get some breaking news.
Yeah.
But no. Now it's...
What's the deadline date? What's the time?
3 o'clock.
3 p.m.
So now it falls on Jamal to have his finger on the breaking news button, or Jesse, whoever's running the show today. Thanks to Derek Hall for joining us. Thanks to Tim Kirkjian. Thanks to you for hanging out. We'll be back with the Friday edition and a full recap of the Diamondbacks trade activity on this Thursday starting at 6 tomorrow. As I said, Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware. It's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 7-2 loss against the Detroit Tigers yesterday was not the only thing the Diamondbacks lost, as Eugenio Suarez will head to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for 3 Mariners prospects. Now the question remains, will this be it for the Diamondbacks at the deadline, or is more to come? Here is John Morosi on what could be next for the Snakes.
Still a busy Thursday ahead for them, Abby, because they have a couple key starting pitchers who are on expiring contracts and are likely to be moved, at least one of the two of them, before 6 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly both are available. Wednesday was the day for the relievers. I think Thursday is going to be the day for the starters to see if potentially those 2 D-back starters I mentioned, if they move.
The D-backs will have until 3 p.m. this afternoon to make a deal as the trade deadline will wrap up. Elsewhere, the Phoenix Suns reportedly have made a lucrative push for restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga, but it will likely take more to bring the Warrior to the Valley. And Cardinals training camp picks back up today as they continue to prep for the 2025-2026 NFL season. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
The Red Reckoning.
The intense competition of camp separates those who can consistently make plays on the field from those who just flash.
You think you have a lot of time, but you really don't. Every day matters. You know what I mean? You got to be getting better every day.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, well, you heard the man. We are live from State Farm Stadium. Wolf, it felt weird to be back at the Arizona Sports Studios for an hour yesterday, but now we're back out here ready for football.
Yes, ready to go. Big day today, of course, and much expectation as to what is going to happen with the trade deadline looming, and we already have had the big news come down.
Yeah, so 5 hours from the MLB trade deadline, if you are keeping track, I have to believe that they are still going to move Zach Gallen. I mean, at this point, you've moved Josh Naylor and Geno, so you're not going all in on this year. You've traded Josh Naylor and Geno. You're trying to spin this into something that helps you more down the line. I think so far they've done a pretty good job sticking to the idea of down the line just being next year, not 3 years from now, but we'll have to see because these are all minor leaguers or guys on the verge of breaking into the majors that they've gotten. But they did trade Geno last night for anybody that somehow missed it.
This makes me think that the Arizona Diamondbacks are indeed going to go ahead and move all of these pieces before the deadline at 3 p.m. today. I think they're going to do it, all of them. They're all going to, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, I think they're all going to be moved. Eugenio Suarez, here's a guy that, yeah, there's no doubt about it, bright and shiny, what he's done so far. But this guy, when you think of his second half last year, and Luke, you've pointed to this multiple times, his second half last year and what he's done this season so far, I mean, just the unbelievable raking at the plate from Eugenio Suarez, a guy that loves it here, a guy that is beloved by the organization. If you're going to move Geno, I think you're going to move everybody.
Yeah, and you know, we're going to have Mike Hazen on tomorrow. It doesn't make any sense to have him on leading up to the trade deadline. It makes a lot more sense to have him on after the trade deadline tomorrow. But I'm expecting, you know, to get a lot of information out of that interview tomorrow. He always gives us good stuff, and now there's going to be plenty to talk about. I wonder how much, if you look past this season, this altered their course. You know what I mean? Because if they weren't going to re-sign Gino or Naylor or Gallen or Kelly, and maybe they will re-sign one or two of those guys, I don't know, but how, like, are they set up better for 2026 now than they were going to be? Was the plan to kind of go all in with this group this year, but then most likely lose those 4 guys anyway, or 3 of the 4? And now, look, don't get me wrong, it sucks. They should be going for it this year, and I understand why they're not now because of the way the results have come down over the last few weeks. But in a weird way, will they be set up better for 2026 and 27 than they were originally going to be?
I don't know. We're going to have to find out when we talk to Mike Hazen. I think he would be forthcoming on that. I think he would, and I think he would answer our question. Yet at the same time, right now, what exactly did they get back for Eugenio Suarez, Basinonians? That is the question that we're all asking right now. How did you feel about this, Lou?
Yeah, you got to remember he's a rental. You got to.
He's a rental.
And I've talked to a lot of people from Seattle about this,
yep.
and the general consensus is, yeah, we kind of thought we might have to give up a little bit more, but at the same time, we didn't think we'd have to give up Tyler Locklear. So that's the name that jumps out to me, Wolf. We've asked this question a few times over the last week, or maybe even longer, but certainly after they traded Naylor, are they just going to trade for pitching? Or somewhere in these moves, is there going to be a move to address first base? They addressed first base last night. I like that they did that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Tyler Locklear, Basinonians. Put my glasses on here. The number 9 prospect for Seattle. Hunter Cranton, number 16, a right-hand pitcher. Kind of a long-term prospect, I would say, for the most part. And then a right-hand pitcher, Juan Burgos, number 17 in the Mariners organization right now. That's what they got in return. Now, Basinonians, you know the way I feel about this. I don't know who these guys are. I mean, honestly, don't really know. I can read a scouting report just like everybody else. I can look at Tyler Locklear, and I can say, well, this guy's got an average glove for the most part. That's what they say. Average glove, power hitter. Think he can continue to develop as a power hitter going forward. The number 9 prospect in the Seattle Mariners organization. For me, again, this is all prove it, but Mike Hazen knows. And I trust Mike Hazen to get a value return on this.
Yeah, that's the key. I trust Hazen. It's nice right now. You got Hazen, you got Monty Austinfort. You tend to trust these two GMs right now. If it's something that's kind of an unknown, right? Because you figure, again, you got to look at it from Seattle's perspective. They might only have Gino for 50 games. There's no guarantee. I know I got a cut here I can play. They believe they can win the World Series right now. It makes sense for the Mariners to go for it, but there's no guarantee that they're even a playoff team. There's no guarantee, right? So from their perspective, they're trading for a guy they might have for 50 games. If you look at it that way, the fact the Diamondbacks got 3 higher-end prospects for him, and again, because you trust this front office that if they identify a prospect on another team, there's a pretty good chance that guy's a good prospect. And I don't know how much this means, but I can't help but notice it, Wolf. We're seeing hitting prospects with the Diamondbacks that are just crushing the ball in Reno. And then they get to the majors. Jordan Lawler, Tristan English, they're not really hitting the ball. Because, and Reno's notoriously, you hit well there. Locklear wasn't hitting in Reno. He was hitting somewhere else, and he was crushing the ball. He was hitting in Tacoma, and he was crushing the ball. So, I don't know. To me, that's the crowning piece of this trade. Big picture, I still hate that they had to trade Gino.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not lose. Right. But if they were going to have to, at least A, he's not on the Yankees, so you can still root for him for the rest of this year, and B, they addressed first base because I think you did need to do that.
No, I would agree with your assessment. Once again, I don't know much about these prospects, Basinonians. It's tough enough for me to actually follow the game of baseball with all the teams that are in the league right now, let alone actually their farm systems. It's just very, very difficult. Having said that, again, this is a situation where I trust Mike Hazen to know what he's looking at and what he's getting back right now. We're going to have to wait and see how these prospects, how they pan out, and that might not be for another 2-3 years.
No,
you have to accept that going forward. What does this mean? This is the other big question right here. What does this mean for today? I think it means that Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are gone as well.
It feels like at least Gallen. I would say this, too, on this trade. You said probably the most important thing. You trust Hazen in the front office to identify young talent.
Yep.
Number 2 for me would be Seattle. I'm like you. I'm not watching Juan Burgos minor league games. But Seattle's pretty good at drafting and developing young pitching. So if you're telling me I'm getting young pitchers, that's one of the teams I don't mind taking from their farm system, and they've now done that twice in the last week. And the third thing is, man, the Diamondbacks have had a lot of success trading with the Mariners over the last 7-8 years. It's where they got Ketel Marte. It's where they got Gino. It's where they got Paul Sewald. And if you go back and look at those trades helped the Diamondbacks a lot more than they helped the Mariners. Now, this is a different trade. You're giving the Mariners a very good player and a player that used to be a Mariner. So this one should help Seattle a lot more in the near future. But for what it's worth, the Diamondbacks have made a lot of trades with the Mariners, and they tend to help the Diamondbacks a lot more than they help Seattle.
Yeah, my third thought on this, Basinonians, for the most part, was just how wrong I was about this season. I love saying that. It feels good. It just feels good.
Me too,
just
but I hate saying it.
Run right off my back. No,
wrong.
honestly, I love it. It's like a confessional. You just stand up and say it the way that it is. Man, just so dead wrong about the Arizona Diamondbacks this season. And listen, I know you can talk about the injuries, and those are significant. They are reasons why. There's no doubt. Corbin Burns, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez. These are legitimate reasons why they're not as good. But I keep going back to something you pointed out early. 14-13 in September. 14-13. September, are you kidding me? April.
I was going to say, are you looking into the future?
Exactly. What are you doing? Yes. The first 27 games, 14-13. Think about that, man.
They just never got going.
They never got going.
There was never that stretch where you're like, again, the injuries I still think are the biggest factor, and I think that you have to take that when you're evaluating a team. That's when you talk about being honest with yourself as a team, you do have to be honest that the injuries played a huge role, which is why you don't blow up the core. And they're not blowing up the core. These guys were all free agents at the end of the year. You don't blow up the core because injuries were brutal. But at the same time, they never had that stretch where it was like, hey, remember when everybody was healthy and they rattled off 11 out of 12, or, they just went on this tear for 3 weeks? They have never done that this year. It's last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. The draft is next Friday. Text Fantasy to 620-620 and battle your favorite hosts for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text Fantasy now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, how about some football? Because the NFL preseason starts, today. Should the Cardinals play their starters in their first preseason game next weekend against Kansas City? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
The excitement that we had, that you got Gallen and Kelly, and now you just got Corbin Burns? Sure. You got the best rotation. One of the best rotations in baseball.
Yeah. There's still part of me that can't believe it's failed.
So a guy that never gets injured comes here and gets injured.
Yeah, and then both of your premier closers both got hurt, that they all need Tommy John surgery, that they're all not only out for this year, they're all out for probably most of next year, too.
Don't miss our T-Backs at the Deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. At Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves that big old smile, if you know what I mean. Led by Dr. Joe, of course. Dr. Joe, the owner-operator of Aria Dental, with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. The All-on-4 will give you that big, bright smile with transparent pricing and no hidden fees. They make it simple and cost-effective for you, Basinonians. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Think about that. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I'm sitting here with James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Does being involved with PCH Give-a-thon give you a sense of pride?
Absolutely. It's an honor to be a part of this great cause. We want every Arizonan to know that we care, and that's why we are donating a portion of every sale now through August 22nd to the Phoenix Children's Hospital.
Thanks, James. I trusted Presidential Pools in my backyard, and you can too. There's no better time than now with money going to Phoenix Children's Hospital through August 22nd.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning. Reckoning.
All right, just to offset the pain of having to trade away Gino and Josh Naylor and potentially more, football's here, Wolf. And this, I got two clear signs that football's here, okay?
Yeah.
One, our Fantasy Frenzy draft that we're going to do out at TPC is next week.
That's going to be awesome.
That's going to be intense.
It's going to be pretty cool. I don't know what I'm doing, my brothers, but
you're doing it.
I'm doing it, and I'm going to like it.
You're putting Vetter in charge, and you're
well,
sitting there
don't worry
hanging out.
about that. Yes, of course.
It's good to have an assistant GM
Yes.
if you can do it. It's going to be a 12-team league. I know you have a team, Wolf. I have a team. Rick has a team. Jamal has a team, and then 8 listeners, as I understand it.
Jamal!
And that championship belt, among other stuff, up for grabs. So you got that. And then you also have the fact that the Chargers and Lions are playing football tonight. It's a preseason game. I get it, but it's football. If you want to watch football tonight, you can watch football tonight.
You know what I'm going to love about this, too? It's two pretty physical teams based on audience. I would say watch the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. Both of these teams. Think about the Chargers and the Lions. Both of these teams, would you say they have a strong culture about playing the game of football and how you're supposed to play the game of football? Yes, is the answer.
Feels
to
like
that.
2 playoff teams.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a great game to kick off the 2025 NFL season. It's preseason. I understand that. Yet I'm very, very interested to see if any of the starters are actually going to get a rep or two.
So it's funny you say that. The Cardinals don't play tonight. Tonight's obviously the Hall of Fame game. But the Cardinals' preseason schedule, for people that aren't necessarily memorizing the Cardinals' preseason schedule, is next Saturday here against the Chiefs, the following Saturday in Denver against the Broncos, because they play the Denver Broncos every single year in preseason, and then August 23rd, the following Saturday, at home against the Las Vegas Raiders. So 3 preseason games now. The first one is about 9 days away. And what you said about would you play any of the starters, it'll be interesting to see how the Cardinals navigate that. Here was Kyler Murray's answer. He was asked this earlier this week, actually, and I don't have that. So I do have it, but the audio's not working.
Can I just jump in right now and say that Kyler in the past has said he didn't necessarily feel like he had to take any reps in the preseason. I wonder if that is changing at all for Kyler Murray right now. It's up to each veteran, I think, Basinonians, to pretty much come up with their own plan. And to me, I would love it if more guys stepped up and said, hey, listen, Coach, I want to get like 4 or 5 reps. And I know everybody can say, oh, man, Wolf, what are you talking about? What if he blows his knee? Listen, if that's the way that the season was going to go for this guy, well, then I'm sorry.
It was just going to happen.
Football
5
players
plays into the first game.
Luke, football players play football games. It's what they do. And if I've got a guy and I'm going to run him out there for 4 snaps and he's going to blow his knee, that's the way that it's going to go then, man.
Here's the cut from Kyler.
I just do whatever I'm told, to be honest. I think last year, the year before that, obviously I was rehabbing, so the next year I'm not sure how they wanted to do that. I think we were going to play, actually, and some injuries might have occurred during camp, and that kind of affected what was going on. But, yeah, whatever JG wants us to do, I think we'll do.
So he was talking about last year, and that was interesting to hear Kyler say, I think we were going to play, actually, because Kyler has not played much, if at all, in the preseason his entire career. He doesn't play in the preseason. And going back to what you were saying, Wolf, I'm with you. I really subscribe to what Marv told us last year when he was up here with us. He wanted some plays, especially as a rookie, to get some timing down. I'm with you that if I were a coach, I would get my starters out there for a series. There are other some of those starters I would leave out there for more than a series. I understand you want to be careful with the quarterback because that's the one injury. If that happens, then you're screwed. You pretty much are. I get that. But to your point, that doesn't mean that you have to wrap him in bubble wrap and he can't play at all. It just means I wouldn't be playing him for a whole half or a whole game.
Hey, you know what? Go ahead. Let him go out there. Basinonians, this is a statement by every head coach as well. You know what? I'm going to let my quarterback go out there, actually take snaps. He's going to hand the ball off, but he's going to take snaps. The message that it sends to everybody else is this is what we do. We are football players. We are a football team. We play football games. That means everybody is going to play. I'm not going to sit there and just handpick starters. I love Andy Reid. Andy Reid's always had an approach on this as well. His guys go out there many times and get snaps in preseason games.
They play a lot.
I love that, though. I mean, that is his philosophy. And to me, that's what I would want to establish. The quarterback's no different than anybody else on this team. Just not. He's going to go out there and take reps like everybody else. Might only be 4. If we don't get a first down, that might be it. He's done for the day.
Would you do that in multiple games or just one game?
No, just starting off. Starting a preseason game off, I would want my guys to actually get some snaps in the preseason. And I would want my starting quarterback, to get snaps as well, because I'm asking everybody else to get snaps.
Is there anything to going through the routine as well of getting ready to play? You know, it's completely different if you're like, hey, you're not playing. Then you're there with your team, but you're in street clothes, or you might be in pads, but you're not doing anything. You're not going through any routine of playing. My hesitation to not playing, guys, and I said this yesterday, but I'll go a little bit deeper on it. Especially with the Cardinals this year, your first couple games are games that you really need to win. I mean, you play in New Orleans, and they're going to be starting a rookie quarterback probably. And you should just be better than them anyway. And you're playing Carolina, who you should be better than, but for whatever reason always lose to. I don't want to spend the first half of that first game, it's 3-3 Cardinals-Saints, because the Cardinals are just kind of working out their timing on offense. Hey, couldn't they have done that in the preseason like the Chiefs do every year? So I'm not advocating playing these guys a ton because nothing sucks more than, oh, yeah, your quarterback got hurt in the preseason. But I don't want to be working stuff out in the first half against New Orleans because that should be a win.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I'm not talking about Kyler going out there and playing 25 snaps in the first preseason game. I'm not talking about that. I think you can get a little crazy at one point in time and give too much exposure to starters that are out there on the field. I that's not what I'm suggesting, my friends. But to me, once again, you're a professional athlete. You're an NFL player. This is what you do. Oh, you've been in the league 10 years? Can you give me 4 snaps? 4 snaps. And here's the great thing about it right now. The Arizona Cardinals, they vet every individual they bring inside this football team. Every one of these guys. And so do some of the best teams in the league. They vet these guys. And if you don't fit the culture, if you're not a good fit, you're not going to be brought in. What does JG call it? The price of admission. So they're bringing a human being in that probably, I'm thinking, doesn't mind playing in a preseason game for 4 snaps.
Yeah, look, it's not, would you rather play in a regular season game or a practice or a preseason game? Obviously, everybody would rather play in the regular season game. There's not a regular season game next Saturday. There's a preseason game, and there is value to these. Do I think it was ridiculous when you had 4 or 5 preseason games? Yeah, I don't even know that you need 3.
6.
But 6.
They had 6
that was
when my brother Craig came into the league.
So just on that for a second, when you're playing 6 preseason games, wasn't the college football season only 10 games then?
Yes. It was ridiculous.
So if you're a rookie coming in, you're used to playing a 10-game season. You were stepping in and playing a 6-game preseason before your actual season. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back 4.5 hours to the Major League Baseball trade deadline. What should we expect from the Diamondbacks, especially after they already dealt Eugenio Suarez last night? We're going to ask broadcaster Todd Walsh. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dottie.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, SweetJames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have officially traded third baseman Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall was on with Bickley and Murata this morning and discussed Suarez's time in Arizona.
Unbelievable. I mean, the ups and downs. We went back to that first half last year, and we're literally having conversations about what to do with him. Do we move him off the roster? Do we designate him for assignment? And then he turned it around like I've never seen. He's a fan favorite, and he should be.
For more on the Suarez trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3, so keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as we will update you on anything the Diamondbacks may do. And the NFL preseason begins tonight with the Hall of Fame game. The Lions take on the Chargers in Canton with kickoff at 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Gambo. It's down to the wire for the Arizona Diamondbacks. How does the roster look after this year's trade deadline? We'll react when the deadline hits 3 o'clock on today's Burns and Gambo show.
All right, this is not the conversation we thought we would be having on MLB trade deadline day. Maybe thought we would be talking to our next guest, Todd Walsh, who's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line, but did not think at the start of the year we'd be talking about trading away Geno Suarez. Todd, thank you for the time, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I was going to take a drive today up into the gold country and hang out and just kind of disappear, but I've got boots on the ground in the team hotel and just waiting for the next shoe to fall. How are you guys?
Disappointed, Toddy, for the most part. Just kind of down, a little glum. I'm sure you are as well. If I would have told you before the season started that the Seattle Mariners would have both of our corner infielders after the trade deadline, I think we all would have understood what that meant.
Yeah, I was looking out onto the field the other day, and I saw McCann behind the plate, Alexander over at third, English at first. I was like, wait a minute, where am I? Who am I covering? I have a bigger picture question I think I'm going to be asking myself. I started to ask this, and Ron, it's your fault. I was listening to you one day, and I said this to Luke and Max, I think a week ago, that you're the one that pushed me out of the forest so I could truly see the trees. When you finally said it's time, I was like, okay, wait a minute. What? It is. There's a responsibility here to look to the future. And I want to say that I'm in shock, but I know what I saw in the first week of the season, opening day, and the sloppy baseball against Chicago, and I know what I saw in the last week of the season last year. And that should have been a bellwether, I think, that something was amiss, that maybe this wasn't the core that was going to compete again into the postseason. That's something I want to deal with down the road, probably not today, but I mean, it's a very strange feeling to be around a group that had this many guys that are potentially on the move. Luke, I remember a Coyotes trade deadline. We were in Boston. I think 3 guys. It was like 8 guys that were moved, coming and going, and I was just sitting in the lobby one day with my tape recorder and a cameraman interviewing Coyotes as they were coming down the stairs to grab their bags, and these new guys that were coming in. It was like a turnstile. Yeah. And when you're around that situation, I don't care what anybody says that they weren't distracted. They were distracted. They are distracted. And finally it ends today. That's the only way I can think of it is finally it ends today, and then we can all sort of regroup and watch the genesis of the next phase.
Well, we're talking to Todd Walsh. Todd, I think you summed it up really well when you were on with me and Max last week or whenever that was. Everything's a blur at this point. But when you said, I don't want to see Gino walk out that door, but something's missing. And that's kind of when it clicked for me, too. I mean, if any of us are able to tolerate Eugenio Suarez getting traded last night today, it's because we've all kind of come to terms with it for the last couple weeks. I'll ask you this. This is not the position anybody wanted to be in, obviously. This is brutal. But if you are a team, if you're a baseball team that isn't the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets that can spend $1 billion in an offseason, at some point do you have to have a sort of reload like they're doing this week, where it's not a rebuild, they still have their core, but where you go out and potentially, hopefully, land on multiple prospects that can help you as soon as ideally next year?
Absolutely. I think everything, though, is so hyper magnified in the world that we live in today, and technology that is in front of us, social media and all those things, and the instant critics and the news cycle that lasts 5 seconds, and the basement warriors and keyboard warriors, all of that stuff makes it just so much more dramatic. Like, I think I said this the other week, I won't belabor the point, but I just remember things were a lot quieter, and GMs moved in a different way. They can't do that now. But, yeah, a reset is important. I'll give you a hockey story very quickly. It's not exactly the same, but my best friend in hockey played almost 800 games, won a Stanley Cup, became a scout for 10 years, director of personnel, then became an assistant general manager in Tampa. His name is Tom Kurgers. Passed away, but he was so well respected in the sport, and he told me about his first day in Tampa. He walked into the room, sat down with the general manager, the owner, and the rest of the scouting staff and said this: guess what, guys? We have to move on from Martin St. Louis and Vinny Lecavalier. They're old, and older players don't get better. And the jaws just fell off their faces. But he said it because they had to move on. And then they won back-to-back Stanley Cups when those guys had moved on. And they started over. And that is just the natural progression. And, I've seen teams hold on to guys that they shouldn't have. It's a little different. It's nuanced differently, obviously. But you just have to understand that, the Bay has to turn over at some point. And that's where we're at literally right now. Like Derek Hall, I heard him this morning say, we are here. We are here. Yeah. And I've heard the word responsibility a couple of times from Derek and Mike Hazen, and that's true. But, Ron, there's something that I've wanted to say to you publicly, because I think you understand this better than anyone. When I hear that it didn't affect this group, I'm hearing it from people that weren't here.
Yeah.
There is a hierarchy in a room, in a clubhouse, in a locker room. It is a natural thing. It's organic, but there is a hierarchy. And because of the pronouncement that, we got to win these games, we got to do this, we got to do that before the deadline, let's see. I think some of the younger guys in that room were quieted. And everyone was just sort of watching how Gino Suarez was doing this thing, and Merrill and Zach Gallen, and even Randall Grichuk and Josh Naylor. And no one has been able to really emerge in the next step of their progression of being a professional athlete. I'm very curious. I'm anxious to see how this weekend plays out in the next few weeks, where I think guys are going to emerge. There's an absence now of that hierarchy. Just talking to Ryan Nelson after the game yesterday, I could see that he's starting to understand I'm going to be one of the guys. I'm one of the guys at the top of the pitching rotation heap.
Yeah.
And that's cool to see. I mean, that's part of the thing that I'm going to be hooked into now watching and moving forward, is that who comes up to be that guy. And Ron, I know you saw that in football.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Todd. So much of the time you've got a bunch of individuals, and there's a lot of really good guys that are inside the clubhouse, inside the locker room, whatever it may be. Good baseball players, good football players. There's a lot of guys, but for whatever reason, when you put them together collectively, the chemistry was not there. I have seen that with my own eyes. It's hard to describe. It's hard to understand. But, Toddy, I know you're around these guys all the time. Is it your personal opinion? I've asked you a form of this question in the past, but is it your personal opinion when you talk to these guys, do they also believe that sometimes a clubhouse or a locker room can get along too well?
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I feel that. I don't think anyone would ever say it. But there is I've said this before, it's like the pendulum of sports. There's a pendulum in politics. Things come and go, but they always sort of have to fall back into the middle, and it goes to the whole, players manager, and that always runs its course. And then you need the hard, hard ass guy to change the tone of it. I think Torrey and Jeff Bannister have a unique combination of that. That's the one thing I know I see. But I don't know about getting along. I do know this. There is an absence of leadership, true, mature leadership in that room. You can't be a pitcher. It's like hockey. The captain's got to be the best player. But there's an absence of it. And I think there was a miscalculation, I believe, when Christian Walker was let to go off into the world of wherever he went to Houston. He mattered. I'm sorry, he just mattered. There's guys that want to be that. I know Josh Naylor talked about it, but he couldn't do it in the time that he was here. And there are the guys that need to grow up and adapt whatever form of leadership is easiest to them. But that was missing. And when I say something's missing, I mean I'm talking about a guy that's going to patrol the dugout if there's a bad play and comes in the next half and talks about it to whoever, or when I go into the locker room and it's dead silent after a horrible loss, and Christian Walker turns around and stands and talks about the game in front of the cameras with accountability as loud as anyone in that room could hear. It matters. And it's like passing the torch, too, for the young guys to figure it out, and they start to employ that along the way. And I think that's part of the mistake, that there just wasn't anybody that was going to be that guy.
Yeah.
And that's been hard to watch.
Yeah.
Todd, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
Man.
Hey, listen. Thanks for calling. I'm starting to feel more and more irrelevant, so
we love you, Toddy. Thank you, man.
I appreciate all the hockey references too. That made
I
me
dropped a
feel
few.
better.
Those were for you.
Thank you.
Were for you. I appreciate that.
Remember that was still a sport. Thanks, Todd. We'll talk to you again
Toddy.
soon.
I'll see you guys.
All right, that's Todd Walsh joining us there on the Arizona Sports Line. The perfect guy to talk to.
One of my
today.
favorites.
All right, we come back. We are out here at State Farm Stadium. We'll get back over to football. We're obviously monitoring baseball, so if anything happens with Gallen or Kelly or Jake McCarthy or whoever, that's going to break in. But when we come back, how is the wide receiver hierarchy shaping up behind Marvin Harrison Jr. on this Cardinals roster? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolflinger from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, I had All Pro Shade Concepts come out to the compound, and Robert was there, and it was just awesome actually working with them. They told us what our shading needs were, what we wanted, what our options were, of course. We absolutely love it. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. I kid you not, Basinonians. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. #1. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. That's A+. And you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google as well. Listen, these shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric as well. And they're ready to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, seal track, or cable shades. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. And when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step and you're thinking maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. And that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Josh Sweat, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Welcome back to State Farm Stadium. It is Wolf and Luke on Thursday. The field is almost fully rolled in. Practice coming up here in a couple hours. Got a couple Cardinals guests joining us today, as you would expect. Thanks to Todd Walsh for joining us last segment. Israel Wolfwork, the Cardinals quarterbacks coach, will join us at noon. Cody Simon will join us at 12:15. The Cardinals linebacker, rookie linebacker. I'm really interested to talk to him in particular, Wolf, because this is a guy you take in the fourth round that might be asked to play a huge role on this team this season, maybe early this season.
Yeah, it's going to be a situation where we're going to have to see how these guys perform, these inside linebackers perform for the Arizona Cardinals. But the green dot has been talked about in terms of Cody Simon actually having the green dot on his helmet.
Just the fact that would even be a conversation makes me want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, once again, I'll believe it when I see it, but yeah, you know what? It's going to be very interesting to talk to him because I hear he is really, really bright.
Yeah. I mean, the cuts that we've heard from him so far would certainly indicate that he's a really good football mind. You would think any idea that a rookie would wear the green dot is really out there. But the fact that that's even being discussed makes you think maybe this is a guy who will be wearing the green dot a year from now and potentially for a while. And if that's the case, that's crazy they got him in the fourth round. As far as the offensive side of things, this has kind of developed into a story here in camp. You watch the Cardinals offense out here at camp, and it is, Kyler, if he's looking to pass, he's looking for Trey McBride or Marvin Harrison Jr. And Trey McBride coming off the season he had last year makes a lot of sense. Marv looking the way he has in camp makes a lot of sense. But they are going to need production from other receivers beyond just Marv this season, Wolf. The question is, who is it coming from and how much do they need? So we asked Marv, we were out here on Tuesday, we asked him about the rest of the receiver room. This is what he said.
I think we're all just very eager to go out there and just prove ourselves, prove that we're one of the top receiver rooms in the NFL. And I love who we have in the room, really. I think, like I said it before, we all know our role, and we all take that role very seriously and kind of go from there.
Yeah, once again, Marvin Harrison Jr. is wide receiver 1. We're all hoping that is going to be the case going forward. He's going to stay healthy. He's going to go out there. He's going to develop in year 2. He's going to get better. And Kyler Murray and the chemistry between Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get better. But having said that, Michael Wilson is somebody I'm looking at. It really is time for Michael Wilson to take that next step in his career as well. Now, again, it's all got to stay healthy, and you have to go out there and be given the opportunity as well. But I want to see Michael Wilson take that next step in his development. It's hard in the wide receiver room, and the reason why it's hard, Basinoni, is because Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to get his targets. He's got to get his targets. And there's somebody else that has to get his targets. That's Trey McBride.
Well, he's going to get his targets. He's
going to get his targets, and that's why it's tough for a lot of the other wide receivers as well, because Kyler is so used to trying to get the football to Trey McBride. But it's not only that. It's also the touches for James Conner.
Yeah.
James Conner needs his touches. This football team is predicated on being able to run the football. They've been elite in that regard over the last 2 years. They have to do it again.
Here's Jonathan Gannon from Sunday talking about that wide receiver 3 spot, which I just rolled all into one word. But as you said, Michael Wilson, you're assuming, is going to be the number 2. So who's going to be wide receiver 3?
Yeah, I mean, that's who makes plays. It's been a good back and forth with those DBs right now. G has made a bunch of plays, and then he made a play and got stripped the other day, We've made a couple plays and then one on a slant and got it punched out. It's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? And they're both doing really well. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to point of attack for those guys and what roles they can carve out, get on the same page as the quarterback, you know what I mean, and fit in and do well and make plays for us, you know, because we're going to need them to.
How much do you think, let's say Marv hits his ceiling, his realistic ceiling in year 2, not, I had 2,000 yards and 27 touchdowns, like just like he takes the next step this year. And Trey McBride just is Trey McBride. How much do they need from the other receivers? You obviously need something from them, but it's not like we need Zay Jones to be a 1,000-yard guy. They don't need that necessarily, no. But what specifically do you think they need from that group?
You know, it's hard to say they need, to your point, X amount of yards and touchdowns and things of that nature. I just think they need guys who are going to be in the right place for Kyler Murray. That's what they need. When you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. and you have Trey McBride, that is the start. It's the building block of almost every route combination you're going to go ahead and you're going to make. So much of the time, and Marv was talking about this as well, so much of the time the X receiver is the single receiver to the side of the field.
Yeah.
That's what they are. Many times they'll go with 11 personnel, Basin Orleans. They'll go out there and they'll have a trips to the right with a tight end, of course, lined up in on the right side and 2 wide receivers. And all the way over on the other side is that X. And so much of the time you want that guy to be clear as to what the coverage might be based on pre-snap read and post-snap as well. And this is where they've got to get on the same page. But for me, when we talk about the other receivers in the room and the expectation, it's got to be you better be where you're supposed to be. No mental errors. Go out and run your route, and when you get the opportunity to make a play, make it.
That's why I'm interested in Zay Jones and what he potentially can do, because he's a vet. He's 30 years old. He's been around this league, and you're not looking for somebody to go out there and be a game breaker. You're looking for somebody to go out there and be reliable. Really, that's kind of what I'm thinking and what I'm hearing you say as well. Here's JG from this week. He was asked what he's seen from Zay Jones so far.
He's launching. He's getting open. He's catching it. He looks good. He looks really good.
How do you feel he can maybe carve out a bigger role?
Yeah, I mean, he can play multiple positions, and he's a big, fast guy. You know what I mean? And he's got really good feel and instincts. He's played a lot of ball. I think he's, just the accumulation of reps with Kyler throughout last year, the spring, the summer, right now. You see it showing up. You know what I mean? So he's doing a good job.
I just look at him, Wolf, because when you look at Wilson, you still think upside, right? I mean, because he's only going into year 3. And Greg Dortch, I feel like he is pretty reliable, but he also he's been reliable. So I'm looking for ways for the offense to take a step forward. They didn't really get much from Zay Jones last year because he didn't play a lot early, obviously, in the season, and then even when he got back, he didn't play a ton.
Yeah, never forget, too, an offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing, is trying to get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. Mm-hmm. He's trying to get the ball to Trey McBride. He's trying to get James Conner his touches. He's trying to do this. You're building a game plan to see if we can't get Marvin Harrison Jr. open one-on-one. That's the game plan you're building, and that's the reason why. What should your expectation be for the other wide receivers that are in the room right now? Well, do your job.
I was going to say, if you don't say do your job, I'm going to say do your job. Because it's really fitting right now. All right, when we come back, hour number 2 of the show, Diamondbacks have made a couple big trades, one last night, but there are still 4 hours before the trade deadline, and Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, maybe some others are still on the roster. Will any of them be traded in the next 4 hours? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns. Empire of the Suns. The podcast all about your Phoenix Suns. Hosted by Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Any legit Suns fan needs some Empire of the Suns in their playlist. Get Empire of the Suns wherever you get your podcasts or on the Arizona Sports app. Empire of the Suns is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
All right, Basin Indians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Rick, what do you say you go ahead and bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there, Basin Indians. Yeah, it's hot outside. There's no doubt about that. But it's super cool inside the Wolfley compound, and the reason being is because of our Brooklyn Bedding mattress. That's right, a Brooklyn Bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud, man. And can I say, here's the deal for you. You don't have to suffer through these sweaty nights right now in the Basin. You can actually go to Brooklyn Bedding in their summer sale, and you can get 25% off everything in store and online. Man, I'm talking mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 Basin locations, of course, and there's one close by to you. Head on over. Don't sleep on this deal, man. Head on over to one of these 12 Basin locations. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have officially traded third baseman Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. For more on the Suarez trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3, so keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app, as we will update you on anything the Diamondbacks may do. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right it feels almost wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Hyundai dealers today.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from State Farm Stadium. Keeping an eye on the MLB trade deadline. There are a lot of moves going down. The Minnesota Twins becoming sellers, I think, probably altered the landscape a little bit, because now they seem to be just trading all their players off, and they weren't necessarily going to be making trades a few weeks ago. They just traded Harrison Bader to the Phillies. Wolf, this is a guy that's not getting moved. I have found your new favorite baseball player.
Really?
Yeah, maybe you already know about him.
Okay.
He's going to win Rookie of the Year in the American League. Nick Kurtz,
Yes.
of the A's.
Okay.
You know what his nickname is?
No.
The Big Amish.
No way.
It is. He's from Lancaster.
Oh, Lancaster, PA, ladies and gentlemen.
And have you seen his celebration when he hits a double?
No.
He doesn't do it every time, but he gets out there and churns butter.
That's so good.
Might be the best nickname in baseball right
Big
now.
Amish.
No, he doesn't get on base a lot because he's played 70 major league games and already has 23 home runs. So
Yeah.
he tends to just run the bases. But yeah, he's done the butter churning move a few times now.
Man, I have to tell you, that is big time right there. So he is from the Amish country?
He's not Amish, but
Right.
he's from Lancaster, PA.
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
Of course he's not Amish.
Yes.
Wouldn't be playing
Oh, there you
baseball,
go.
bro.
That's kind of what I figured. But, for anybody listening, but his nickname is the Big Amish. That's
The
not
Big
something-
Amish. That's awesome.
That's not something a radio show gave him. It is his nickname.
A.J. Puck.
Yeah, we got to see the A.J. Puck, Nick Kurtz pitching matchup here at some point, I guess, next season now. We talked about this with Todd Walsh earlier, Wolf. And, again, the context, we all hate that they're in this position. But I do think this is a very important week and a half, and now specifically in the next 4 hours, because unless you're a team that can go out there and make mistakes and just throw more money at it, and more money like the Dodgers, you need to have moments where you reload on prospects. And the Diamondbacks a few years ago had a really good farm system. Well, a lot of them are playing in the majors now. So their farm system right now, at this exact moment, or let's say a week or so ago, wasn't so great. You would rather be reloading, in the offseason or next year or 2 years from now or whatever.
Yeah.
But because you are being forced to do it now, you got to get it right, because this is how you contend with those teams that can spend a ton of money. The Diamondbacks spend money. It's not like they're a cheap team that is in some big city calling themselves small market. They're not. They spend money, but they can't throw money away and burn it the way the Dodgers can, so you have to hit on your prospects.
You know what, as well, just listening to you talk right there, it really makes me think of two guys specifically, Alec Thomas, of course, and J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
Those two guys specifically that have underperformed and underdeveloped based on what we saw them both do. They have been successful. J.J. McCarthy a couple years ago, of course. Or Jake McCarthy, yeah. What did I say, J.J.? Oh, my God.
Because you're looking at a football field
No,
right now.
It's fine.
Honestly.
He's been in the news a lot.
Yeah,
That's
no, it's okay. I'm just saying. McCarthy, of course, and Alec Thomas. It was funny because I heard Vinny talking about this morning, where these two guys haven't seemed to hit it off at the same time.
Yeah.
And that was an observation. I thought it was very astute of Vinny, that observation right there. But I do know this. They haven't got the kind of return and consistency out of Jake McCarthy and Alec Thomas as we all thought that we would get.
Yeah.
They haven't developed. They just haven't.
That's a good point, because you thought when all the conversation was, okay, they're loaded at outfield, and they even had Varsho too, but you figure you were going to have the no-fly zone with Corbin Carroll and Alec Thomas and Jake McCarthy, and it's true. It feels like you either have Jake McCarthy or you have Alec Thomas. You don't tend to have both of them going at the same time. Corbin's pretty much always going, but
they've got to have some of these, Jordan Lawler as well.
Yeah,
you'd
suddenly
love
very
to see him.
important.
Yeah, suddenly very important, and love to see him develop as well. They need some of these young guys. Corbin Carroll, once again, we were talking about this yesterday. But right now, Corbin, step up.
Yeah.
Lead this team. Finish strong over the last 50-plus games.
It's interesting, similar position, not the same player, not the identical position, but to what you say about Devin Booker now. Now, they've really stripped the Suns down around Devin Booker. That is not a team that I'm looking at next year saying, that's a playoff team and Book's going to lead them to the title. I still think the Diamondbacks should be contending for a playoff spot next year. I still think they should be this year, but they just aren't. And Corbin Carroll has not accomplished as much at the major league level as Devin Booker has in the NBA, obviously, because he hasn't played nearly as long, and Devin Booker's had a pretty good career up to this point. But as far as a team really falling on the shoulders of a guy now, it's not like Corbin Carroll's alone on this team, but you've been saying this now for a little while. This is his team going forward. Quickly on Zach.
And also, too, I just want to say this quickly. I just don't think that's a big deal. In the game of baseball, as much as maybe in the game of basketball,
yeah,
you say this is his team. This guy, Devin Booker, this is his team, and I just think that he is the future of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
You can only affect baseball so much. Look at all those years the Angels had Mike Trout and Shohei and couldn't win, and it's not like those guys weren't hitting well.
Right.
But, you need to get Corbin Carroll back to peak Corbin Carroll for this to work next year. That's just reality.
I just want to see Corbin continue to develop as the Predator. And really, man, he was on fire before he got hurt.
Yeah.
And now he's really slowed down in terms of slug.
Yeah. Still getting triples, though. Tim Kirkjian was on with Bickley and Murata earlier today and talked specifically about Zach Gallen because, again, the trade deadline's in 4 hours. You would think if Gino's been traded and Josh Naylor's been traded that Zach Gallen's probably getting traded. But here's what Tim Kirkjian said.
Well, his ERA is well over 5, but he made the All-Star team a couple of years ago. He's got really good stuff, and I know the Diamondbacks are driving an exceptionally hard bargain for him, as they should, because so many teams out there, including big market teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees, really need a starting pitcher, as does almost every other team. So I think they're just driving too hard of a bargain for Gallen now. If they lower that, I think he'll move today.
No Dodgers, by the way. Don't even say that name.
Well, first of all, why would you not just go ahead and drive a hard bargain?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you try to say, no, this is what we want? We're not just going to give Zach Gallen to you. Not going to do that. You're going to have to give us something. I think Zach Gallen is going to go right up against the deadline.
It feels like it.
It does feel
that, and because I wonder what that looks like. Like, is Hazen just sitting back in his office right now? Obviously, he's doing a billion different things.
He's going to pull the trigger on something.
But I wonder if he's like, you know what? I don't got to trade Gallen for another 3 hours and 49 minutes. Let's see which one of these teams panics. And he probably already knows the offer he's going to take if none of them panic.
I agree.
He probably knows, I'm calling the Mets or whatever. I don't know who the team is, but he probably already knows. And hopefully they have their phone on at 2:58 p.m. or whatever. All right, we come back over to football.
Talk JJ.
And it's your last chance
JJ McCarthy.
to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. You better draft JJ McCarthy in that draft next week. Text Fantasy to 620-620 and battle your favorite host for bragging rights in the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text Fantasy now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you've got a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Okay, since we're talking football next, how is Josh Sweat fitting in on this Cardinals roster so far? We're going to react to what he had to say about it. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
I'm not going to shock you with this comment, but of the guys that Cattell, Corbin, Moreno, Perdomo, Fott, Nelson, like the younger group that's under long-term control, they're all calling me about them too. If I say it would be a haul, that usually shuts the conversations down pretty quickly.
Don't miss our T-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you got some back issues, man. If you got some back issues, you have to go see DISC. The reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because people from all over the world, man, all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of Desert Institute for Spine Care. I've got a condition in my back. I went to see Dr. Chris and the surgeons at DISC, and they help me. They helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. They are the leaders in this, man. Minimally invasive spine surgery. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person, looking into the mirror, is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York, and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025, The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning.
All right, we're back here at State Farm Stadium. We're starting to put up the uprights. Let's talk some football here, Wolf. You ready to talk some football?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah.
Be aware that there could be breaking news at any time. I mean, with each passing second at this point, I think it gets more and more likely we're getting closer to – I got to think Gallen gets traded today. I don't know about Merrill. It's possible Jake McCarthy, too. There was that story about the Astros.
See, I think Merrill Kelly's even more likely to be traded.
I mean, they could all.
And the reason why I think they're all, I think they're gone.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Well,
I think Mike Hazen is going to re-image this team, so to speak. Having said that, Merrill Kelly to me is a guy that you could trade. And Merrill, we'll have a conversation about you coming back. We'll try to get something of value for you right now, and I think you would be able to get something of value right now.
To me, is the guy that if you're looking to trade him, he's the one you're getting insulted by the offers back because teams don't realize just how good he is. His ERA this year is a 3.22, Wolf.
I have a hard time believing that professional scouts that are out there don't know the effectiveness of Merrill Kelly.
They understand. Let me reword that. They understand it, but I feel like for the longest time, Gallen was getting valued more.
I think
because of his stuff
the
in his
media.
age.
I think values him a lot more.
Well, I guess we'll see.
And because of the age as well.
Yeah.
You're not gonna. Hey, listen, Zach Gallen, you might go ahead and re-sign Zach Gallen. If you trade for Zach Gallen, you bring him into your organization, and he goes out and helps you win the World Series. You're probably going to re-sign him.
Yeah, I would. Well, Merrill this year, with everything else going on, has a 3.22 ERA and a 1.06 WHIP. I mean, just as steady as it gets. All right, let's talk a little football, and let's talk about Josh Sweat, who, it's funny, we talked about him so much in the offseason, haven't really brought him up a ton yet during camp, but he spoke yesterday, and one of the questions he was asked was how much JG and JG's defense has changed since he played for him in Philly.
I mean, shoot, at the core, it's still pretty much the same. A little bit. I mean, it's a little bit of a learning curve from where I came from, but, I mean, it's still just defensive and outside linebacker for the most part.
Yep, there it is, and that's the great thing about it.
It is what it is.
It's one of the reasons why I absolutely love the signing was the fact that Josh Sweat was going to come here, and he was going to be able to understand the terminology. He was going to be able to understand the mindset. He was going to be able to model the culture for everybody else because he's already been in it.
Yeah.
With JG and Nick Rawlis.
Well, it's funny you say that. He was asked if he's taking on any sort of mentor role. Again, he's already played in this defense.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you saw us, we were just discussing something. It wasn't me coaching or anything. Just like I'm learning from everybody. I might be like, hey, dog, that was nice. I'm still in that. You know what I mean? So I ain't trying to coach, unless they ask me, I'll share. But that's all we do. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I'll be the first to tell you I'm still in that.
Yeah, but, let me just say this right now. Expectations. It's so important that you as a football player, you're able to fulfill expectations. Expectations that your coaches have for you to execute the right play, offensively or defensively. Expectations. This is the expectation we have from an edge guy here on this team. We want you to be physical. We want you to be violent on the field, of course, base and audience. And we want you to have motor. He understands all the expectations that JG and this coaching staff has for their football team and their football players. Yeah. And that is, I cannot tell you how comforting that is to a veteran guy that has been around, and yet he knows. He doesn't have to learn the expectation of JG and this coaching staff. He already knows what it is.
It's a unique spot because he comes in, he's a new guy on the team. So you would think normally, hey, no matter how good this guy is, might take him a little time to catch up to everybody else. Well, A, everything you just said, he knows JG better than pretty much anybody on this team. And B, there's a lot of new guys on this defense. So Josh Sweat is stepping right in as one of the leaders.
It's kind of like, okay, what is the expectation here for setting the edge? Is this something that Nick Rawlis is really going to get all bent out of shape if I really don't set that edge the way that I should, maybe?
I feel like he will.
He already knows.
Yeah.
Josh Sweat knows what the expectation is. That's why I'm talking about, man, this is so comforting to him to be able to come to the organization and understand the culture immediately. I'm not talking about scheme-based audience. I mean, scheme is always going to change. It's always going to change wherever you go. A little bit of tweak on the terminology will change wherever you go. But the culture and expectation that JG has here, it's already been put into play with the Philadelphia Eagles on their defense. And Josh Sweat is very familiar with it.
This is a guy, too, that didn't hide the fact that one of the main reasons he came to Arizona was Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah.
And this is a guy you got because Jonathan Gannon is your head coach. So it would be cool if that played out really nicely on the field, too. That's not a bad precedent to set for other defensive players around the league, even if maybe they didn't play for JG in Philadelphia. You want to build that reputation with JG and now Nick Rollis, where and I remember the exact quote from Josh Sweat, but when they signed him, he was like, I know they're going to set me up to let me do my thing in this defense.
Yeah, no, I remember him saying that. And Josh Sweat, Basinonians, this is my hope right here, that he is going to be a guy that can get double-digit sacks. He can. That'd be really, really nice. 10, 11, hey, if you want to add more, I'm fine with that. I have no problem. But to me, more than anything, it's pressures. It's pressures. Yes, you want the sack. Yes, of course, you want the strip sack, do you not? Yes, we want 12 strip sacks from Josh Sweat.
Remember Chandler Jones that one year, every
oh my
time
goodness! Please don't get me
sack.
started on that. But again, we want pressures, and here's the way this can impact this team, Basinonians. If you tell me that they can get some leads in a game, and that's why the offense is really, really important, and that's why the defense is as well. But if you can tell me that they can rush for and get pressure on an opposing quarterback, drop 7, they're going to get way more turnovers. Right now, they're going to generate more turnovers if they can get pressure with 4. And who do we think of immediately when we talk about that? Josh Sweat. And here's the great thing about it, too, Basinonians. Josh Sweat is really, really talented, but it's not like he's Lawrence Taylor out there. It's not like every offensive coordinator goes, oh, my gosh, we got to double this guy on every play. We got to double Lawrence Taylor on every play. We got to do this. Josh has built a reputation for himself, and he's really, really good coming off the edge, but he's going to get the opportunity to rush the passer.
He's in that sweet spot.
He's in that sweet spot, Luke.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to make a huge difference. Rushing 4, getting pressure with Josh Sweat.
These teams are all going to be aware of him. Obviously, like you said, he's built a reputation around the league, but they can't gear everything to just trying to stop him, which, again, I feel like so much of this conversation always comes back to Darius Robinson. I mean, if he hits his potential this year, if you focus at all on Josh Sweat, what are you doing with Darius Robinson? What are you doing with Mac Wilson? What are you doing with Calais? What are you doing with Dalvin Tomlinson when he's just on top of your quarterback? Yeah, Walter Nolan. All right, when we come back, about some college football, ASU has started up fall practices. Could Sam Leavitt become the greatest ASU quarterback of all time? That was thrown out there by one of the better ASU quarterbacks of all time, actually. So we'll talk about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
So what they have now is they've got Devin Booker at the starting point guard. They got Colin Gillespie as the backup. They have Jordan Goodwin as the number 3 guy. And then they're also looking at bringing in Jared Butler, non-guaranteed contract, okay, to compete with Goodwin and to see which guy could be the number 3 guy. So that is what they are looking to do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. This isn't just any old Ford dealership, Basinonians. This is Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down. Yeah, 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Drive it around, pacing with the top down, Paulie. The Escape, of course, the Ford Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real people can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on right now. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, but you got that, brothers. Affordability is back in style go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have officially traded third baseman Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. D-backs president and CEO Derek Hall was on with Bickley and Murata this morning and discussed Suarez's time in Arizona.
Unbelievable. I mean, the ups and downs. We went back to that first half last year, and we're literally having conversations about what to do with him. Do we move him off the roster? Do we designate him for assignment? And then he turned it around like I've never seen. He's a fan favorite, and he should be.
For more on the Suarez trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The MLB trade line is today at 3, so keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as we will update you on anything the Diamondbacks may do. And the NFL preseason begins tonight with the Hall of Fame game. The Lions take on the Chargers in Canton with kickoff at 5. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Hyundai dealers today.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Get to know the prospects the D-backs are acquiring in the Eugenio Suarez trade with the Mariners. Former ASU running back Cam Scadaboo is flashing potential at Giants training camp, and former ASU quarterback Brock Osweiler makes a bold claim about Sam Levitt. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
remind you that we've got some Cardinals interviews coming up here at the top of the hour. Israel Wolfork, the Cardinals quarterbacks coach, will join us at noon. Talked to him last year. I think it was last year.
Cool.
It'd be good to get some insight from him on Kyler, obviously Jacoby Brissett as well, and the passing game. And then Cody Simon, really interested to talk to him at 12:15. The fourth-round pick that has already received talk of maybe wearing the green dot. I don't know if that's going to happen this year, but there's been talk about it. But if you're talking about it this year, I think that opens the door, if he plays to his potential, for maybe that being a thing to watch in the future. Let's go college football, though, right now, Wolf.
Okay.
We are almost in August, finally. Today's July 31st, ASU's first game against NAU as they look to defend their Big 12 championship. I mean, NAU's not in the Big 12, but as they look to start that defense is August 30th. And Brock Osweiler was on with Bickley and Murata yesterday and said this about Sam Leavitt. Brock Osweiler, by the way, had a pretty good career at ASU as a quarterback. This is what he said about Sam Leavitt.
I think he's outstanding. I really do. This might be going out on a limb, but I think he has proven this on the field, so it's really not going out on a limb. I think he has a chance to go down as the best Sun Devil to ever play quarterback. Wow. I really do believe that.
That's
wow.
That's big after 1 year.
Okay, so when you think of Sun Devil quarterbacks, who's the first guy you think of?
Jake Plummer.
Jake Plummer.
Yeah.
That's mine, too.
Yeah.
And then I'll go Danny White.
Danny White's got to be up there.
I'm going to throw Danny White in there.
Andrew Walter statistically has great numbers.
That's true.
Jake
Plummer, though, for me,
definitely Plummer.
Clearly is the guy, especially after that 1996 season.
Yeah.
Competing for a national champion. They were in the running.
That might not be the only thing that differentiates Plummer, but it's one of the biggest things to me is playing in big games. And
I think he finished top 3 that year, did he not, in Heisman?
I believe that's true.
Don't hold me to that, Basin Rings. I think that's what it was.
Definitely a contender.
Top 3 in 1996 for the Heisman, I believe. Having said that, I think Jake Plummer would be that guy. We got to have Jake on. We were talking about this.
Yeah, just because, Plummer this past season was so into this ASU team, as you would expect, but so into Leavitt, too. So because you hear that from Osweiler, and it's like, oh, man, okay, that's some guy overreacting. Well, no, he's a former ASU quarterback who was pretty good saying that. So he's seeing things that most people aren't seeing anyway. And I know Plummer was really high on Leavitt last year, and talked even at times about some of the similarities between their games. So I don't know. It's gonna be really interesting to see where this goes this season. It's tough in this day and age to definitively for Sam Leavitt to play out a career where he goes down as the greatest ASU quarterback ever, because he's probably not going to be here all that long.
Yes.
Right. But if you can get himself into that conversation, I think he needs to have another great year before he's in that conversation. But if he can, that bodes really well, not only for this team this year, but the whole direction of the program because of what it says to future quarterbacks that might be looking for a place in the Big 12 to play.
Can I just say also, Basin Orleans, that if he goes out and plays like Sam Leavitt played last season, if he just plays like he played last season, doesn't get better, which I think he's actually going to get better, doesn't get better, if he just goes out and plays like he did last season, and suddenly ASU wins the Big 12 again and gets into the college football playoffs again.
And he's right there. He's in the conversation.
He's immediately a guy that you're going to look at and say, this is the best guy ever to play for ASU. He's going to be right there in that conversation.
He showed me a lot last year when Tyson was hurt. And we were all like, oh, man, okay, let's just see how this plays out. Now Jordan Tyson's hurt, and Leavitt just kept going. Here's more from Osweiler yesterday on what he likes about Sam Leavitt's game.
He gets better every single week. So what that says to me is obviously he's willing to be coached, and he takes coaching really well, and he has a couple great coaches around him. Between Kenny, Marcus Arroyo, the offensive coordinator, I think he's an outstanding football mind. And then don't forget, you have a guy in Hines Ward coaching the receivers that's one of the best to ever play the wide receiver position in the NFL. So he's surrounded by a great group of coaches. His talent obviously jumps off the charts. I think he's faster than what most defenses give him credit for. And you see that because of the plays he makes on third down, extending plays outside the pocket, getting first downs. When defenses think they have an angle on him, he'll beat them to that first down marker. So, listen, I think sky's the limit for Sam. He's a ton of fun to watch. He's a great kid, and I'm happy he's a Sun Devil.
What do you take away from that?
Well, the idea that's Brock Osweiler saying that, when we did the Sparky's Den show last season, right? So the way that show is structured, the first half hour, I'm up there with Kenny Dillingham.
Yes.
And then it's two current players, the third segment. But then the fourth segment is always a former player. And as the season was going last year, so this is not when they're in the college football playoff. I'm talking 4 or 5 weeks in. Former players, when they would come up in that final segment, were like, even if I didn't ask about Levitt early, they would steer the conversation to Levitt. Hey, I like the way this guy controls a huddle. I like the way his teammates look up to him. I like the way he plays football. I like the way he can take a hit and he bounces back. I like how fast he is. I like his demeanor. I like his leadership. Then obviously as the season went on and they're winning the Big 12 championship, everybody had that level of praise. But
yeah.
I always say the players know first, and we're talking to former ASU players 4 or 5 weeks into the season, and they were like, look at Sam Levitt. Before he was really a big name.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
One of the things I had no idea about Sam Levitt was the fact that he could run the ball as well as he ran the ball. I'm not just talking, you heard Brock right there talking about how fast he was. For me, it was just the decision-making. How fast his brain was in terms of making decisions, and then the plays that he was able to make with his legs. There's a lot of times where there's a disconnect with a quarterback where he's trying to extend the play, but he doesn't make the right decision ultimately in the end.
Yeah, he's making it worse.
He's
almost.
right.
Yeah.
He's trying to extend the play. But maybe he's not running the ball when he should tuck and run and go. Maybe he's trying to go out there and just extend it and then throws the ball away. Sam Levitt is one of these guys who makes a lot of great decisions, whether he's running the ball or he's going to decide to throw the ball as he's extending the play. And I love to see that. And he's a guy also, in a sneaky kind of way, and you've heard me talk about this based on these, you can line up and here it comes, zone read, and he can keep that thing. You don't think we're going to run Sam Levitt? Oh, we're going to run Sam Levitt. And now all of a sudden you have to account for that if you're the defensive coordinator on the other side.
It's always tough to look at like a college quarterback's rushing totals because they have that like dumb rule where if you get sacked, it takes away your rushing yards.
I know.
But it doesn't do that in the NFL. Like, are these two different sports?
Bad.
But he still rushed for, even with that mixed in, 443 yards and 5 touchdowns.
That's right.
Year. And I'm with you. When the season started, I mean, he didn't play much at Michigan State. I didn't know that he could run as well as he could. I knew he was mobile because that was the scouting report, but I didn't know that he could run as well as he could because I like a quarterback, Wolf, that if you need 7 yards for the first down marker, instinctively he's looking for any way to get 8 yards. And if the receivers aren't open, he'll just scurry for 8 yards and get out of bounds.
That's that decision-making, though, once again, that I was talking about.
Doesn't care how he gets the yards. He just gets the yards. Although I do remember Kenny saying multiple times last year he needs to not take as many hits. And I think
true.
He got better as the year went on.
He's a tough guy, man. That's something we didn't talk enough about. Sam Levitt, tough.
Yeah. But his teammates, I know, talk about it a lot. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day a little bit early because we got a couple interviews coming up at noon with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools and the Diamondbacks are doing a pool giveaway. I've been telling you about this, where one lucky winner will receive a $40,000 credit towards a new pool and backyard makeover. What you need to do is go to dbacks.com/splash to enter, Basinonians. Not only that, too, Presidential Pools is sponsoring our PCH Give-a-thon. And they have tripled down on backing the kids at PCH, basically. And so this is what they do. They care about us. For every pool sold now through August 22nd, they're going to be donating a portion of proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. This is why they're the best, Basin audience. They give back to our community and want to make an impact on everybody that needs PCH. Go to presidentialpools.com. Presidential Pools, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-Back Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-a-thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, don't get too thrown off. It's not noon yet. We're going to do it a little bit early today because Israel Wolfwork and then Cody Simon are coming up at noon and 12:15. So we're doing Wolfing Down Your Lunch 15 minutes early today. Rick, what do you got?
The Arizona Diamondbacks traded third baseman Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first baseman Tyler Locklear and right-handed relief pitchers Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. Was this a trade the D-backs had to make?
I think they had gotten to the point where they probably had to trade him and get something back for him. I'm happy for him. He gets reunited with Josh Naylor. I'm happy for Gino that I know he wanted to stay here. At least he's going to a place that appreciates him because he already played in Seattle, and he liked it there. If you look, Wolf, and I know you're big on trade grades, a lot of the trade graders out there are not real happy with the Diamondbacks. They feel like the Mariners got an A and the D-backs got like a solid C.
Yeah.
To me, the key is Tyler Locklear. That will determine if this trade was good or not.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. I don't worry too much about what some people might think about what kind of value you got back when you're dealing with prospects, because so much of the time they're hit or miss.
Yeah, and those trade grades don't seem to show up in the standings ever. When I'm looking.
No, they never do.
Standings.
How good Tyler Locklear might be, I don't know. They've got him number 9 in the Seattle Mariners organization, of course. Some of these other guys, I have no idea based on these, but I do trust Mike Hazen. I mean, that's what it all comes down to. Whenever you've got these kind of deals where you've got a rental player that is being moved at the deadline, no matter how bright and shiny he is, you got to trust guys like Mike Hazen or your general manager to know what they're doing when they make a trade like this for prospects. And that's what they did with Eugenio Suarez, and I trust Mike Hazen.
According to MLB.com, Locklear was the number 9 prospect in the M's organization. Cranton was the number 16 prospect, and Borgos was the number 17 prospect. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it is a grades question.
Hey.
How do you grade the Eugenio Suarez trade? A, B, C, D, or F?
I mean, you're giving up the best player. Everybody knows that, but you knew that going in. I'll go B because they got a first baseman. I was worried that wasn't going to get addressed. And again, Locklear is just crushing the ball at AAA. Now he had a small stint at the majors and wasn't hitting yet, but it's very early. Just because we saw how quickly Wolf, like you look at the Diamondbacks roster all season, you're like, oh, they score a ton of runs. They can afford to give up a first baseman. No, they can afford to give up. But they just play Jordan Lawler and Pavin Smith. They're not scoring any runs since they traded Josh Naylor, and I know there's more to it than that, but you see how quickly you can go from an elite offense to just a mid offense, and you need a first baseman that can hit.
Yes, and by all accounts, scouting reports, Locklear is an average first baseman fielder-wise. But, you know, that was a scouting report on C-Woke as well when he came up, Christian Walker, that he was just average. And he worked and worked and worked and got himself into a gold glove over at first base. So, you know, to me, I'm just going to let these guys develop. But I think Tyler Locklear has got a chance to be good.
And Wolf not giving an answer, so I will vote C because B is too confident, Luke. B leads at 38%. C is in second at 32%.
I mean, how could you grade this based on what these guys could be?
Well,
and we don't know what they are.
Obviously, we're all watching a ton of video on Hunter Cranton, so we already kind of know.
Oh,
what
my goodness.
He doesn't even have a ton of video. He's pitched like 10 games this year.
I know. It's just unbelievable, man. Don't get me started.
All right, third is F, 14%. Fifth is D, 11%. And wait a minute. Third is F, 14%. Fifth is D, 11%.
Oh, my goodness.
Sixth is A, 5%.
Just going to give him an F.
And, yeah, you know what? I really like being back here because I can control which one ends up being the choice that we go with.
See, that's not fair.
I usually go with something that you guys say, but when one of you doesn't give me an answer, then I might just go with what I want to go with.
Okay, good.
The NFL preseason starts tonight with a Hall of Fame game between the Chargers and Lions. The Cardinals begin their preseason slate in just over a week against the Chiefs, and head coach Jonathan Gannon was asked if Arizona will play its starters in the preseason.
Tyler was asked yesterday if he would play in the preseason games. He said, I'll do whatever coach tells me to do. Have you even thought about...
Smart answer by him.
Have you even thought much about starters in preseason games?
Have I talked about it with them?
Yeah, or with you guys?
I haven't talked about it with the players yet. I talked to all the players about everything, but we'll make that decision when we need to.
Should the starters for the Cardinals play in the preseason?
Fooey coming through with that question there. Yeah,
Yes.
Wolf, you're pretty definitive on this. Yes.
No, I really am. You know, once again, do they have to? No, but I just would ask, why don't you want to play? It's football. I know it's preseason. I'm not going to ask you to play 60 reps. I'd love for you to go out there and play 5. I mean, are you okay with that? You're a football player. This is what you do. I just don't understand how veteran players would not want to go out there and grease it up for 4 or 5 reps.
How many of the 3 games would you have them play? Like, even if it's just 5 reps a game.
I understand about the third preseason
the third.
game.
I mean, you've got your timing down in theory by then, as much as you're going to in a preseason game.
Yes, but even then, I just don't be afraid. Don't play afraid. Just go out there and play the game of football. We're going to ask you to 4 rep it. Can you do that? 12 reps in the preseason. Come on, man.
I agree. You can't play afraid. Injuries are going to happen.
Come on.
You can't. You don't want to be reckless about it. I get that. I like the idea of a series in probably the first 2 games. I like the idea of everybody kind of going through the routine. Okay, we got a game. We're getting ready for it. Okay, let's get our timing down. It's just one series, and then you're out. That's fine.
Luke, I can tell you back when I was playing right now, there were guys, hardcore guys, who are super tough, super good football players who were like, Coach, I'd love to go out there for that first series. I'd love to go out there. Give me 5, 6 reps. Let me just go out there, get a little greasy, a little nasty, and maybe there's some grass on my pants, maybe a little bloody, just a little cut on my. Let me go do it. That to me, if you're a football player, go play what you do, man. Go do what you do.
I think the NFL should require starters to play in the preseason because football in the first couple of weeks of the season recently, NFL football in the first couple of weeks of the season, I think has been subpar, and then it gets back to what we expect. Because the first couple of games of the regular season have kind of turned into what we used to see in the preseason, which was just teams, working things out.
I don't know what the Bengals do specifically in their preseason. Do the exact opposite.
Right.
Because that's a team that doesn't show up to the rest of the season until October every year.
All right, fall camp has started for Arizona State football, and yesterday former ASU quarterback Brock Osweiler, who was pretty good himself, as you guys have mentioned, joined Bickley and Murata and made this proclamation about ASU quarterback Sam Leavitt.
I think he's outstanding. I really do. This might be going out on a limb, but I think he has proven this on the field, so it's really not going out on a limb. I think he has a chance to go down as the best Sun Devil to ever play quarterback. Wow. I really do believe that.
Could Leavitt become the best QB in ASU history?
I think he can definitely put himself in the conversation. I know I don't know the guy, but I've met him a few times, and even before the season started when I met him last year, you know how you can meet certain people, Wolf, that they hold themselves to a higher standard than anybody else does.
Yep.
I don't think Sam Leavitt's going to let up at all this year. So it's just a matter of can he repeat or get better from what he did last year.
Well, let's see. If he went ahead and won the Big 12 once again and got back into the college football playoff because Sam Leavitt was playing so well, he could technically win the whole thing, win the national championship.
Could win the Heisman.
Would he go down as the best quarterback the Sun Devils have ever had? Yeah. So I guess to answer your question, yeah, he could.
Which is crazy. If somebody had brought that up a year ago, could he do this much in 1 year to even prompt this conversation started by a former ASU quarterback who was pretty good? And yeah, look at that after one amazing year. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, what is the next step for Kyler Murray in 2025? We're going to ask Cardinals quarterbacks coach Israel Wolfwork joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, you know what? We're rolling through the summer. Arizona heat, as we all know, is brutal. The last thing you want to do is move. Don't do it, Basin means get the professionals to do it for you. Moving is difficult. Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You'll be glad that you did. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin, local, long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility in Phoenix to store some of your belongings as well. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and customers. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call, because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have officially traded third baseman Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. For more on the Suarez trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3, so keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as we will update you on anything the Diamondbacks may do. And Arizona Cardinals training camp continues today. Joining Wolf and Luke next is Cardinals quarterbacks coach Israel Wolford, and joining them at 12:15 is Cardinals linebacker Cody Simon. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
Welcome back. Hour number 3 of the show. As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. We are pleased to be joined up here right now by Cardinals quarterbacks coach Israel Woolfolk. Israel, thank you so much for the time. How's camp treating you about a week and a half in now?
It's been awesome. Obviously, vacation was fun, but getting back in the swing of things in the season. I love football, so being able to come into work every day and get a chance to coach Kyler and be out there with the guys it's amazing.
Yeah.
So what have you seen from this offense collectively right now? Are you ahead of schedule or right about where you thought you'd be?
I think we're right on par. Obviously, the most important thing is being current where our feet are. So, like, day by day, there's different objectives that we have that we're trying to get completed. But I love where we're going, and I love where we're headed. But we got to continue to put in work so we can get better and have everybody on the way to go for the season start.
So the mental errors right now, because I know that. Does that drive you nuts, Coach?
It does.
Does that drive you nuts, mental errors?
It does, but it's part of the process too. And like how I see it is, you can make a mistake. Let's learn from that mistake, and let's not let it happen twice. So I think that's the biggest thing for it. Things are going to happen. That's why we practice. So when we get to the opportunity game, things are kind of
so we've been pretty buttoned up out there.
Yeah, surprisingly, and we're doing a lot of different stuff, and we're putting guys in positions, and we're kind of stressing them both mentally and physically. And guys have stepped up to the occasion and doing a really good job going out there and competing.
Talking to Israel Woolfolk, Izzy, we all look at what Trey McBride did last year, and it's obviously he does a ton for this offense, but I just wanted to get your thoughts from that quarterback perspective, what you see him do, especially now that he's done it at that level in the NFL, what that allows Kyler Murray to do.
He's a safety valve. I mean, you throw the ball at Trey, he's 100% going to catch the ball.
Feels like it.
Yeah, seriously. So, but he stresses the defense. He opens up the run game, and he opens up the pass game. One of the things he's be able to do, and I think moving forward to this year, his ability to make plays on the field is going to help Marv get open. It's going to help the other guys and lighten the box up for JC.
So when you look at Kyler Murray and you look at Marvin Harrison Jr. and the chemistry that these two guys have got to actually develop, I think it's really, really important for this football team, not just the offense, but for this football team, that chemistry develops, because to me it changes everything. It's the first domino that you're going to knock over. If you can actually throw the ball down the field and all the goodness that opens up for your offense, man, you're going to be a better team overall. How do you think that's going to go right now? What kind of chemistry are you seeing between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler?
It's ever growing, and I said that before, but second offseason now and then second training camp together and playing a full 17 games last year. I think those guys continue to get on the same page with stuff. I think the communication is really good right now. It could be things that Marv sees that, hey, Kyler, I was thinking this on this route. Can you put the ball here? Or, hey, I had to speed up and I had to throw the ball here based off of coverage and pressure. So those guys are comfortable with each other, that they're able to communicate and get on the same page with things. And I think that's step one, and then going out there and doing their job.
Izzy, do you think it's as important as I'm making it sound that these guys actually can develop that chemistry and you do start making chunk throws to Marv?
Yeah, I think it's very important. Obviously, they need to be on the same page, and I think that's for our offense in general. I think Drew does a really good job of preaching being connected, like connected workers, because you want to play for the guy next to you. You want to make sure you do your job, and you're 1/11th of the offense. So that's super important to be able to have great communication and be on the same page as everyone else in the offense, for sure.
We're talking to Cardinals quarterbacks coach Israel Woolfolk. Israel, when you look at Kyler Murray and just any quarterback that now has had a full year where he was playing in this system, what does that set him up for this year? Like, in your mind, what's the next step for Kyler Murray that we can all look for?
I think you're going to see a consistent product on the field. I think that, as you saw last year, there were some highs and some lows. Our biggest thing this offseason was just being more consistent, how we come to work every day, how we are in the huddle, out on the field, just the little things, just be correct. And I think if you look at the grades, Tom Brady was just so consistent to who he was and how he played the game. It wasn't like 4 weeks where he threw 4 touchdowns and then threw 4 interceptions. Like, obviously, we're going to have a game here or two, but definitely just being consistent and just being who he is. Like, we need Kyler Murray to be Kyler Murray, nobody else. Like, if he plays the way that he can play and he can lead a team and be a good leader for us, I think we should have an okay season.
Where do you think he has grown the most? Is it more as a person or as a player?
I think it's both. I know that's kind of cliche, but obviously his ability and his maturation until he's about to turn 27 this year, so he's getting older, he's maturing. I think his communication skills with guys in the locker room and where he entered the league and where he is now is completely different. You enter the league as a rookie and you're the starting quarterback and you have a lot of vets on the team. Your voice may not be too loud at that point, but now you look in the locker room, he's one of our older players, and like, I'm not saying he's Calais, but he's one of, we were very young on offense, so like his voice and like the guys in that locker room look to him. And I think on the field, like his consistency and what he's put into his craft has been crazy. I mean, this offseason, I want to say he took a week off, and I'm talking about since the season ended. He went to Mexico for a week. So just being in the weight room, rehabbing with Buddy, being in the film room, throwing with the guys in the summer, like all the little details that goes into putting your time into your craft, I think he's doing a really good job of that.
You know, with all due respect to Jacoby Brissett, because I think we all like that signing, but we don't really want to see him playing. We want to see Kyler playing, but at the same time, how much of an impact can he have on that room, and how much does he help you do your job?
It's awesome, and Jacoby's awesome. I worked with him in Cleveland. If you look at Jacoby's career, he's played a lot of games, and then also you look at the rooms he's been in. I mean, he played with Tom Brady. He played with Phillip Rivers. So you talk about a guy that's around 2 Hall of Famers that saw how they approached the game, saw how they got ready for just work and like throughout their week, the routine and different things like that. And I think he sees football different. So like I may look at it and think this, he's like, hey, we did this in New England or we did this in Miami. Like, hey, you remember back in Cleveland, like you ever thought about doing that? So his experience and like just who he is as a person, he's a very positive, very motivating person, just bringing that energy into the room. Also with Clayton, I think it's been amazing. I love where our room is right now.
I'm hearing an awful lot about Kyler Murray running more. That's the narrative. That is the buzz around this team in training camp right now, that Kyler is going to look for opportunities to run more. Is that true? And is that something that this offense needs?
Obviously, we want to put him in a situation where he can use his ability to run. Obviously, we want to do that, but it's also we got to do what's best for the team and what's best for what the defense allows us to do. If the defense is showing us looks where he can have the ball in his hand, for sure we're going to do that. If it's not there, I think we got a plenty stable of pretty good runners that we can give the ball to and also receivers. But I think of it like this, like we have to put him in situations where he can be special, whether it's using his legs or making improv plays. And that's one of the keys we looked into the offseason, and him creating more off schedule and just being more in tune with it.
Israel, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
No, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you.
Man.
Appreciate you.
That's Israel Wolfork joining us right there. It's your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and battle your favorite hosts for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, could Cody Simon make an immediate impact on this Cardinals defense? He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
Mike Hazen, their GM, is in an interesting position, obviously. He wanted to compete this year. Injuries robbed them of any chance of doing that.
Don't miss our D-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, I know it's truly never too early to plan for retirement, of course, whether it's decades away or just around the corner. My friends at Trajan Wealth Fiduciary Advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift, Basinonians. It's kind of a big deal. I thought I had things in good shape. I really did, until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, Bay Sononians, which means they put your needs first. I trust them with my future, and you should too. It's one of the reasons why you got to call Trajan Wealth. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner, and that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals defensive lineman Dalvin Tomlinson. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, thanks to Israel Woolfolk for joining us last segment. As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And we're pleased to be joined right now by Cardinals rookie linebacker Cody Simon. Cody, thank you so much for the time. How is your first NFL training camp going?
It's been going great, really. I'm just learning a lot, just trying to, soak in all the knowledge I can and, just become a better player with these weeks out of the team.
So I know it's really, really early, of course, in training camp right now. Have you had an NFL moment, Cody Simon? Have you said to yourself, oh, my goodness, that's so-and-so? Or have you hit somebody and said, wow, that was give us your experience.
I think it's a little bit unique with being at Ohio State. You've got a lot of star players already there. So I've already known Marvin Paris, and those are some real big stars now in the league. And your goal is to be just like them and try to emulate those guys and the way they carry themselves. And I just try to do my job, really.
I was going to actually ask you that because you break in on a team and you're a rookie and you may not know many of these guys, but the Cardinals have a lot of Ohio State players relative to, so how much does that help when you first get here and you're like, okay, I know some of these guys already?
Yeah, no, I think it helps a lot, especially the culture side of it. These guys that I've been around in Ohio State, we carry ourselves a certain way, and I think I felt that presence that Paris and Marv and even Barron have. It's something you can't really describe, but it's that grittiness that they carry all on and off the field, and it's great to be around that and to be able to be embraced into that culture.
So I think you're a guy that plays inside linebacker. You could play the Mike or the Will on the inside. Do you have a preference?
I don't have a preference. It's whatever the coaches feel is best for me, and I have a lot of trust in these coaches because they put in all the work. They put a lot of this time in the meetings and before the meetings and after. So, whatever they see is best for me, I trust them, and I'll go and do it as best I can.
Talking to Cody Simon, Cody, we all saw you on Ohio State last year, defensive MVP in the national championship game and the run that team went on, and you were such a big part of it. And then the draft happens. You go in the 4th round, and immediately there's been buzz around the Cardinals that you could be an impact player as soon as year one, honestly. How do you approach something like that where you manage expectations but you still have expectations?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is to always stay grounded. Just be where your feet are. When you think about what can be and what has been, you get a little anxious or you start to think too much in the future. And, I just think bad things happen when you're out of yourself, My goal right now is just take it day by day. Every practice is its own event for me, and I got to be on my stuff at all times because, the league is, you're trying to find your spot, and, everyone else is trying to find their spot too. So there's nothing you can take for granted, and you just got to keep doing your job.
So, Cody, other than the quarterback position, I think the most difficult positions to actually come into the National Football League and be able to mentally comprehend would be inside linebacker, especially with the green dot, inside linebacker with the green dot, and then fullback, of course. Fullbacks, are you
he
kidding
was a
me?
fullback.
That's a good spot.
So are you ready for the green dot, Cody Simon?
Yeah, it's definitely an adjustment, and we did it a little bit in college. That last year we got to try it out, and so it's definitely helped to transition into the NFL. But it is a challenge, and it is something that I have to constantly work on. It's not just can I know a play call. It's can you enunciate it? Can you recall everything? If something doesn't go right, you have to be able to make it up on the fly, kind of like with your pre-snap adjustments and everything. So. It is definitely a challenge, but I'm excited for it. And, I think this stuff makes me a better player and makes me smarter as a player. So I'm just glad that they can trust me with that. And, I'm just trying to get better at it every day.
What's it like on this defense? I know you weren't here last year, but, the additions of Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell, those guys are huge. So just playing your position with that wall, basically, or Rabbit called him a wall when he was up here the other day, of all the problems they can cause for a quarterback. How does that allow you to do your job at linebacker?
When you have great D-line play, it makes linebacker play some of the easiest things you can do. And, it just lets you be more free and, even lets the D-line, make tackles themselves. I think I had a little bit of that in Ohio State where we had some really good D-linemen. And, if they can make plays themselves, it allows you to do a lot more things in the coverage aspect of the game. So I think that's what our team was really looking for. We wanted to, make some changes up front. And, I'm happy I came in with a great defense. I came with a great organization and a great culture to really have a really strong defensive year this year.
What's amazing about it, once again, I've heard so many good things about you as a person, of course, and as a player. But your confidence level is so important, especially coming in as a rookie, playing in the National Football League. Where is your confidence level? Do you think you can actually start for this team coming out of training camp?
Yeah, I'm not really worried about where my position is as of right now. I think the biggest thing about confidence is that it comes from reps, and it comes from being able to do it over and over and over in practice. And, it's not just having confidence in myself. It's the coaches having confidence in me. It's me having confidence in the coaches, too, as well. So I think that all that plays a part in why we do training camp because, it's all these days of practice. It's over and over and over. Can you consistently do your job? And, if you can do that, I think confidence will then come.
Yes, I would agree with that. Your expectation, do you feel the weight of expectation on you as a rookie and how quickly you're developing?
I mean, I think you always do as a athlete, as someone who's trying to be great. I think you always have expectations for yourself. You know, my goal always is to try to hoist that big trophy up. So I want to do whatever it takes to help my team and help us as a defense, as a team, be able to be in a position to be there at the end. And so that's why I enjoyed this last season of college, being able to do that. And so, you know, your expectation shouldn't be anything less than that. And so we're just trying to put days together right now and really get to that end goal.
Talking to Cody Simon, Wolf, I think it was Dave Sears that mentioned too the Cardinals. It doesn't hurt. You're taking players from colleges that had a lot of success, and Cody, you just kind of said it right there. You have a goal of going out there and hoisting the trophy. And I know you haven't done it at the NFL level yet, but how much do you think it helps when you have guys on a team that have done it before at the highest level they've played? Because again, you have a lot of Ohio State players, you have a lot of other players that are young players on this team from big schools.
Yeah, I just think there's a mentality around, you know, just competing and, you know, being the best, you know, and, you know, sometimes it's very uncomfortable to compete against people you know and you're really close with, but I think it definitely breeds the best kind of players and best kind of results. You know, when you can go out and compete against the guys next to you, it makes everyone else better. So I think that's what we focus on a lot in college, and I've seen it a lot here already. So I'm really excited for how this year will go, and, you know, just trying to take it one step at a time.
Cody, what is the best part of being a football player? What would you answer somebody who said, hey, what's the best part of the game?
That's a good question. I would probably say, and we talked about this in college, it's being the man in the arena. Like, it's very nerve-wracking. It's very, you know, anxiety-producing. But, you know, when you can be the person on the field who's, you know, doing the hard things, I think I take pride in that. I think that's a moment where I feel like I can, you know, I may not be perfect, but I'm going out there, I'm trying, I'm doing my best. And, you know, I find fulfillment in that and, you know, just being able to give my best at all times.
Did you have players that you looked up to as a kid or even, you know, through high school and college that you kind of modeled your game after the way they played?
Oh, yeah, I mean, probably I would say my first big linebacker role, like, person I wanted to look after was probably Bobby Wagner. I feel like I really liked the way he played football, and he was super smart linebacker and just, you know, was there before the play even started pretty much. Like, he already knows where the ball's going. So I always just try to be like that, try to be someone who's ahead of the game. And then, you know, my biggest role model, though, is my brother. So, you know, everything I've pretty much learned in football terms has been coming from him and, you know, just trying to follow his steps. And, you know, we're just trying to make it out here all together. So,
Cody, what do you think is your strength? What do you bring to a front seven? What do you bring to a defense?
Yeah, I think it's one thing that might go unnoticed for linebackers. I think that I try to excel in that really is just my instincts. You know, you can't really explain it. You can't really – it's not a X's and O's thing. It's just being able to find the ball, being able to be around the ball. And I try to pride myself on that. And, you know, it's something you could work on, but, you know, with your – you know,
that's kind of like you either got it or you don't, right?
And so, and you know, it's hard, and I can't really explain it to you, but I always try to be around the ball. And, you know, the closer you are to the ball as a linebacker, the better you really are going to be. So I just try to always be near the ball.
Cody, this is great, man. Thank you so much for this time. All the best this season, all right?
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Cody.
That's Cody Simon joining us right there as he gets ready for practice this afternoon. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. How do you feel about the return the Diamondbacks got for Geno last night? And we're 2.5 hours away from the deadline now today. Are they getting any more returns? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin.
Terrific. Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have officially traded third baseman Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. For more on the Suarez trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The MLB trade deadline is today at 3, so keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app, as we will update you on anything else the D-backs may do. And the NFL preseason starts tonight. The Chargers and Lions will square off in the Hall of Fame game. Kickoff is at 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke talking MLB trade deadline now.
Oh, look at this guy getting coffee delivered
Oh,
to the
will
table.
you stop it? You're going to throw that in my face right now.
Absolutely.
You know, I already feel like a diva.
In fairness to you, you did try to sprint up the around the concourse,
I know.
up the elevator, and into the break room to get the coffee.
Yeah, the problem is the break room, of course, is on the press level, and that means I need to go up, and the elevator is not always cooperating.
Doesn't always, especially now. There's more and more people getting here, and I'm going to warn you right now, Wolf. At 1, I'm going to be making that run because I need water.
Okay.
So if I don't get back, you're going to have to drive the show.
Okay, good. Oh boy,
just be aware.
Jamal.
Still nothing on Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly or Jake McCarthy or whoever getting traded from the Diamondbacks, which still 2.5 hours. You and I were talking earlier. At this point, maybe makes sense to take Gallen right up to the wire. But I got to be honest, Wolf, I'd be really surprised if Zach Gallen is still on this team when we do the show tomorrow.
I'd be shocked. I'm just going to say I would be absolutely shocked if Zach Allen or Merrill Kelly, for that matter, once again. Listen, there have been offers for Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
I'll guarantee you there are offers on the table right now for Merrill Kelly. If you've got a good relationship with Merrill Kelly, the way the Arizona Diamondbacks seemingly have, you could still possibly, if you're interested in keeping Merrill, you could get him.
I'll say unequivocally right now, would love to have Merrill back next year.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, the precedent is there. It's happened multiple times in Major League Baseball.
And you don't need to keep him through today to have him back here next year. You do always open the door. I mean, you trade a guy away. What if he goes to the Yankees and they make it to the World Series and just miss winning the whole thing, and they want him back, and he's like, I'm already here. My family's, okay, we can get set up here. We just missed winning the World. I don't know.
It's the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, you open that door.
I get it.
But I especially just it has not felt for a while now like Zach Gallen was coming back next year anyway as a free agent. So it certainly seems like he would be somebody that they would trade today. Although again, still have time. Don't have a ton of time now. It's not like you have a week to pull this off. You've got less than 2.5 hours. Tim Kirkjian was on with Bickley and Murata earlier today. He talked about Gallen and his current market right now.
Well, his ERA is well over 5, but he made the All-Star team a couple of years ago. He's got really good stuff, and I know the Diamondbacks are driving an exceptionally hard bargain for him, as they should, because so many teams out there, including big market teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees, really need a starting pitcher, as does almost every other team. So I think they're just driving too hard of a bargain for Gallen now. If they lower that, I think he'll move today.
Yeah, and I could see them lowering that as well. If you're Mike Hazen right now, you want the moon, sun, and sky. Are you kidding me? We don't have to get rid of Zach Gallen. You think we have to get rid? We don't have to get rid of him. We're prepared to eat it.
I know they've brought this up. We were looking at the, you get a compensatory pick in theory. Okay, if that compensatory pick is between the first and second round. Hazen the other day had referenced Slade Caldwell, who they got right at the end of the first round. It wasn't. I don't believe it was a compensatory pick, but it was like 2 picks ahead of where that would be. That's their number 2 prospect already. These guys they're getting back in these trades aren't their number 2 prospect. So it's not like it's nothing if you just get that pick, as long as you hit on the pick. It's there's so much unknown when you're talking about prospects.
Yes.
I don't think they're holding on to Zach Gallen. I think they're trading him. But I'm just saying you can throw that out there as a leverage thing, because I got to think it's more stressful if you're a team that's desperate for a starting pitcher right now and you haven't acquired.
See, here's the great thing about it. All you need is 2 Basinonians, 2 teams that are like, we love that Zach Gallen. That guy's going to make us different. He gives us a chance. We love that Zach Gallen. You need 2 Basinonians, okay, 2 teams that feel that way. I guarantee you right now, like Mike Hazen, he's already got multiple offers for Zach Gallen on the table. Probably already knows which one he's going to go with if they just do this one thing.
And probably, I would guess, has if Team A adds this one piece in, that's who we're going with. If nobody steps up, I already know Team D is who we're taking their offer. I haven't told them that.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But I'm sure he has in the back of his mind. So we don't get the 250, and he's like, oh, shoot, we got to take one of these. I'm sure he already has in the back of his mind, if none of these offers get any better, we'll take this one. But there's still 2.5 hours for them to get better. They did trade Geno last night, and Tim Kirkjian was on with Bickley and Murata earlier today. They asked him about the return that they got, because you and I were talking about this with Rick during Wolfing Down Your Lunch. The grades out there are all through the roof for the Mariners on that trade. Not so much for the D-backs. I saw a few that were like, hey, if Tyler Locklear is what they believe he can be, then A-plus for the D-backs for getting that in this deal, because at the end of the day, you were trading a rental. Here's Tim Kirkjian.
Yeah, I checked with some people who know minor league way better than I do, and they thought they did pretty well. Tyler Locklear has a chance to be the everyday first baseman for the Diamondbacks next year, and apparently he's tearing it up in the minor leagues and has a pretty good idea how to play the position defensively. Burgess, I'm told, is he's a pretty good young pitcher with a pretty high ceiling. So I think they did well on that. Remember, Mike Hazen is not going to get taken on young players. This is his ultimate strength, drafting and developing. So I think he did really well with those two. And then the third guy throws 100 miles an hour.
Well, nothing wrong with adding a guy in Hunter Cranton who can throw 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Take another one of those. I always get nervous.
You know, I was just going to say, we all know what's coming right now.
Yeah.
You're throwing 100 miles an hour. That's nice. Please, throw 98. Throw 98 and locate that thing, will you please? And we'll all be fine. You get my point. We all know what that means. But, once again, you just never know. You never know what you're getting back. You think you know. You think this guy could be this guy could be this, but you're projecting. You're always projecting what we think this guy is going to be in the bigs.
Yeah.
You're always projecting. And even right now with Tyler Locklear, you're still projecting him. He seems to be the most ready right now to actually come up and play baseball at the highest level our species can generate. He seems to be that guy that is ready to do it, but you're projecting him. You don't know what he's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, that takes you back to the snap back into reality for a second is you'd much rather just be playing with known commodities. You would much, much rather just be going for it this year. You'd much rather go for it this year and lose all four of these guys at the end of the year for nothing. Although you would get the compensatory picks. I mean, that was the plan. Do that. Go for it. Maybe you bring back Merrill.
That, to me, is the baseline, though. That is the baseline plan. We're going to get even if we keep him, we're going to get a compensatory pick.
If you were going for it this year.
Yes, but to me, again, you've got a rare opportunity. The Diamondbacks, with the number of players they had, short-timers, if you will, under an expiring contract, to be able to have the names and the talent that they could move to haul in a lot of prospects, man. This is a rare opportunity.
You had two options this year. I guess you had three, and you had two options. You had you go for it this year, you make the playoffs, you make that run a lot of us believe they could make, and then at the end of the year, there's a good chance these guys walk, and you get the picks. That was option A. Option B is you are where you are right now. Reload. Just reload the system. Because option C would have been the worst. You go for it, you miss the playoffs, and they all walk. So at least in a twisted way, at least you got the clarity in time where reload now. Because you're going to have to reload at some point. Unfortunately, you're being forced to do it now as opposed to next offseason or, 2 off seasons from now or whatever. But you do need to reload at some point, and just because of circumstances, you're going to have to do it now. So it is – your point is well taken, Wolf. These guys are prospects. None of these are a sure thing. Tim Kirkshin's point is well taken that Mike Hazen's really good at identifying these guys. He's better than most GMs at it. But none of them are a sure thing. So you got to hit on these. These trades.
Yep.
We need to be looking back on these trades in 2 years and being like, man, that sucked in 2025 that they had to do it. But it built the team, or it built a lot of the team that they have that goes to the playoffs in a year or two. Legendary comedian Bill Engvall heads to Talking Stick Resort on November 2nd. Tickets go on sale this Friday. You can win a pair now by visiting the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. All right, when we come back, just how good could ASU football's offense be in 2025? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
More than likely that the two guys that would replace Gallen and Kelly are DeSclafani and Jarvis. Because what are you trying to do, Tim? I'm trying to get to the end of the season now. The second you start making trades, the second you know you're out of it, you've made that signal. Torey Lovello and the guys are going to try to win baseball games, but they're not going to be able to make up enough ground to make the playoffs. And when you trade these guys, again, you're waving the white flag. We all know it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's what we did, man. We went to All Pro Shade Concepts, Basinonians, and we found Robert Mulvin. Robert Mulvin is the owner-operator of All Pro Shade Concepts. He came over to the Wolfley compound, did an incredible job for us, and they installed our patio shades, and it was one of the best things we've ever done. Installation is all done by their in-house team. That's right, Basinonians. There's never any subcontractors. They all work for All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades in the basin. They'll work around stucco, tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of the button. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. It's down to the wire for the Arizona Diamondbacks. How does the roster look after this year's trade deadline? We'll react when the deadline hits 3 o'clock on today's Burns and Gambo show.
Figured we'd let some rage
Yeah.
out here.
Why are you going to step all over it?
Felt like we were doing like a listeners only meeting there.
Just go play, Basinonians. Just go play. Are you kidding me? Do your job. Stick your mouth guard in. Buckle up that bonnet and put that hat on somebody's face, bro. It's okay. It's called football.
Here is Kenny Dillingham, speaking of football, after ASU getting fall practice, getting everything going now. Kenny, after that practice yesterday, had good things to say.
But that was our best first practice. I wish I had, a little more negatives other than a few snaps that were bad. We had a couple series with 2 false starts, but it was a pretty good practice. It really was.
You could tell, and there's another cut too. I don't know exactly which one it is, but there's another cut where he was like, I don't like saying all these good things necessarily, but if it's a good practice, it's a good practice.
Did he just say, I wish there was a couple more negatives?
Yes.
I mean,
wish I had a couple negatives.
This is, you know what, it's the essence of coaching, though. This is what I love about Kenny so much. I talk about it all the time, but he truly gets it. He does. He understands it, man. You can get better as a football team. You can get better as a football player many times, with your failures than your successes.
It's better to fail in late July than November.
Yes, I'm just saying you can learn more about yourself and about the game because of your failures as opposed to your victories.
So I'm trying to look at this. We're getting close enough to the season now, Wolf, where I'm trying to look at it more neutrally. And we don't have the fan hat with us, so I don't even have to wear the fan hat. But I'm trying to look now, where are the areas where where there are question marks? I love their defense, and they're all back. So I don't have a whole lot of concerns about the defense.
Defense is scrappy.
But on offense, there's a couple things. You've got Levitt, you've got Jordan Tyson. Everybody talks about that.
You got 4 of your 5 starting offensive linemen back.
That also huge.
That's huge.
I mean, again, I'm kind of struggling to look for the negatives. The biggest negatives would be if some other team in the Big 12 is just amazing that we're not thinking of yet. But it's not going to work if it's just Levitt and Tyson in the passing game, obviously. There's going to have to be other receivers that step up, and Sam Levitt was asked about the wide receiver room.
We're making a bunch of plays today, 0, 12, 18, 16, and then our tight ends were making plays, threw Shimon on a corner ball. So we just got guys all over, and it's just bringing them along with us, and everybody's able to make plays now, so it's pretty fun to, be able to put the ball up there and see it come down to someone.
And then Kenny talked about the receivers, too.
Malik had a really good play in the back shoulder. Harry had a few good plays. Charon had a few good plays. I mean, that was a pretty good day for those guys. They won one-on-one matchups. I'm not going to sit here and talk about Jordan Tyson every day. It's just, he had great plays. You can just take that clip and copy and paste it for most days. I will definitely talk about him on a day that he gets beat to continue to challenge him. That's my job as a coach, is to not tell him how good he is, but to challenge him on things to get better at and to continue to push him.
In other words, Kenny's not going to be your cheerleader.
Once again, you know what? I'm going to wait for you to fail. And when you fail,
then
that's
we'll talk about you.
Then I'm going to coach you. And this is what I love. I really do. I love this about Kenny. And, for the most part, he's very, very fair in his approach as well. Whether you're a third team or a first teamer, he's going to light you up when you need to be lit up.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about him right here. I also love the first cut you played with Sam Levitt, of course, talking about his receivers. 0, 12, 18, 16.
Just the numbers.
Went with the numbers. Yeah. That also is a very cold, calculated approach.
That is it.
As a quarterback. I love that.
I usually you hear coaches talk that way. Where coaches,
that's right.
There were years where, especially working in the NHL, where I was like, do these guys know their players' names, or do they just know the number? But that is a very much a business, when your quarterback is talking like that. That's what you expect.
It's next level is what it is. And I don't know if I've ever heard a quarterback actually go coach that way.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially at the college level. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. I'm sure it's happened based on needs, but I don't think I've heard it.
Well, here's more from Levitt. It's always good to hear this guy talk. He was asked if the offense is already where he expected it to be, or maybe even further along.
In terms of guys knowing their responsibilities, no, but we made a lot of plays, and ball placement was really good from all the quarterbacks. 7-0 went really well, and team period did as well. So I was impressed with the playmaking ability, but the fact of knowing where to be, that's kind of expected.
Man, you know what's expecting right now is him to go out and play like he did last year. He really laid the foundation. The confidence that he must have. I cannot wait to see him go out and play, especially knowing that Jordan Tyson is coming back, especially knowing that he's going to be healthy, he's going to be ready to go. This offense, again, is looking at their leader, Sam Levitt, and they know what to expect from him. Coaches know what to expect. Coaches know what he can do really, really well. And it helps because they start calling plays that Sam Levitt loves. When you get to know a quarterback and you have the kind of success that Sam Levitt and ASU had last year, that's a foundation. Once again, Luke, it's like laying a foundation that you're going to build on, and it's like standing on cement. You know already what has transpired. You know what has happened. You know what this guy is excellent at. The coaches know it. The players know it. And the player himself, Sam Levitt himself, knows what he's really, really good at. Now all of a sudden you can build on that. Man, confidence. I talk about it all the time, but it's real and it's legit.
Especially in
it's
college.
The most important thing you could have is to be confident when you're trying to play the game of football.
Yeah, and you can even, if you're an ASU fan and you're like, I don't know, was last year just kind of a fluke? If they really changed, if they turned a corner, time will tell. I get it. I understand. I don't believe it was a fluke at all. I mean, if you watch those games, they won those games. But if you're looking for something that you can hold on to as an ASU fan going forward for as long as Kenny's here, which that could be 40 years, who knows?
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Frank Kush, part 2.
You feel like they're going to have good quarterback play more often than not because of the reputation Kenny's already building look at what he did with Bo Nix. Now look at Bo Nix's career. Look at what's happening with Sam Levitt. If you are a high-end college recruit at the quarterback position and ASU continues to have success, why wouldn't you want to come play with and for Kenny Dillingham and throw to receivers that are being coached by Hines Ward? Now, I say that because it sets you up well for the future, but that doesn't mean you're ever going to have another Sam Levitt walk through and be on this team. This guy, man, he is in lockstep with Kenny Dillingham, and as much as I say it can't just be Levitt and Tyson on offense, because it can't, it obviously all starts with him this year.
Do you think Sam Levitt was offered? Do you think he was offered by other schools that are out there?
Well, since you're allowed to just do that all the time now, yeah,
I
would assume he's
so crazy you can do that at the college level.
Yeah, it is. And
it's crazy.
And again, it kind of reinforces the power of Kenny Dillingham and maybe what they're building that he didn't go somewhere.
This is something that, once again, I can't stand it about the transfer portal and the NIL Basinonians. If you've listened to this show, you know how I feel about it. When you have the disadvantage, when you're not playing, you cut and run. You go somewhere else instead of staying and fighting to get playing time and actually get some reps out on the field during game day. But, man, when you have the advantage and things go well, you also cut and run so you can get paid somewhere else. Sam Levitt, with the kind of year he had last year, could have cut and ran.
Dude, he's taking profits from a lot of his NIL stuff and reinvesting it in his teammates. Like, there are not a lot of guys wired this way.
I just want to say, my young crunks, if you're listening right now and you have this kind of ability where you could be offered, I would say go somewhere, be successful, and stay. Don't cut and run and go somewhere else. Stay. It'll only be a better situation for you, ultimately, assuming you might play in the NFL one day.
I mean, I understand it if you got to start out in like Division III or something, you have a chance to move up, or like, Scadaboo had to go from Sacramento State up. But when you're at this level, I mean, Sam Levitt, he can do everything he needs to do right here at ASU. They were in the playoff last year. He is getting Heisman buzz this year. But it is an extra level to be reinvesting profits from your own NIL into the team's NIL pool. That is a different level of
stay and grow in the program you had success in, and then watch what happens.
All right, when we come back, we're out here at State Farm Stadium. Let's talk some Cardinals. Could Marvin Harrison Jr.'s mindset heading into year 2 be the key that unlocks everything? What is that, Wolf? The French word, the passepartout?
Passepartout.
I always, for the first 2 years we did the show, I just thought that was like a defensive pass coverage. Passepartout. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
When you stay in your home, what you love gets to stay too. From the gardens that grow wild to the grandkids that run wilder. From the Friday night baseball games to the Sunday morning brunches. Even the daily crosswords and weekly book clubs. There's room for it all with help from Home Instead, the largest in-home senior care network with over 30 years of trusted experience delivering the peace of mind you deserve. Visit Home Instead online for a better what's next.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have officially traded third baseman A. Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. For more on the Suarez trade, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The MLB trade deadline is in just about 2 hours, so keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as we will update you on anything the Diamondbacks may do. Arizona Cardinals training camp continues today, but not for wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. He will not practice today due to knee soreness. And the NFL preseason starts tonight. The Chargers and Lions will square off in the Hall of Fame game. Kickoff is at 5. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Calais Campbell from the Arizona Cardinals. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
The final hour of the show here from State Farm Stadium today, and the final 2 hours before the Major League Baseball trade deadline. I'll tell you, Wolf, nothing yet from the Diamondbacks today. I did see a report out there that the Diamondbacks could be in talks with the Red Sox about Merrill Kelly. That's at least a rumor out there, but nothing's happened.
Okay.
Also, as far as camp today, no Marv. Jonathan Gannon talked about it, just some soreness in his knee, nothing concerning. So just being smart about it here.
Okay, that's good. So. Like that. Nothing concerning, no furrowed brow whatsoever. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be fine. Ron Wolfley, assuming.
It sounds like he is fine. They're just being careful because it's training camp, basically. We talked to Marv earlier this week, and he said a lot of good stuff, but there was one thing that really stood out, I know, specifically to you, Wolf. So I'm going to play a couple of these cuts because it's in one of these. The conversation we had at one point turned to the jump from year one to year two, even though, you know, he goes into year one, his dad's Marvin Harrison Sr., obviously. He grew up around the NFL. Maybe year one wasn't quite as overwhelming as it might be for some rookies, but you're still a rookie. He talked about the difference in year two mentally.
I have all the expectations and pressure kind of off my shoulders now a little bit, and I'm very thankful that is. I can kind of go out there and be more free and be more confident with my abilities. But in the year one, it's just like the expectations, the pressure. People expect you to be, certain people, and like I live to where you get drafted and all that kind of takes a toll on you a little bit. But now I just get to go out there and play.
Think about this, Mason Orleans. I asked him that question. I said to him, what is the mentality? How is it different when you compare and contrast your rookie year with this year? And that was his answer right there. He felt the weight of those expectations when we were sitting there. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be wide receiver one from day one. Ron Wolfley reporting. You got these guys, these talking heads that are on the air. Radio, television, podcasting. I'm just saying.
The Padres.
These guys, and think of the expectation that was on him. He felt it. That's what blew my mind. He admitted it, and he said he felt it.
Yeah, and you know what he said. People expect you to be all these different guys. I don't know. He was just being expected to be Calvin Johnson, Marvin Harrison Sr., and Larry Fitzgerald. just be a bunch of Hall of Famers rolled into one. I think what he's saying there really rings true, Wolf. I mean, I remember when the Suns drafted DeAndre Ayton and the ridiculous expectations. Oh, this guy, what was it? It was like, this guy's Wilt Chamberlain if he could shoot better. This guy's Shaq if he could hit his free throw. This guy's David Robinson, basically. Now, with DA, I never understood that. He was a good college player. With Marv, though, coming in last year, I was like, yeah, I mean, he was pretty amazing in college. But I think what he's saying makes a lot of sense and is very real, because as the expectations for the team are going up, the expectations for him, I don't know that they're going down. They're just not all on him.
Yeah,
it felt like last year the focus was just on him.
What's so cool about it, he doesn't feel it.
That's all that matters, really.
Well, there you go. He doesn't feel it, Luke.
Yeah.
I mean, to me right now, I'm like, the expectations are actually bigger on Marvin Harrison Jr. right now.
True.
We think he's going to have a bigger year than he had last year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to develop. Luke, I mean, how many times have you heard me say this? Boy, if there's one guy that is going to develop from year one to year two, it's Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
And what kind of impact is that going to have? Are you kidding me? Look at his numbers. He could go ahead and, I mean, we've been talking about this over and over, and yet he doesn't feel that. He felt it last year, the expectation, as a rookie, and I get that. But this year, he's like, hey, listen, I'm just going to go out and I'm going to play free. I'm going to be me, and I'm going to play free.
Well, if he does that, he's going to hit a lot of these expectations, I believe, if he can play free.
That's exactly what I think as well. And yet I think it's fascinating that the expectation out there is even higher now for Marvin Harrison Jr. in year two. Yet he doesn't feel that. He just needs to go out and be himself.
That's a good point, though, because the expectation
That's what he
is
thinks.
higher.
Yes.
It's higher, but it's weird. It's like if you have a mountain that's 10,000 feet tall and there's nothing around it, or if you have a mountain that's 12,000 feet tall but it's surrounded by a bunch of 10,000-foot tall mountains, it doesn't look as daunting, right? Yeah. I feel like the expectations for the Cardinals nationally last year, there weren't any. It was just Marv's going to be the greatest receiver ever. Now it's like, hey, there's expectations for your teammates, too. It's not just you that we're all focused on. Maybe that's what it is. That's kind of how.
That was a good analogy by you.
I feel good about
it. You know what? Seriously,
I take tomorrow off.
That's nasty.
Oh.
I mean, 12,000 feet, and
even did
there's
the
a lot
math
of
right.
10,000-foot
all of
mountains
a
around
sudden,
you.
hey, look at that.
Yeah, listen, Marvin Harrison Jr., the more I get to know this guy, the more I like him. The more and more I'm sure he's going to be everything that we think he's going to be. See, and that is like, once again, the pressure is there, but not on Marv. It's on us because we all think that, not on him. He's just going to go be himself.
It sort of highlights, how maybe unrealistic last year's specific expectations on him were, that the expectations can be higher this year, but somehow be more realistic. Hey, you're going into year two. This is what you did in year one. You're going to make this jump, whatever that looks like. I don't even know what the yards or the touchdowns would look like. We asked him about it. He said it means the team wins more games. But last year going in, it was just like greatest receiver ever, right? Why you need a couple weeks to do this? I mean, shouldn't you?
This guy's generational.
Yeah, you should be Jerry Rice and Randy Moss by now,
I think
right?
you were saying generational over and over and over again. I don't know if I was based on Ian's.
I actually snapped and just kept saying it.
Luke just kept saying generational.
Yeah, I don't think that was it. I heard a lot of Ron Wolfley reporting last year is what I heard. Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text FANTASY now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Pretty great setup. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, how much focus is on the Arizona Diamondbacks pitching staff and pitching coach for what this season has turned out as, and what does it mean going forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
The excitement that we had, that you got Gallen and Kelly, and now you just got Corbin Burns. Sure. You got the best rotation. One of the best rotations in baseball. Yeah.
There's still part of me that can't believe this failed.
So a guy that never gets injured comes here and gets injured.
Yeah, and then both of your premier closers both got hurt, that they all need Tommy John surgery, that they're all not only out for this year, they're all out for probably most of next year, too.
Don't miss our T-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Moving is difficult. Ron Wolfley reporting. Moving Team 6, they understand that. Trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely, and securely. You'll be glad that you did. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin. Local, long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility in Phoenix. They are the professionals. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and customers. Proudly support our veterans and first responders. Listen, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Hugs from patients, like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments. Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke. Talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
Okay, what do we got, Luke? What do we got before the deadline now?
1 hour and 44 minutes and 8 seconds.
Okay, there you go, right there, Basinonians. Less than 2 hours. The clock is ticking. 2 hours, and Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are still out there. Possibly going to be traded in the next hour and 44 minutes.
Or possibly still on the team. I mean, if they're not traded, look.
I'll be shocked if that happens. I will be shocked.
I would be shocked if Gallen were still on the team. Kelly, I don't know. Like, if you asked me to percentage it when the day started, I would have said, like, yeah, probably 70% chance Merrill gets traded, 100% Gallen gets traded. And I understand those percentages really shouldn't move much yet because we haven't hit the deadline, but at a certain point, we get within like 20 minutes, I'm going to start to wonder if because I still think Gallen. I still think that they will, these teams that are scrambling, and there really hasn't been a lot of trades for starting pitchers prior to today, that they're going to make that deal. So obviously, the second it happens, we'll break in with that news, assuming it does happen. Maybe it doesn't.
Would you say those two guys are really talented pitchers, starting pitchers?
Yes.
Would you say there's an emphasis on talented starting pitching?
Would you say those two specific starting pitchers helped carry the Diamondbacks to the playoffs and World Series less than 2 years ago?
Yes.
Would you say Merrill Kelly has dropped off at all? I wouldn't. His numbers are basically exactly the same.
Exactly.
Gallen, it's been up and down this year. I get it. And his
but
overall
still,
numbers.
this is a guy that's been in the running for Cy Youngs.
Yeah. Teams want him. He still is in his late 20s. Teams are lined up for Gallen. So I would be
once
shocked.
again, knowing that there is a premium base earnings for starting pitching at the trade deadline, you think of how many teams think, man, if we just had one more guy in that rotation, especially when we get into the postseason, we can win this thing. And if Zach Gallen and a Merrill Kelly is out there, oh yeah, they're gone.
I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming based on the fact that the Diamondbacks got back 3 minor leaguers for Gino. Now, granted, 1 or 2 of these guys might be pretty close to being in the majors, but they're minor leaguers. I'm assuming they're not asking for like a number 2 starter for Gallen. So, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense for a team to trade that for Gallen anyway.
Correct.
So if I'm the GM of another team and I've identified Zach Gallen as a guy I think is going to help my team, are you really not willing to give up your number 11 prospect for a chance to win the World Series this year?
Number 11.
Well, whatever it is, I don't know. It depends on the team.
Number 4, did you say? Did you say number 4?
What did the Padres?
3.
The Padres.
Okay.
Padres gave up, I think, their best prospect earlier today. I think he was the number 3 prospect in baseball, or maybe he was up there. That
is correct.
A's.
Number 3 prospect in baseball.
In all of baseball.
There you go.
So, and they traded him. So, you know what? Other teams, do you want Zach Gallen?
I'm just saying there is a premium on starting pitching, I would imagine, especially when they're proven commodities.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to ask you this, okay, Wolf? And I'm always hesitant to go down this path because I'm not calling for anybody's job. B, I don't really love being in that position to call for anybody's job anyway.
Yeah, I'm not big about that either, especially going on there. Let me broadcast that.
Let me tell you this.
You know what? Do you know who I am? Let me make this declaration, and I'll call for you to stop earning your money.
I could be a much better pitching coach. Yeah, I couldn't. But Brian Kaplan, his name has come up a lot, more and more. I've seen it more and more on social media. I've seen people asking us why we're not talking about it. I feel like we have.
Yeah, we have.
But I bring it up today specifically for one very individual reason. Most of the pieces you're getting back in trades are young pitchers.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's Brian Kaplan's fault that these guys got hurt. I don't believe it's that. I'm not going to say it's Brian Kaplan's fault that Zach Gallen trailed off this year. But, and you always say this, Wolf, you got to be honest when you're trying to assess your team and trying to figure out what the next move is. If people are really going to look at Torey Lovello and say, he's got to go, I don't believe that either. I believe, though, you have to have conversations about everything to see where you stand. And specifically to Brian Kaplan, internally, I kind of want to know why no pitcher really took a step forward this year. There were guys that were even. But there were a lot of guys who took a step back, not really forward. Ryan Nelson took a step forward, but it kind of seemed like he was already going to do that.
Yes, I would agree with that. Listen, here's the thing about it. Torey Lovello knows.
Yeah,
Mike Hazen, they know.
I'm sure they've already had the conversation.
Oh, I'm sure they've had that conversation right now as to where the spiny, ruddy finger of blame might be pointed for what has happened. But the reason why I believe the spiny, ruddy finger of blame is out there, Basin Reeds, is because of what Luke just said. I'm trying to think of a guy that's gotten better on that pitching staff who is better than when he came here.
I mean, the guys that had good seasons this year, I think Merrill is just Merrill. He's just going to – he's not like he got better. He just had another steady season.
Yes.
Corbin Burns was great, but Corbin Burns was already great before he got hurt. But, like, Zach Gallen took a step back. Erod, if anything, took a step back.
Yeah.
Brandon Pfaadt.
Brandon Pfaadt. I think, man, if there's one guy maybe that you could look at and say, hey, what's going on? Brandon Pfaadt. Now, Ryan Nelson, I agree with what you're saying. I think he already showed flashes of that, but I think he is.
He did.
I think he might be the one guy that you could point to and say it's starting to solidify a little bit with Ryan Nelson.
And Shelby Miller had a much better
Shelby
year
Miller.
than he's had. But if you want to throw Shelby Miller out there as a positive, I mean, how many guys in the bullpen that have been good for the Diamondbacks before took a step back this year?
Yes,
so
I know.
Again, I'm not saying all this as like, oh, it's Brian Kaplan's fault. He's got to go. I'm just saying you got to be aware of it when all of your trades are focused on bringing in young pitchers.
Yep.
I at this point, I don't care if Kevin Ginkel pitched worse this year because of Brian Kaplan. It's more like, if you're trading for Hunter Crinton and Brandon Garcia and all these guys and feasibly more guys in the next hour and a half, are they in a position to develop right? Because you're not bringing in Paul Skeens. You're bringing in guys that need to develop into something. So you have to have them on the right track to develop.
Yeah. Once again, it's a tough situation, and it's very difficult for me to believe that Brian Kaplan came in and started doing revolutionary things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I tend to think it was just a lot of bad luck this year, honestly.
And that's my point. That's where I was headed on, is the fact that I think it's a possible situation where Torey knows, Mike Hazen, they know. They've had this conversation already, and they may think it's that. They either think it's that it's just bad luck that is going on here. This is something we've always done, something we had Brent Strom doing last year. We've continued the same thing, the same routine, so to speak. It just was bad luck. Or they know it's something else.
Yeah. And that's what separates the good teams from the average teams,
yes.
Right? You can identify if it is something else. We actually did ask Mike Hazen about this last month. We asked about Brian Kaplan, how much responsibility he has to take for the pitching struggles this year. This is what Mike Hazen said.
Yeah, it is a look. I get it. We're all accountable, right? We're all responsible and all these questions can cut in both directions. Like there's the coaches, the manager, me. We're all accountable for the players we put on this team and how we get the most out of these players that we put on this team. He is a very good young coach. This is his first year, and he's doing a good job. And the results haven't been there just yet, but we're still working towards getting the right results. And it doesn't just always show up overnight. I think we're starting to watch Merrill's having one of the better years of his career. Zach Gallen's starting to round into form. Ryan Nelson's been really good. Before Corbin Burns got hurt, he was one of the top pitchers in all of baseball, vying for a Cy Young.
Boy, you could just hear him right there. Again, they were waiting for the development, but he acknowledged the fact that, hey, we need to do better.
Yeah, and that was a month ago.
That was a month ago. Now, all of a sudden, it brings you full circle on some of these guys as well. Zach Gallen, he said, was starting to round out into form, and yet
he was.
And I look once again. I can't stand this kind of conversation.
I know what you're going to say, too. I know you're going to say at a certain point it's on the player to do their job, right?
Do your job once again. Prepare yourself. Hey, Coach, this is the way that I've always prepared. This is the way that I do it. I know you want me to do it a different way, but let me do this. Stand up for yourself and go do your job. So I'm not going to blame all this on Brian Kaplan, but it is a conversation that I'll guarantee you this organization has had multiple times.
If you're in a position where you're trading away Eugenio Suarez, which they did last night, or you're trading away Josh Naylor, which they did last week, or you might trade away Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly. Like, if all of this stuff is on the table, every other conversation – doesn't hurt to have the conversation. Every other conversation is on the table because you're not in professional sports if your feelings get hurt by people having the conversation.
Right.
You just it doesn't – that's not –
Good point.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, what type of impact is Cardinals rookie linebacker Cody Simon looking to have in year one? He joined us earlier. We'll get you some of what he told us next, and I believe practice is opening here very soon, so we'll get you caught up on that as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you trade Suarez, you're waving the white flag. You can't make an argument to me that I'm going to trade Suarez but still try to win. So if you trade Suarez, you might as well just go all in and trade everybody else. And I know you're worried about, who's going to pitch these games. I got Fott, I got Ryan Nelson, I got Erod, and I'll bring up a couple of guys from the minors to figure it out. I'll get through it. I don't have a lot of the season left. I'll have 50-something games left. I'll figure it out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Oh, go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That is Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. Presidential Pools is sponsoring our PCH Give-a-thon and triple down on backing the kids over at PCH. For every pool sold now through August 22nd, they'll be donating a portion of proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. This is why they're the best, man. They support our community, they give back to our community, and want to make an impact on everyone that is in need at PCH. What you need to do, brothers, right now is go to presidentialpools.com. Presidential Pools, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have officially traded third baseman Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners for first base prospect Tyler Locklear and pitching prospects Hunter Cranton and Juan Burgos. For more on the Suarez trade, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The MLB trade deadline is in just about an hour and a half, so keep it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, as we will update you on anything else the D-backs may do. Arizona Cardinals training camp continues today, but not for wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. He is not practicing today as he is dealing with some knee soreness. And the NFL preseason starts tonight. The Chargers and Lions will square off in the Hall of Fame game. Kickoff is at 5. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals linebacker Jordan Birch, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning. Reckoning.
It's a guy nobody's talking about, Jordan Birch.
You've been talking about it.
I guess not talking enough about it. I think this could be a wild card. Jordan Birch heading into the 2025 season. Beware.
You have the, granted, small sample size, I'll give you that, but the track record that Monty, Austin Fort, and this front office have with their draft picks in year 1 and year 2. And all of a sudden, you start to have expectations where a guy is a third-round pick, and you're like, hey, that doesn't necessarily mean he was just kind of a flyer. Or a fourth-round pick like Cody Simon, who we had on earlier, Wolf. In fact, here, I'm going to play some of this Cody. Is there anything specific you want to hear again from Cody?
No.
Okay. Let's start with, here, we asked him if he's had a welcome to the NFL moment yet. This is what he said.
You know, I think it's a little bit unique with being at Ohio State. You've got a lot of star players already there, so I've already known Marv and Paris, and those are some real big stars now in the league. And you know, your goal is to be just like them and try to emulate those guys in the way they carry themselves. And you know, I just try to do my job really.
You know, it really isn't a great question at this point of the season. Okay, Ron Wolfley informing. It was a stupid question, as a matter of fact, right? I know. That's exactly right. I was the one who asked the question. They haven't played any NFL games yet. Now, to me, Basinonians, when I walked into the St. Louis Cardinals NFL locker room, when I walked into that for the very first time, there was Otis Anderson. Otis Anderson, you may not think of Otis Anderson as one of the best running backs of all time. I do. OJ was legit. This guy, you knew you were in the NFL when you saw Otis Anderson. This is a guy that was 6'3", 230 pounds, and could run like a deer. 6'3", 230 pounds, and all of a sudden he's running one-on-one routes against linebackers trying to cover him, and it wasn't even close. He was killing them. So to me, I knew, oh my goodness, this is the National Football League when I looked at Juice. I had an NFL moment. That was from day one. I didn't need any other NFL moments. I had my NFL moments when we played other teams, but I didn't need them because Juice was my first. I wanted to know if he had any NFL moments here. They haven't played anyone else, so it would have to be the locker room inside, and his point was well made. You know, when I went to Ohio State and I played against some of these great, great guys, and because of that, not really.
Yeah, it's if you're an Ohio State player when you're on this team, you probably know some of your teammates. I mean, he said that. He already knows Marv coming in here, Paris Johnson Jr., and those aren't the only Ohio State players on this team either. I got Burke now too. So that probably helps a little bit just in terms of you're walking in, it's your first NFL experience. Yeah, you're one of the few rookies, and you probably don't know the other rookies.
Yeah.
But you might know some guys on the team already, which can't hurt.
What's really interesting as well, Basinonians, there is an emphasis now, a premium that general managers are putting on Big Four conferences, putting on the likes of these schools that we're seeing, like Ohio State, like Michigan, like the biggest programs in the country. And the reason why they're doing that is because they know the players that are playing against, where they're drafting more guys. You've got tape, all this tape, where you're watching these guys play against the best of the best at the college level. And because of that, you know the guy that they're playing against. You know how good that right guard is. And, man, this guy did a great job against that right guard.
Yeah.
You know how good Tyler Booker was. And yet this guy was playing so well against him. That has taken on a new premium with NFL teams.
You got a Tyler Booker reference in there.
I know.
Well done.
Where, stop and think about it, though. It really is where if you've got some guy playing in Montana State, no offense against Montana State, the competition is not nearly as acute.
Especially now. Especially in college football now, where if he's playing against somebody else that's good in his smaller conference, well, that guy's moving to the SEC the next year or whatever, Big 10, Big 12. I think there's
a premium that has really been placed on it that didn't always exist.
It's clearly something that the Cardinals use, even if it's just as a tiebreaker. I mean, you're not going to rule out every school. This guy played at a small school. He can't be good. I mean, look, Trey McBride went to Colorado State. It's not like Colorado State is Alabama.
Right.
They're not like this Division II school, but they're not. It's not like a huge program. But there was a stretch there where the Cardinals and other teams, but it felt like, a lot of times the Cardinals would be taking a guy, and it's just like, okay, this is your second-round pick, and I think I saw him play briefly last year. I mean, Trey Lance, when the Niners moved up to take him, that's – now look at the Cardinals draft this year by school. It was Ole Miss, Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas.
Yes,
Nevada
there you
in
go.
The 7th round.
Right there. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's a premium, and it makes sense, Basinonians. You know why? Transfer portal and NIL. It makes sense. These huge football programs are only going to separate themselves even more going forward.
No, that's absolutely the way this is going. Actually, Cody Simon, when he was on with us, talked about that and the Cardinals bringing in a lot of Ohio State guys, Texas, Oregon.
Yeah, I just think there's a mentality around just competing and being the best. And sometimes it's very uncomfortable to compete against people you know and you're really close with. But I think it definitely breeds the best kind of players and best kind of results. When you can go out and compete against the guys next to you, it makes everyone else better. So I think that's what we focus on a lot in college, and I've seen it a lot here already. So I'm really excited for how this year will go, and just trying to take it one step at a time.
It is really interesting that he could. We asked him about expectations, any pressure he feels, any sort of thought he could be wearing the green dot or he could be starting, all that stuff. He gave the probably the right answers to those, kind of the more median answers. But just the fact that you have a fourth-round pick who has never played an NFL snap yet, and that conversation is not just one that you and I threw out there because we were bored on a Thursday afternoon. That's been a conversation. That says something about their ultimate expectations for him. This is going to be interesting to see what he does.
I agree with you 100%.
Especially at a position where they're not loaded with established pieces. You know, like, is this guy your inside linebacker of the future, whether that's later this year or next year, whatever. All right, when we come back, practice hasn't opened totally yet. If it does when we come back, we'll obviously get into what we're seeing on the field. And, Wolf, the next segment is our final segment before the trade deadline hits in Major League Baseball. So they still haven't moved anybody today. I got an hour and 19 minutes till the MLB trade deadline hits. There are other moves, too. We'll get you caught up on some of those. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals training camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, this just isn't any old Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. No, this is Tim Hobick's Santan Ford. That's right. I've known Timmy for over 20 years right now, and he's one of the best guys, I kid you not. They're reimagining affordability for you. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down, talking zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. How about the Ford Escape and even the Ford Bronco Sport? Just sign and drive with a payment that you can afford. Now, Tim Hovick's Santan Ford is in Gilbert, and the summer sale is going on right now. You need to head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, of course, $649, but you got that. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Wolf and Luke, live from State Farm Stadium. The Red Reckoning.
All right, they are getting ready for the open portion of Cardinals practice here, Wolf, so we probably will have a chance to go through some of what we see on the field here in just a couple moments. But the other story today, the big story, is the MLB trade deadline, which is at 3 o'clock Arizona time, so just under an hour and 15 minutes away. The Diamondbacks, in case you missed it, did trade Eugenio Suarez last night, but they have not traded Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly today. They still can, and most likely if they're going to, well, now, obviously, it's going to be the next hour and 15 minutes, but I think even at the start of the day, it was probably going to be right up near the deadline. Jake McCarthy is still here as well, so they have not made any moves today. There have been a lot of moves around Major League Baseball today, though.
Okay.
I'm looking here. I'll look through some of them right now. The Padres got Mason Miller and J.P. Sears from the A's. People are
Padres.
The Padres have been active. If I sat here and read through all the Padres moves, that would take up the rest of the show. The Astros got Carlos Correa. The Phillies got Yohan Duran from Minnesota. I guess that was technically yesterday. Mets got Ryan Helsley from St. Louis. That was a guy at the start of the year, remember? We were all kind of thinking, hey, maybe the Diamondbacks will be in it. They'll need a closer, and they'll go get him from St. Louis.
That's right.
That's interesting, too, because that would sort of indicate St. Louis may be selling, even though they are ahead of the D-backs. Blue Jays went out and got Shane Bieber. Of course, the Canadian team would get Bieber. Why not?
Yes, of course.
So, like I said, the Padres have made a ton of moves, but still big names out there, and two of them are Diamondbacks.
You guys aren't going to provide any comfort to me. You haven't mentioned any of the moves that the Orioles have made.
I'm
back here. They traded Cedric Mullins. They traded Ryan O'Hearn. They traded Ramon Laureano. They traded Ramon Arias. I'm back here sad, and I've got nothing from you guys.
They're all Padres now, aren't they? Except Mullins is a Met.
Mullins is a Met. Arias is an Astro.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I just can't believe we're sitting here in this situation right now. The reality is coming down on me right now. That here it is. What do we have? Just over an hour.
Yeah.
Just over an hour. And I think Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly both, I think, will be gone. And the harsh reality of that, Basinonians, that Eugenio Suarez is already gone. Josh Naylor gone a while ago, of course. And now all of a sudden, Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly just waiting for that to come. The fact that we're sitting here waiting for that to come down is humbling.
It's the part that really drives the point home is watching the Padres go out there and be buyers the way they are, because that's a team a lot of people had the Diamondbacks even with coming into the season. That's a team the Diamondbacks have a winning record against this season. They've been able to beat the Padres. They just had a hard time with teams like the Rockies and the Pirates, and obviously now things have slipped away. But you watch the Padres, who were not that far ahead of the D-backs even just a few weeks ago and came into the season either projected to be even with or behind the D-backs, and they are going all in right now, San Diego. So, like I said, you got to think Gallen is on the move. I don't know what it – can you imagine Gallen starting this weekend for the D-backs?
No. I mean, honestly, he's Zach Gallen. Once again, it's a situation you're going to sell. You're going to sell. You're going to be a seller, period. Listen, Eugenio Suarez, bright and shiny, yes, but you can get real value for Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly. And because of that, I think somebody's going to make him an offer where they're they're going to not be able to refuse it.
Where does it flip where if you're the Diamondbacks and you've held the leverage, and you've been holding, you have the leverage because you really don't have a ton to lose, whereas these other teams that need a starting pitcher need a starting pitcher. Where does that flip where you got to hurry up and do something now? I mean, we're in that range now.
Again, we were talking about this earlier. To me, it's fascinating. I don't know. Mike Hazen might be listening, and he might.
I would be stunned if he's
these
listening
guys
right
are so.
now.
Yeah, right, exactly. But maybe he's playing in the back. Maybe I don't know. It
He
doesn't
is joining
matter.
us tomorrow, by the way.
Just
Mike
he's
Hazen's joining
laughing hysterically at this, but I think he's got offers on the table right now that he's looking at. Offers on the table. And he likes a couple of them. And I think, why wouldn't you wait? Why wouldn't you just to see if they might throw that prospect in, that other prospect, to see if you can't sweeten the deal, knowing the trade deadline is looming and they have to do something? Why wouldn't you use that pressure point?
It's miserable to be in this position. It is nice, if you're going to be in this position, to at least trust that you have a GM that is as prepared as possible. I told you earlier, and I think it probably more now than ever, I'm guessing, to your point, he has the offers all in front of him.
Yes.
I'm guessing he's already decided on one, but he's going to play the leverage game up until, I don't know when you have to, when you really have to get down to business, or you run the risk of some technical component messing you up. But I'm guessing he's going to hold on to it till 2:45. And if he has a deal he likes from, I don't know, let's say the Tigers, but he wants something more from the Mets, well, the pressure's on the Mets. I've already got my deal. If I don't get that call from the Mets by 2:45, I'll pick up the phone and call the Tigers, because, I mean, I guess you run the risk of the Tigers being like, you know what, we got somebody else, or whoever. I'm just throwing out teams. But I think you still hold the cards right now if you're the Diamondbacks on these guys. Where it would get weird is if we get into tomorrow and again, not so much Merrill for me, but if Gallen is still on the D-backs, that would be confusing.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that assessment. You talk about Merrill. I just think for somebody that is in the running, you couldn't use Merrill Kelly. You could not use him for the postseason, especially. You couldn't use him in your rotation. I think at some point in time there is value there as well. And listen, if you're going to trade Zach Gallen, and you're going to trade Eugenio Suarez, you're going to trade Josh Naylor, you're going to trade these guys, hey, you know what? Why wouldn't you trade all of them? Get something back, knowing you could actually sign Merrill Kelly back, bring him back. Oh, man, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
To me, the only one that you could have traded and still been going for it this year, to the point where you wouldn't trade the other guys, was if you had traded Gallen around the All-Star break and maybe got a pitcher back that you could still use this year that isn't Zach Gallen, but maybe he develops, but you could use him this year. You keep Gino, you keep Naylor, you keep Merrill, and you're still hanging around in this, and you come out of the All-Star break and you sweep St. Louis, and maybe you stick around. But the second you traded Josh Naylor, to me, you open the floodgates. And now, definitely, you trade Gino last night. If you're going to do it, you may as well go all in and do it. And I agree with you. I still think they're going to. It's crazy. It's starting to feel crazier by the minute.
Yeah.
There's only an hour and 6 minutes left.
Yeah.
But there was the report earlier today that Boston was talking to the D-backs about Merrill Kelly. I don't want to just give these guys away for nothing, because you do get a compensatory pick for some of them, but I'm guessing that there's decent offers out there.
No, honestly, I think there are decent offers out there of value for starting pitching. Come on. Especially the talent of Zach Gallen. I know his season hasn't gone well. I know that. But the talent is still there, Luke.
Yeah, because, again, I just can't imagine him pitching against the A's this weekend. Or I don't know. It's that in itself is crazy with the way these conversations have gone, that the Diamondbacks still have 50-plus games coming up. And it'll be interesting to see what the rotation looks like if they really do trade Merrill who is scheduled for tomorrow, or Gallen, who's scheduled for Saturday. But we will have, finally, answers by the time we go on the air again tomorrow. That's it for us here today. Thanks to Rick back at the studio. Thanks to Jamal out here. Thanks to the Cardinals for the guests, Israel Wolfork and Cody Simon. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gizmo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 2025 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Just 1 hour to go until the trade deadline hits in Major League Baseball. As far as the latest Diamondbacks move is concerned, it remains Eugenio Suarez, who was sent to the Mariners late last night. There are rumors still surrounding the likes of pitchers Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. Kelly most recently linked to the Boston Red Sox, per several reports, including MLB Network's John Heyman. Stay locked to Arizona Sports. We count you down to the deadline right here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And then be sure to listen after the deadline hits at 3:15 for our D-backs at the deadline roundtable. And then news from Arizona Cardinals camp today. Marvin Harrison Jr. was among a few Cardinals that will not be practicing today. Harrison Jr. is dealing with some soreness in his knee, but nothing concerning. Head coach Jonathan Gannon said they are just being smart with him and the others. This report is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what? Oh, my God. Burnsy, what's going on? My voice is shot.
Whoa.
My voice is shot.
You all right there?
Oh, man.
Okay, you need to take it easy today.
No, my voice is just, like I that's the effects of, like, I was sick for, like, 2.5 weeks. And now my voice seems to be going.
Wow. Great.
Mitch,
I wonder if it was that Detroit pizza, actually.
It was good, the Detroit pizza.
So
I bought it last night. It was good.
Jet's Pizza, you sent us all a picture of it.
Yeah, like I got it. It was good.
Kindly offered that when they're opening one near our location here.
Yeah, I'll buy for everybody.
A pizza on Gambo when it happens.
Yeah, it was good. The pizza was good.
That's excellent. That's fantastic. Yeah, looking forward to trying it. Detroit-style pizza. So while Gambo nurses his voice, don't worry, he's here. Just make sure you save that voice because I'm on a plane to Yosemite tomorrow. We need you, man. We need you.
You have to cancel out Yosemite trip tomorrow.
No.
You and Ringer from Cardinal Camp.
No. I'm on a jet plane tomorrow, baby. 58 minutes away. That is our top story of the day today on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And we're waiting on the weigh-in. Now, obviously, there was a deal last night. Gino Suarez traded to the Seattle Mariners. Gambo went so far as to come into the office today to say that he took his phone into the shower with him.
Yeah. Listen,
please expand on that, Gambo, if you would. You took the phone into the shower with you, did you?
We were able to break a lot of the news last night.
Were you in the shower when it went down?
No, but that's the thing when you're. I don't recommend being an insider to anybody. It's not as glamorous as you think it is.
Whoever thought it was glamorous?
I don't know. It's just not. It's just not.
The world thought that was glamorous.
I'd like to not do it.
Jello cup, Jello cup, please.
We're just in the shower. It's fine. We're not getting into gory details about it.
Like I've heard Woj say that. It's true. Like when you're an insider, you take your phone with you everywhere. Like everywhere. You go to the bathroom, you take your phone with you. You go to the shower, you take your phone with you. You take your phone with you everywhere. Like you go take the garbage out. Like you always have your. So last night we were able to get some of the information out before anybody else that the Diamondbacks got 2 pitching prospects and a first baseman back from the Mariners. Nobody else had that. We had that. And then we were able to say that the headliner was Tyler Locklear, the first baseman, which we were able to get that out first. So, it's just now we wait. And all morning long, for 7 straight hours, I don't think I've not looked away from my phone for more than 10 seconds. From like 7 in the morning till now, it's 7 hours. I have literally been, I'm going to, what's it, nearsighted, farsighted, whatever it is. Like, all I've been doing is just looking at the phone.
Paging Dr. Jay Schwartz. We need you, Dr. Jay. We're setting up the bat signal for Jay Schwartz right now. We'll get into the Gino trade in the next segment of the show, even though so far that is the headliner of what's been done. But we're now 56 minutes away, so let's just kind of recap everybody on where we are right now. Deadline's at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Merrill Kelly, as of right now, is still a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen is still a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. There have been a couple of teams that have been linked to starting pitching
that have made trades today. The Blue Jays in particular got Shane Bieber in a trade with the Cleveland Guardians. Perhaps that took Toronto out of the mix. We don't know for sure. Perhaps it did. There have been other deals that have come down as well. The Astros have brought back Carlos Correa in a trade with the Minnesota Twins. That was really interesting to see.
Yeah, he's owed like $90 million. He's going to play third base for them, too, not shortstop. He's going to play third base for them. The Astros were very, very busy. I thought the Astros and the Padres, to me, those teams were very, very active. What the Padres did was incredible.
Yeah, the Padres have been very, very busy today, adding and kind of going for it. There have been other deals as well. Carlos Correa is kind of the big one. But for the most part, we are still in fact, not for the most part, we are fully anticipating there is going to be something that happens in the next 54 minutes.
At least one of the starting pitchers will be traded, I believe.
Least, right? Like, I think that's
It could be two, but I believe at least one will get traded.
That's the minimum of where we're setting our expectations. I don't think the delay, in my opinion, you can tell me if you think I'm wrong, I don't think this delay should give anybody a moment's pause that something's not going to happen for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
No. As I said yesterday, Zach Greinke got traded with 10 minutes left in the deadline. 10 minutes left. Astros called back and said, okay, I know we tabled this, but is there anything else we could do to make this happen? And they were able to work something out, and they got it done. Made the call with 5 minutes left. So 10 minutes left, got a call. Astros called the Diamondbacks for 5 minutes. They worked on a couple of quick things to get it done across the finish line. Then with 5 minutes left, they made the phone call. So, at 2:55 today, I mean, it's possible. You could be making a phone call to say, okay, we've agreed on a trade. They've got the patience of a saint, for goodness sakes, the Diamondbacks. I mean, they must be playing this game of chicken at this point. I'm thinking Footloose, man. I'm thinking Footloose right now. I got two tractors, and I got Mike Hazen on one tractor, and I've got some GM on another tractor, and I got Mike Hazen shifting gears, and his shoelace gets caught. And the Footloose song is playing.
Holding out for a hero. You're holding out till the end of the morning light. Yeah, and he's got to be strong.
I'm not going to move, man. You give me what I want, or I'm going to ram right into you.
but I don't. Okay, but that's the gig, right? Like that's the job. That's the requirement.
As long as you come away with what you want,
right? And we'll talk about the Geno trade in the next segment. But in the immediate aftermath of that, there have been some who suggested that maybe the Diamondbacks missed their moment with Suarez. That what they ended up taking last night was lesser than maybe what they could have gotten, but because they waited too long, but now that's not my opinion. I'm just telling you what some people in the aftermath of that deal had suggested. Was that maybe they waited a little too long to trade Suarez and the best deals passed them by. We'll talk about the return for Suarez and what it meant. I happen to think, and this is just my speculation, you're the source guy, obviously, you take your phones in the showers, I do not. I happen to believe that Merrill Kelly right now is probably the premier player at the starting pitching position that's available right now.
I've always thought they would get more for Kelly than they would anybody else.
And I don't mean over Gallen. I mean in Major League Baseball. I think he is you want a starting pitcher who's proven in October. Merrill Kelly is the guy you want, right? And I think that chip is worth playing let's take this down to the nub, man. Let's take this down as far as we can to the clock because we think somebody will blink and cave and give us the world for this guy.
I talked to Merrill Kelly a couple hours ago, I talked to Merrill Kelly. And he goes, crickets, man, just crickets, buddy. I'm not hearing anything. I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. He goes, yeah, most of it's just noise. He said, most of it's just noise. So, as of a couple hours ago when I checked in with Merrill, I'll reach out to him again in a minute. He had said that crickets, that he had not heard anything. This is about 11 o'clock in the morning, so like 3 hours ago.
Okay.
Check back a little bit later. Just the only thing he's hearing, just noise. Now we've heard the Astros, the Rangers, the Red Sox have all checked in on Merrill Kelly. I checked the Astros.
Say those teams again for me, too.
The Red Sox, the Rangers, and the Astros.
Okay.
I checked in on the Red Sox rumor. Was told there's nothing there. They're just kicking the tires, but things could change. So we'll see. The Red Sox are right behind the Yankees. When you look at the wild card standings, they're right there. So I think Merrill Kelly is like a gem if you could get him. If you could get Merrill Kelly, I think he's a difference maker. And that could be why, we're holding out for a hero right now. We got Mike Hazen on that tractor, and I'm not moving off this tractor.
Right.
Like, I'm not moving.
I've got the asset.
Yeah.
And now the Astros, I knew my brain was struggling to reach for something, and it wasn't there. The Astros, and I saw this a couple of hours ago, were heavily in conversations with Dylan Cease, right, with the Padres about Dylan Cease. Now, that hasn't gone anywhere yet, but I have to believe that if you want a proven October pitcher, the Diamondbacks have the guy. And not just the guy on their not just over Zach Gallen. I mean, in Major League Baseball, they have the guy. Now, as far as Gallen goes...
We're talking like 9-10 starts between now and the rest of the season. He could help you solidify a playoff spot, too.
As far as Zach Gallen goes, that, to me, is the one where the delay suggests to me that maybe they will hold on to him. Now, I don't know. Again, that's just me speculating. I don't think there's any way they're holding on to Merrill Kelly. I think he's gone. I think in 49 minutes from now, he's going to belong to somebody else. Zach Gallen? I'm not so sure about Zach Gallen.
Harder to trade. He's had a terrible year.
He's not had a good year, and they might look at him and go, the comp pick is more valuable if he leaves us. I mean, he might. I'm not so sure he's gone. As far as the others, the Jake McCarthys, the Alec Thomases, I don't know. Those are wild cards today, man.
I spoke with people in the organization at 7 o'clock this morning. I even checked on Shelby Miller, and it's just the thing with Shelby is he hasn't pitched, and there's a lot of teams that are reluctant, with Shelby because you're not sure if he's going to be able to get through the season. Remember, he elected not to have surgery and to continue pitching, and
right.
I know there's some teams that are a little leery, like, hey, I don't know if I want to trade for the guy. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold up for 2 more months. So I think there's a little bit of hesitation on teams wanting to trade for Shelby Miller, especially because he hasn't pitched in a little while now.
You mentioned the Rangers as a potential team for Merrill Kelly. I'll tell you that John Heyman just tweeted a moment ago. The Rangers, who had been trying for Dylan Cease, are now talking to the Diamondbacks about Merrill Kelly. So just keep an eye out on that. We'll, of course, got our finger poised over the breaking news sounder. When something happens, we'll let you go. In the meantime, it's your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text the word fantasy to 620-620. Battle your favorite host. Join your favorite show's league for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text fantasy now to 620-620. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm hearing that Merrill Kelly to the Rangers is starting to look stronger.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm hearing Merrill Kelly to the Rangers is starting to look stronger.
I was just about to tease Eugenio Suarez is going back to Seattle. We'll talk about that eventually. We're going to talk about Merrill Kelly and the Texas Rangers next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
I'm not going to shock you with this comment, but of the guys that Cattell, Corbin, Moreno, Perdomo, Fott, Nelson, like the younger group that's under long-term control, they're all calling me about them too. If I say it would be a haul, that usually shuts the conversations down pretty quickly.
Don't miss our T-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for the law firm of Berg Simpson in a world filled with so many choices. I drive home every day on the 10 and the 60, and I see all the billboards. I've seen all the signs, and I think to myself, if I were involved in an accident, and I had been many years ago, how would I know who to call? And here's how I would know who to call. Berg Simpson is just different. Berg Simpson has over 24 lawyers who were named among the best lawyers in America publication. Berg Simpson has over a dozen lawyers that were named in the Super Lawyers publication. Berg Simpson is routinely listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers, and their founder, Michael Berg, is listed as one of the 50 best trial lawyers in the country. There's just a different level that you're going to get with Berg Simpson. Being involved in an accident is a very, very serious thing. I know, I've done it, and you want serious people representing you. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner, and that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, 2:17 puts us 43 minutes away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Gambo, you just tweeted out 19 seconds ago. What?
The Diamondbacks are closing in on a deal with the Texas Rangers for Merrill Kelly.
Okay.
It's not finalized yet. It's not done yet. I told you in the last segment it was starting to look stronger, and I believe that is the path that they're working on right now. They're closing in on a deal with the Rangers. That's the path they're going down right now, unless something changes and somebody calls up and says, okay, let me top that package. Right now, it looks like the Texas Rangers.
There was a report from Bob Nightingale that while we were in commercial break, that the Rangers and the Red Sox were really ramping up talks with the Arizona Diamondbacks. There was a tweet right before we went to break mentioning the Rangers. Sorry, my brain scrambled right now. And that's when you had said, yeah, I'm hearing this thing with the Rangers might be getting there. Now you're saying that it's close. The Diamondbacks are closing in on a deal for Merrill Kelly. We've got the prospect rankings for the Rangers up, ready to go, locked and loaded when we start seeing names. I think
give us Walcott, Rangers. Come on.
I think there's a chance.
Sebastian Walcott is their top. You're not getting their top prospect.
He's like top 5 across all.
I think you're going to do good for Merrill.
I think you're going to do better.
I think
you do better than you did Suarez.
I've always said that.
I think you'll do better than you did for Suarez.
That's what I reported last week, that they expected to get the most for Merrill.
Just because. I mean, nothing against Suarez. He's having a heck of a year. He's a very, very, very streaky player. And you ride the waves with Gino. Good vibes, Gino. We love him, man. His story here is remarkable, and we'll talk about that later. But I think Merrill Kelly, given his kind of proven October dominance and getting you to October and how steady and consistent he's been, I just think you're going to get more. for him than you would anybody else. The Red Sox are mentioned as a possibility. The Astros have been mentioned, though there's been in the last 5 minutes or so kind of a groundswell of, hey, the Astros might be getting Dylan Cease. They might be closing in on Dylan Cease. So perhaps they've chosen to go in a different direction. Or perhaps they decided they didn't want to pay what the Diamondbacks were asking for, whatever the case may be. But with the deadline, and I'll tell you, somebody we haven't heard a thing about so far is Zach Gallen. Not a thing.
Right,
I haven't.
right.
In fact, there was a story this morning on ESPN.com, the 10 players most likely to get dealt today, and they made a specific point to note that Zach Gallen was not on their list. Merrill Kelly was number 1 on their list in terms of guys most likely to get dealt today. Zach Gallen, now they said he could get dealt today.
He could,
but if it's a list of top 10 guys who are likely to get dealt, Zach Gallen wasn't in their top 10. Merrill Kelly was number 1.
Yeah, Merrill Kelly is the guy right now you want to give the ball to if you're a team and you've got big games to win down the stretch. You're comfortable that Merrill Kelly is going to give you 6 innings. He's going to give you a quality start. He's just tough as nails. He's great on the road. You look at the 10 games going into the postseason in 2023. You look at how well he pitched in the postseason. He's just a good pitcher. Like, he's a good pitcher. Nothing phases him. He never gets rattled. He's a guy that, if you've got home field advantage, you could start somebody else at home and then start Merrill Kelly on the road, and you're going to feel good about winning that game on the road with Merrill Kelly. So I've always thought they're going to get more from Merrill Kelly. Again, this is not done, but I'm hearing that they are closing in on Texas. The Rangers, we'll see if anything changes because you could pit other teams against each other, but it looks like the Rangers have kind of focused in on Merrill Kelly. We'll see if this thing gets finalized by the end of the segment here.
Yeah, and we're if it feels like we're in a little bit of a stall mode, we're in a little bit of a stall mode right now, just trying to see kind of what happens.
Well, look at the Rangers in the standings too. I mean, they're 57 and 52. They're 5 games back of the first place Astros. But when you look at the wild card, they are tied with the Mariners for the final wild card spot. Tied with the Mariners. Okay. 2.5 games ahead of Cleveland. So there's 4 teams maybe for 3 spots right now. I think the Guardians are still in it at 54 and 54. But if you're the Rangers, you're battling with Seattle and Boston and the Yankees to try to get one of those spots.
You read my mind. I was just looking up the MLB standings. It puts us here in Arizona in a really interesting position of watching, if he does go to the Rangers, of watching former Diamondbacks battle it out for the last wild card spot in the American League, right? Because on the one hand, you want to say, hey, go Mariners. There's Josh Naylor. There's Eugenio Suarez, right? There's 2 guys that you really like, that you have a lot of respect for. They're up there. But if Merrill Kelly goes to the Rangers, suddenly it's going to be like the Diamondbacks farming off their talent to the 2 teams that are fighting for the last spot in the American League wild card would make for, it's no fun watching Diamondbacks baseball in that regard, but watching that baseball to see who wins that battle, right? Like who the position players or the pitcher, if that's where he ends up.
Imagine
that would be fascinating.
Think about the Rangers and the Red Sox both battling to get Merrill Kelly right now,
Right.
2 teams separated by 1 game in the loss column, both speaking with the Diamondbacks. And, and that's where it could get interesting. The Rangers are like, okay, I'll give you this. You go back to the Red Sox and say, look,
they're offering me this, that, and this.
It's going to put them over the top.
Sure.
They could win 8 of his 10 starts. He's that good.
You give me this guy, and that puts your deal over the top, and then you have 37 minutes, 36 minutes to play the 2 sides against each other. Now, on the backslide of all of this is the other names, like I can't believe I'm calling him another name, but a Zach Gallen, a Jake McCarthy, an Alec Thomas, perhaps. Is he in the mix? Is that something else that Mike Hazen and his lieutenants are dealing with right now? I don't know. But if you're watching the show, Gambo's just like, I can just tell, man, I could plug my phone into you right now and you would charge the battery.
I probably would. You just put it on my shoulder.
Just put my phone next to you. You got a lot of energy. John Heyman's giving you credit, by the way, on Twitter that the Rangers are making a push for Merrill Kelly. At Gambo987 was on it. So,
how about that?
Yeah. So the Rangers maybe have pushed themselves to the front of the line, and maybe if Mike Hazen is doing his thing, okay, I think we. Yep. Nope, not that one. Hit the other one.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
I heard Gambo's phone go off. The Texas Rangers are acquiring right-hander Merrill Kelly from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Gambo had reported moments ago that they were the favorites. Jeff Passan just tweeted it out. The Texas Rangers are acquiring right-hander Merrill Kelly from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Gambo has just followed it up with his tweet as well. Gambo has been basically since about 2:11. So for the better part of the last 14 minutes has kind of been prepping us for the idea that it was going to be the Rangers for Merrill Kelly. Now we wait to see what the return is.
Yeah, I've got the the Texas prospect to list up just like everybody else does. You hope Texas has a good farm system. You know, you're hopeful you're going to get back some pitching. I'm interested to see if they get back a third baseman or any other players. But I think we're all waiting to compare this trade to the Geno Suarez trade to see if they got more for Merrill Kelly than they did Geno Suarez.
For what it's worth, the Texas Rangers, we mentioned Sebastian Walcott. He is the only top 100 prospect they have in their system overall. So in terms of what they might get in return, understand that while their farm system might be deep, they only have one top 100 guy, and it's Sebastian Walcott, and it's very unlikely that it's going to be him involved in a trade. But as Gambo has been preparing us for the last 15 minutes and now has become official, the Arizona Diamondbacks have traded Merrill Kelly to the team they lost to in the World Series a couple of years ago.
Those bastards!
The Texas Rangers now have him. We'll react and get you the details next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you are looking for a great financial advisor, I highly recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley, has done a great job for me with my financial plan, my retirement plan, even a tax plan, because many of us, like me, putting money away tax deferred. That's why I highly recommend a fiduciary like Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You've probably seen him on TV Saturdays and Sundays, the Asset Preservation Hour, where he gives a lot of great advice to people who are looking to figure out what to do as they near retirement. There's never a bad age to start, never. So if you start in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, it doesn't matter. The sooner the better, though. That's why I recommend you call 602-877-PLAN and get a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Just under 30 minutes to go until the Major League Baseball trade deadline, and the Diamondbacks have made another move. Per several reports, including our own John Campodoro, Merrill Kelly headed to Arlington, Texas to join the Texas Rangers. Gambo adds that the expectation is 3 pitching prospects will be heading back to Arizona in this deal. So again, Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers in exchange for 3 pitching prospects. The names we are still working on, but stay locked to 98.7, the Arizona Sports app. Burns and Gamble will get you the latest info as it comes down, so don't go anywhere. There's still questions as to whether or not the Diamondbacks are done, and there's still 30 minutes to go. And then news from Arizona Cardinals camp today. Marvin Harrison Jr. among a few Cardinals that did not practice today, but head coach Jonathan Gannon says there is not much to be concerned with as far as Marv's injury.
What's going on with Marv?
A little bit of soreness.
What body part with Marv?
Knee. He's okay. He's kind of day-to-day. Gonna be smart with him.
Just being smart with Marv, so he's not on the practice field today. Cards camp probably wrapping up in a matter of minutes, but Marv was not out there today. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Have you received a new HVAC quote? Well, send it to State 48 Home Comfort and you could save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit2save.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, 30 minutes to go on the trade deadline. 27 minutes to go if you want to be exact and into details. Gambo reported about 2:11 this afternoon that the Rangers had moved to the front of the line for Merrill Kelly, and it turns out that's exactly what's happened. The Arizona Diamondbacks have traded Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers, the team that beat them in the World Series a couple of years ago. But if you'll recall, in Game 2 of that World Series, Merrill Kelly against the Texas Rangers, 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, no walks, 9 strikeouts. The only game the Diamondbacks won during that World Series was the one that Merrill Kelly pitched. So there is a little bit of, firsthand knowledge of, okay, this dude kind of stuck it to us a couple of years ago. Nice. Let's go see if he can stick it to somebody else now on our behalf. Now we're waiting on the exact specific return.
I'm being told it's 3 prospects, all pitchers.
Okay.
That's what I'm being told. All are pitching prospects, waiting to get back a name or two.
I could tell you right now, because I'm looking at
Does
it right now.
anybody have anything?
No. I'm just looking at the prospects. Nobody has it so far.
There's a guy named Mitch on this prospects list. Maybe they can get him.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Mitch.
The one I would actually.
Okay, here it is.
Go ahead.
Left-handed pitcher Cole Drake and right-handed pitcher David Hageman, part of the package going from the Rangers to the Diamondbacks, according to Ken Rosenthal. Cole Drake is a left-handed pitcher in AAA. He is the 5th best prospect in the Rangers system. And then the other name, David Hageman, is a project. He's in A-ball right now. He's the 13th best prospect in the Rangers system. He's a right-handed pitcher, 6'4", 215 pounds. It would look like, unless there's another name that is yet to be revealed, and it's possible that there is, that Cole Drake, a left-handed pitcher who's in AAA and who obviously is close, big guy, 6'5", 220, might be the centerpiece of the return.
Hageman.
And Hageman...
Hageman is the 13th ranked prospect.
Hageman is the 13th ranked prospect. Cole Drake is the 5th ranked prospect. According to Ken Rosenthal, those are at least 2 of the names, part of the package in his words, going to the Diamondbacks from the Rangers for Merrill Kelly. Again, going through the names, Cole Drake is the 5th highest prospect in their system.
Bratt. There's a guy, Mitch Bratt.
Oh, Mitch, there you go. Let's go. Mitch Bratt is the 9th highest prospect in the Rangers system.
So he's the top one.
No. Cole Drake is the top one. He's number 5. He's number 5. I know. You're like half listening to me. But Cole Drake, number 5. Mitch Bratt, number 9. David Hageman, number 13. If it's 3 pitchers, and those are the 3 pitchers, the Diamondbacks just got the 5th, the 9th, and the 13th best prospects from the Texas Rangers in that deal.
There it is. Yeah, Mitch Bratt. You got your Mitch. This is what I'm being told right now. Mitch Bratt is the other prospect that's coming back. Left-handed pitchers in AA, 22 years old. You mentioned Drake, who left-handed pitcher in AAA. These guys look, initial thought, Bernsey, is these guys are close.
One of them is for sure. I mean, Cole Drake is a AAA pitcher. He's right there.
Yeah, Bratt's in AA.
Bratt's in AA, and he could be close as well. Now, Cole Drake is a starter. Mitch Bratt, I'm looking to see whether he's a starter or a reliever. I'm not sure right now. I'm looking at that. No, he's a starter as well. So Mitch Bratt is a starter. David Hageman is 3 starters. They're all starters.
All starters.
They're all based on what I can tell. They're all starters. I'll need to do a little more deep dive in this one.
Okay.
But based off of what I can tell, they're all starters.
And breaking news is fun, and we scramble. And I'm not going to remember the show when the show's over. But I can say, it does really appear that this is a much better package than what they got for Geno Suarez. We're not talking about 2 relievers. We're talking about 3 starting pitchers.
Geno, it was 9, 16, and 17,
but
according to MLB.
2 are relievers.
And 2 are relievers.
2 are relievers.
This is 5, 9, and 13 out of Texas, and all 3 are starters. 2 of them are lefties. Again, it's Cole Drake, left-handed pitcher. He's in AAA. His ETA to the majors is 2026, according to the MLB pipeline that I'm looking at. Mitch Bratt is a left-handed pitcher in AA. His ETA to the majors is 2026. David Hageman is a right-handed pitcher. He's in A-ball. He's 2028. So he's the project. He's the one who's a ways away. So far, the Arizona Diamondbacks, if my memory is correct now, that's 9 players they've acquired in the deal so far, and I believe 6 of them are either major league players or really, really close to being major league players. Am I doing my math right? I'm going off the top of my head. I think it's 9 players they've acquired now, and 6 of them are either major league players or near major league players.
Garcia's already on the roster, the left-handed pitcher.
The roster.
Locklear's on the roster.
Hoffman.
That's the first baseman. Hoffman, I believe I saw was in triple.
Close. Yep.
And then I would imagine at least one of these guys from the Rangers is going straight to triple.
Okay, Locklear is close. Burgos is close. Garcia is here. Hoffman is close. That's 4. Now you've got 2 of these pitchers coming over from the Rangers that are both close as well. That's 9 players you've acquired, and that's 6 who are either are major league players or knocking on the door of major league players. This is what we kind of talked about the goal being for the Diamondbacks, right? This is almost exactly what we talked about the goal being for the Diamondbacks, to acquire players to keep the window kind of open, right? And what they've done is they've acquired starters, they've acquired relievers. Now, are all of them going to work out? Of course not. Not all of them are going to work out. But of these 6 players who are close to Major League ready, if 3 of them work out,
right?
If 4 of them work out, if one of the long-term guys works out, then you've done well for 3 rental players that you've given, 4 rental players and Randall Grichuk that you've given up to make this happen.
They were always going to get the most from Merrill Kelly. A frontline starting pitcher like this was always going to get you the most. Nothing against the Suarez deal, but this is a better deal. 3 pitching prospects from the Rangers organization. Like you mentioned, one of the guys is number 2 in the top 10. 2 in the top 10.
Right.
So let me see if I'm going to let you talk. I'm just getting a message from them.
Fine.
Right now.
I'm also going to hear. I'm here to tell you the Red Sox, who were reportedly in on Merrill Kelly, have now pivoted and acquire all-star starting pitcher Joe Ryan from the Minnesota Twins. So Joe Ryan goes from Minnesota to Boston. Man, they are selling like mad in Minnesota right now, trading off everybody they possibly can. But the Diamondbacks right now. Now the question is, and we're Gambo's getting the messages right now. We're 20 minutes out. Is that it? Are they done? Now, one thing that Gambo's always been really good at, and you hear his phone chiming in the background there, one thing that Gambo's always been really good at is sometimes deals trickle in after the deadline has passed.
I'll tell you.
And that's what I was just going to say. You're really good at saying they're done or they're not done, because sometimes you'll hear about a deal 10 minutes after. They got it in before the deadline, but it's not reported upon until afterwards. You'll be able to tell us at 3 o'clock whether they're done, right?
None of these players will come right to the Diamondbacks. None of the players will come right to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Just being told that right now.
So none of them are going to be added to the big league roster. Okay.
That the Diamondbacks just traded for will be added to the big league roster.
Again, it's Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, David Hageman, 3 starting pitchers, best I can tell anyway, starting pitchers in the Rangers system. The 5th, 9th, and 13th best prospects in the Rangers system in exchange for Merrill Kelly. Okay, we're 19 minutes away. What else you got?
Okay.
What else you got? Come on, let's go. What else?
I'm asking about Gallen now, so I'm going to turn my attention to Gallen.
What else you got?
Turn my attention to Gallen.
All right, we'll see what we can find out for you. Stay with us as the trade deadline is 19 minutes away. Why would you want to go anywhere else? Keep it right here on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports.
Gino to the Mariners last night. Naylor and Grichuk already moved on. What's next for the D-backs as the trade deadline approaches this afternoon?
Mike Hazen, their GM, is in an interesting position, obviously. He wanted to compete this year. Injuries robbed them of any chance of doing that.
Don't miss our D-backs at the deadline special today at 3 on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. I just love this company. Christian Brothers has been around since 1976. They've been servicing my AC unit for years, and they do a terrific job. If you need a repair or a new AC unit, nobody does that better than Christian Brothers. Call them at 602-222-3535 for any AC repair or new AC unit. They'll get out to you quickly. They even offer free second opinions. So if you need a new AC unit, and they carry all the Brazier brands, Trane, Goodman, Bryant, or you just need a repair, go with the same company I go with, Christian Brothers, AC, Plumbing, and Electric. Call them at 602-222-3535.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Oh, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Luxe with Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid with Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Not going to lie to you, I haven't had 1 second to look at today's poll question. No idea what it is. And I'm not even half as busy as Gambo over here.
Will I have a voice for tomorrow's Cardinals training camp show?
Well, you better, because I'm going to be in Yosemite hiking tomorrow, so you better figure it out, man.
We've offered Jonathan Gannon the co-hosting role, I mean, at least 5 times.
Maloney's making me some hot tea right now with honey.
Yeah, I mean, well, Gannon said he maybe wanted to transition, so maybe tomorrow they just call off practice and he comes up and he does the show.
No, I don't think they call off practice. I think he should do it during practice. Give us the insights we all want.
I like it. So while Gambo gets his hot tea and honey, Lauren
he's
is here.
got the program director running around.
I mean, seriously, there is no limit to who Gambo will boss around here. I mean, no limit whatsoever. You're my boss. I don't care. Go get me some hot tea.
Go get me some tea. I can barely speak right now.
You're the general manager of the station. I don't care. Go wash my car.
Okay, we do have some breaking news here that is not baseball related.
Oh, what do we got? Okay.
The New York Knicks and Mikal Bridges have agreed to a 4-year, $150 million contract extension.
Oh, okay, Mikal. Got your money. Give up
Just
all those...
what I thought we'd be talking about at 2:47.
We got a guy named Mitch on the Diamondbacks now. Mitchy Mitch.
Well, congratulations.
Mitch was asking for it. We gave it to you.
To Mikal. Congratulations to Mikal on getting out of that deal. We always root for Mikal Bridges. What is our poll question today, Lauren?
Our poll question today is, what has you most excited for the Diamondbacks baseball season the rest of the way? This is an open-ended question. We just want your answer.
Okay. You know what?
Tyler Locklear. I want to see if they've got a first baseman for the future. They don't have one right now.
Look, the right answer is all these young guys seeing who's good and who's not. That's the right answer. I'll just say I'm also excited to see in 12 minutes when this deadline is done, can they please get back to playing the brand of baseball, right? Because it's obvious they've just been weighed down by all of this. And we'll talk with Torey Lovello about it tomorrow, and he obviously has struggled to navigate them through this and get them to be better about this. I want to see, now that it's done, can they please get, I'm not saying be competitive and get back in the wild card race, but you know, don't sink the ship. You know what I mean? Like write this thing a little bit. I think I'm looking forward to seeing if they can do that now that it's done. It's an open-ended question. What else are we getting on it?
The 3 most popular responses are the young players specifically related to Ryan Nelson. What is he going to do the rest of the season? Is this going to be a breakout? What can we see from him?
That's good.
The other part being low ticket prices for the rest of the season.
Okay.
And seeing if the D-backs can play sort of this role of upsetting all these other playoff teams for the rest of the season.
Kind of fills in with what I'm talking about.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly.
That's kind of in line of what I'm talking about. Thank you for that, Lauren. Sorry, I had to clear my throat for a second. We are 11 minutes away from the deadline. You were going to reach out.
Right around the time we break.
Yeah.
I should be able to give you an update if they're done or not before 3.
Okay.
So we'll try. We'll try to give you an update on whether they're done or not at this point.
Okay.
So 3 pitching prospects. You made the trade. Obviously, the trade yesterday of Suarez, the trade of Merrill Kelly today. Now we'll see if they trade Gallen or anybody else. Anybody else could be a Shelby Miller, a Lourdes Gurriel, a Jalen Beeks, a Jake McCarthy. I don't know of anything like that. I expected that at least one of the 2 would get traded, and it is. Let me see. I'm hearing they are probably going to keep Zach Gallen.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I'm just being told that they will probably keep Zach Gallen.
Okay. For what it's worth, Sandy Alcantara staying put in Miami, those reports I'm seeing. Boston is getting Dustin May from the Dodgers.
In addition to Joe Ryan as well. So they got Joe Ryan and Dustin May?
Rudy May?
I think
like
that
Rudy
Joe
May.
Ryan is like heavy pursuit. We'll see if that changes. And then the Padres are getting Nestor Cortez from the Brewers, and the Royals are getting Bailey Falter. So it's kind of teams are deciding on their starting pitching market.
It's almost like Merrill Kelly kind of once that happened, then it was like dominoes started falling on that one. Mitch Bratt is a 22-year-old left-handed pitcher from Canada. He was a 5th-round pick by the Texas Rangers in 2021. This year in Double-A, he's 6-3 with a 3.18 ERA. He is the 9th highest prospect in the Rangers system. Cole Drake is a 6'5 lefty who just turned 25 years old. He was an 11th round pick by the Rangers back in the day. He's the Triple-A pitcher who's in Triple-A right now. In the combined numbers between Double-A and Triple-A, he's 5-4 with a 3.10 ERA. He's pitched in 16 games, 15 starts. He's the 5th best prospect in the Ranger system. David Hageman is 22 years old. He's a 4th rounder from the Rangers. And again, he's a kid. A kid in that he's young. He's only in rookie ball right now, A ball right now. His combined stats so far this season, he's 0-1 with a 2.82 ERA. He's only thrown 22 innings. He's very much a project. But again, while we wait on Zach Gallen, while we wait on Jake McCarthy, you're suggesting that Zach Gallen maybe isn't going anywhere.
This is just 1 minute ago at 2:50. Again, there's 8 minutes left, but with 10 minutes to go, I'm being told probably. Are we keeping Gallen? I'm being told probably. Not definitely, but probably.
Okay, so there's some wiggle room in there.
There's always somebody that could call that didn't get Merrill Kelly. The Red Sox may call and say, I didn't get Merrill Kelly, but screw it, give me Gallen. I'll give you but as of 2 minutes ago, I was being told probably. Again, we're usually pretty good at telling you if they're done before the deadline ends.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things always trickle in after the deadline, so we would know before. Like, we would know by 3 if they're done or not. So just keep it here, and we'll give you all the information we can get.
Yeah. So the other thing to keep in mind too, and I can't remember exactly who it was who had tweeted this out, but somebody had said that both the Rangers AA affiliate and AAA affiliate are also in the same leagues as the Diamondbacks AAA and AA affiliate. So they're very familiar with these players, right? They've seen a lot of them because they've been scouting their own players along the way. So they've seen a lot of these guys. And whoever it was who tweeted that out, I apologize apologize for not giving you. Oh, it was Michael McDermott. I want to give him credit. He's the one who tweeted that out. None of these three prospects in the Merrill Kelly deal are in the MLB pipeline's top 100. So in terms of that national regard, it's not quite there. But their regard within the Rangers system, and pretty soon, MLB pipeline is really good at like reshuffling the deck, and they'll tell us where these guys, where Cole Drake is ranked in the Diamondbacks minor league system, because the Diamondbacks don't have a lot of starting pitching in their minor league system. They don't. They've got a lot of well thought of players, but not a lot of them are starters. Well, they just kind of added to that now with the deal that they've done. So 6 minutes to go. The biggies were Gino last night, which we haven't even talked about hardly at all.
So Naylor, Grichuk, Gino, Kelly.
Yeah.
So if you had so whatever your over-under was, 4.5, right now it's the under, 3.5, it's the over. We'll see if there's anything last minute. But again, I was told just 4 minutes ago that they are probably keeping Zach Gallen. Again, not definitely, but told that they are probably going to keep Zach Gallen. So to me, that may mean that there's just not enough interest in Zach Gallen, especially with the way he's pitched.
Well, you know what we'll talk. You know what, we're going to take a break because we'll talk about this. And when we come back, the deadline will have come and gone. Gambo will attempt to ascertain whether the Diamondbacks are done or whether we should be expecting some last-minute deal to trickle in. And then we'll talk about it. What the Diamondbacks did do, but what they didn't do, and what it means for Zach Gallen and what it means for his future, we'll talk about next. Stay with us on a very busy day. Thanks for muddling through the chaos with us here. There's nothing better than live radio on a trade deadline. It's a lot of fun.
Crazy.
Oh, it's fun
for
man.
You.
Fun. It's
Well, you do a good job.
It's a blast for me. I enjoy days like today.
You do a good job running it.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the Zach Gallen thing and maybe pass along whether it's officially over for the D-backs or not. That's next on Arizona Sports.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC has the best SUVs and the best trucks. I mean, their Sierra 1500 is just the nicest truck you'll see out there on the road. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. So if you want these premier SUVs or these trucks, there's only one place for you to go, and that's out in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, because nowhere can you get one for less. That includes amazing deals right now, amazing truck deals right now. 2025 Sierra 1500, $12,500 in savings right now. Or for a 2025 Sierra Heavy Duty, $7,000 in savings, or 5.9% APR for 84 months. Inventory is strong. They got a lot to get moved here. It's definitely the time to go to Liberty GMC and buy. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's Gatos, and you know, America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community, and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the Big Give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
A summer It can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. I'm just going to check my watch. I got 3 o'clock, which means the trade deadline is here. I just got upset by another trade, but it has nothing to do with the Diamondbacks. I'll tell you what it is later. Clock has struck 3 p.m. Trade deadline has come. We'll see if there's any other trickle-down moves happening with the Arizona Diamondbacks post-buzzer, but most of the key Diamondbacks are gone. Last night, it was Eugenio Suarez. He's now a member of the Seattle Mariners. And Merrill Kelly, the one traded today, going to the Texas Rangers. As far as the complete return of all 4 of the trades that the Diamondbacks have made so far, the Diamondbacks have received back 8 pitchers and 1 position player, 2 of which are on the active roster, left-hander Brandon Garcia and first baseman Tyler Locklear. Stay locked to Arizona Sports. We will continue to react to moves and then listen at 3:15 for our D-backs at the deadline roundtable. Now, as far as the trade that just came down at the buzzer, the Yankees adding to their bullpen again, pulling from the National League West. Camilo Doval of the San Francisco Giants going to wear pinstripes for the rest of the season. That per Jeff Passan and Bob Nightingale. And then news from Arizona Cardinals camp today. Marvin Harrison Jr. among a few Cardinals that did not participate today. He is dealing with some soreness in his knee, but it is nothing concerning per head coach Jonathan Gannon. Gannon said they are just being smart with him and the others. Now, for more post-trade deadline reaction, here is Burns and Gambo.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks have traded Merrill Kelly to the Texas Rangers. Get to know the prospects the D-backs are acquiring the Eugenio Suarez trade, and Kyler Murray is feeling more like himself as his leadership grows. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
1-2, Carter, swing and a miss, and he's down on strikes, and Merrill Kelly turning it up late as he strikes out the side in order in the 6th.
2-2 pitch is strike 3 call, and Garcia knew it. Boy, he challenged him with a fastball, 94 miles per hour, right down the heart of the plate. Kelly now has struck out 4 straight. He has 8 in the ballgame.
2 of the plays from the gem that Merrill Kelly threw against the Texas Rangers in the 2023 World Series. The only game the Diamondbacks won of that World Series was started by Kelly. He was phenomenal, struck out 9 in 7 innings, gave up a 1 run and 3 hits. He is now a member of the Texas Rangers. Pencils down. The trade deadline has come and gone. It is 3 minutes past 3. The deadline was at 3 o'clock. I look to my right, and I see Gambo on his phone trying to ascertain whether, in fact, the Diamondbacks are done or not. Now, it's done. You got to have the deal done by now, but a lot of times we don't hear about it until 10, 15, even 20 minutes after the deadline.
Yeah, not ready to say that yet. I checked just a minute ago. At 58, I checked. Are we finished? I was told maybe. So there might have been one other thing they were working on, but I don't know for sure. But what I reported earlier is that they were probably going to keep Zach Gallen. That is what it looks like. It looks like they are keeping Zach Gallen. And at that point, then you extend a qualifying offer. You see if he takes a 1-year deal to come back, or signs with another team, and see if you get compensation.
Right.
So just waiting on the last minute to see if anything else snuck through.
If they are in fact done, all right, and not knowing for sure whether they are, when it was all said and done in the final analysis, the Arizona Diamondbacks sent out a Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, and Merrill Kelly, and in exchange received first baseman Tyler Locklear, right-handed pitching reliever Juan Burgos, right-handed pitcher reliever Hunter Cranton, left-handed pitcher or reliever Brandon Garcia, right-handed starter Ashton Izzy, right-handed reliever Andrew Hoffman, left-handed pitcher Cole Drake. Now, he came over in the Rangers deal. He's their 5th best prospect. Left-handed pitcher Mitch Bratt. He came over in the Rangers deal. He's their 9th best prospect. Right-handed pitcher David Hageman. He's a righty. He is their 12th best prospect. All told, 9 players joining the Arizona Diamondbacks, and by my count, 6 of the 9 are either major league players or very close to being major league ready. So not nearly, 2/3 of the players the Diamondbacks have acquired. Now, again, that's if they're done. I don't know if they are or not. We're still Zach Gallen pending, maybe Jake McCarthy, maybe Alec Thomas pending. But as of right now, we tend to think maybe that's it for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It was clear the mission was to acquire 1, pitching. And 2,
pitching.
Close pitching.
And then pitching.
And then a first baseman, which is what they got in Locklear, whom we haven't talked about yet at all.
No, and we're going to, because he's the guy he's going to be up tomorrow, from what I understand. He'll be up and he'll play, and my understanding is Tristan English will get sent down. He was overmatched. I feel bad for the kid. He did get his 1 major league hit, so I'm happy for that, but he seemed overmatched. My understanding is that they want to give Locklear every opportunity to play between now and the rest of the season. He's a power-hitting guy, played third base and first base in college, made a terrific adjustment on his swing, and was really tearing it up in Tacoma. So we can have him do the song, too, all the way to Tacoma. Philadelphia, Atlanta, L.A. Somebody could just have the Steve Miller Band song.
Because that joke was,
Brandon Garcia, right?
Go to that joke the 6th time. Why not? Right, yeah.
Keep on rocking me, Gambo.
Yeah, so my understanding is that they're going to call him up right. He's going to be up right away. He was on the Major League roster.
Last year.
They had just called,
this year. This year they just called him up like
but
2
days ago.
He got some Major League at-bats last year. I think like 16 of them.
Yeah, he's a power-hitting guy. Strikes out, about the same rate that Gino Suarez does, about the same strikeout rate as Gino. So, he does strike out a little bit, but he walks a lot. So definitely a guy that they want to take a look at to see if he could be their first baseman of the future, especially with Pavin Smith not ready. So my understanding is they really want to give him a lot of at-bats between now and the end of the season to see what they got.
But that's clearly the trend, right? They got a first baseman for the future. Everybody else they've acquired so far is a pitcher, and everybody else outside of Hunter Cranton, Ashton Izzy, and David Hageman, every pitcher they've acquired is knocking on the door of being a big leaguer. Now, not all of them are going to work out. Not all of them are going to be great. Some of them are just going to be serviceable.
Yeah.
If you can get a handful of these players to be good or great, then it's a job well done for taking 3-4 players in Suarez, Naylor, Grichuk, and Kelly, all of whom were on expiring contracts, and flipping them for players that you have control of who are also close to being big leaguers. I mean, pitching was the priority, but pitching that is close to being to the majors was also the priority. Now, let's talk about Zach Gallen, because you kind of walked us through quickly the process of how this might work. Assuming that he doesn't get moved, he's here for the rest of the season. Clearly, the interest in him probably wasn't very robust because of the season that he's having.
Right.
There's no doubt. But I'm sure the Diamondbacks, knowing full well that if they extend him a qualifying offer and he rejects the qualifying offer and he goes into free agency, the Diamondbacks will be rewarded a comp pick based off of the value of the next
value
contract,
of the contract,
he signs.
sure. If he signs for $50 million or more, you're going to get a first-round pick at the end of the first round. At the end of the first round, you get a compensatory
They got a
pick.
comp pick this past year for Christian Walker when he signed his deal with the Houston Astros.
$50 million.
And so if you're Mike Hazen, you weigh it and you say, is what you're offering me better than getting a first-round pick for Zach Gallen if he refuses our qualifying offer and walks? And if you're not, then it's a fairly easy decision to hold on to Zach Gallen. And who knows, Zach Gallen, I don't know what the market's going to be like for Zach in the offseason. I don't know how robust it's going to be. There's a scenario. I could see it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I can see a scenario where he decides to come back to Arizona on a one-year deal to try to rehabilitate his value a little bit.
I'll take it.
You know, I mean, given the state of the rotation next year, right?
I would rather have that. I'd rather have Gallen come back next year. Listen, we know Zach Gallen is a good pitcher. He's had a real problem with runners on base out of the stretch this year. That's been his major problem. When guys aren't on base, he's pitching better. Like, he's pitching better this year than last year when runners are on base. He's just really struggling when he's out of the stretch. So, you know, probably stuff the sad part is, and this is a little bit of a knock on the Diamondbacks organization, that they have not been able to fix that all year. Like, you know what the problem is, try to adjust it and fix it. Part of it's on Gallen, but part of it's on them too, and they weren't able to do that. So that's my one knock. But if you tell me that, you know, extend a qualifying offer to Gallen, he comes back on a one-year prove-it deal, we're in the same spot next year, I'll take it. Because next year at this time, if you're out of it, you could trade him again. You could try to trade him if he's pitching well, you know, or you could just try to keep him. But it would really help with Burns out, and if you don't bring back Kelly, if you've got Gallen, Ryan Nelson, Fott, and Erod, that's 4/5 of a rotation. So I would want to have Zach Gallen back. I would want to have him back.
And I'm not trying to give false hope, or I'm not, you know, you're the source guy on the show. I'm not. I'm just over here pushing buttons and doing the thing. But I don't know whether he's going to come back or not. I just know that if the interest at the trade deadline was lukewarmish on Zach Gallen and not to the Diamondbacks' liking, then the offers to Gallen in the offseason might be lukewarmish and not to his liking. And I think the Diamondbacks, again, I'm just guessing here, they don't want to fall too far off the map. You know what I mean? Like they want to compete again next year. It's not like they want to plunge into some rebuild. Just look at all the prospects that they've acquired so far at the trade deadline. They don't want to get too far away from the target here. Bringing back Zach Gallen and having the rotation of which you speak might allow them to be competitive enough to put themselves in a position to strike. They still have a core here of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte and Geraldo Perdomo and Jordan Lawler, who we're going to talk about over the course of the day. It's a big day for him over the last 24 hours. The impediment's been cleared. Jordan Lawler, come on down as soon as you're healthy.
Not ready yet.
I know, but as soon as he is, he's the third baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks, right? And without any hesitation or reservation, he's going to get at bats every single day, and we're going to find out just how good and how ready he is.
That
so
was
we'll
the
see.
plan.
Yeah.
You're right. That was the plan. Put him at third base, play every day. If he goes 0 for 20, just keep playing him. Keep playing him. And we'll see what happens.
We're 11 minutes past the deadline. Gambo still has yet to receive confirmation that the Diamondbacks are done. When he does, we will pass it along. In the meantime, we take a breath. And when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, well, before I do that, let me please remind you about this big event that we have coming up right now, as it is our big, I'm going to tell you about a podcast. Take us with you wherever you go. I know, right? It's kind of radio.
You know
is
what?
this?
Talk about whatever you want, Burnsy. Just go nuts.
No. I'm going to talk about
What kind
this.
of radio we doing here?
That's amateur hour here. That's for sure, man. What a bunch of bozos we are over here. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand at the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Another quick, by the way, shout out to our YouTube audience. Shout out to our Twitter live audience. We're streaming live on social media. Thank you all very much. Don't go anywhere. We still got a lot more coming up. But thank you all for joining us and checking out our trade coverage live and in the moment. When we come back, D-backs Deadline Roundtable Special. Alex Weiner, Steve Zinsmeister joining us in studio next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. As a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Man, look at that Return of the Day Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th, streaming on Hulu.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Now's the time that Major League Baseball teams must choose how to navigate the second half of this season. And answer this question. Will our squad make the playoffs? An Arizona sports special. D-backs at the deadline. Posted by Burns and Gambo.
Well, as we've said, there are deals that tend to trickle in after the quote-unquote deadline, and it is a deadline, but sometimes the deals just aren't reported until well after the fact. One of them, Jeff Passan, reporting the Kansas City Royals have acquired outfielder Mike Yastrzemski from the San Francisco Giants. But other than that, we're now 17 minutes past the deadline, and we're starting to get the belief that the Diamondbacks are, in fact, done. Gambo had suggested as much coming out of the 3 o'clock hour. It's roundtable time for us to kind of sit back and now digest everything that has gone down in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, week or so of Diamondbacks baseball. In addition to myself and John Gambadoro.
I think there's something else.
You think there's something else?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm being told that it's not safe to say that there's nothing else happening.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on. Mike, wait, I need mics on for Alex and Steve there, please. Alex Weiner, our D-backs beat writer for ArizonaSports.com, is the one who said, really, off mic. And then Steve Zinsmeister, who is the pre- and post-game host for the Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball Network, joining us in the studio for a little roundtable conversation. So let's have fun and speculate for a minute. If they're not done, what could it be? Just guess for me, Alex, if you would want to take a guess on what it might be.
Oh, I don't know about a guess. I mean, right? John Heyman just tweeted Zach Gallen stays in AZ. So if we're gonna,
Rule
talk
him
about
out.
possibly somebody else, I think you have to look at the outfielders. Did they find something for a Jake McCarthy or a Lourdes Gurriel or an Alec Thomas? If there is something else, as you mentioned, Yastrzemski, that report just came in. It always happens with the deadline about a half an hour after. There's always stuff trickling in. So, yeah, I guess keep your phones on you.
Being told that it's not safe to say that they are done. And
well, that's also.
I mean, you've worked with me for 100 years. You know that we usually right around 3 o'clock we're able to say they're done.
Yeah,
with all the trade deadlines.
Yeah,
okay, they're done.
Yeah, they're done. But if you're being told that hey, don't say it's not safe to say we're done. I mean, it's probably unfair to speculate. If it is Zach,
you know what? I like. Can we speculate? I like speculation. I never get to speculate.
What do you think?
I never get to speculate. I always have to know everything.
Knock yourself out. Speculate. Go ahead.
Ooh, it involves an injured player.
Okay,
So a reliever.
Yeah, that's
Shelby Miller.
the natural inclination.
Or Jalen Beeks.
Or Jalen Beeks.
Who just made a rehab appearance with
Ryan
Reno.
Thompson is still far away. You wouldn't think it would be him.
He's been throwing.
He hasn't
but
gotten
he's
back
not
on a
quite-
mound yet, I don't think.
He's not as far along as Miller or Beeks are.
Okay, but Miller's along.
It's got to be approved by Major League Baseball. It's not a big deal, but it would be an injured player.
Well, what's interesting about that is what we saw about this time yesterday.
Damn, I wanted to speculate for a little bit.
No, we still can. No, we still can.
We kind of now know.
The reliever market kind of went berserk there for a while, right? Like it was for a couple minutes anyway, with Duran on the move and then Helsley on the move. I can't remember who it was who had tweeted it, but somebody had said, "Hey man, if you're out of it, you got a reliever you can move. You're an idiot for not moving him. I mean, you should trade him right now."
Multiple players, I'm being told.
Multiple players.
Multiple outgoing players.
Yes.
Multiple outgoing players. Wow, this is fun. I wasn't expecting this.
The thing is, Mike Hazen's supposed to speak with the media in about 10 minutes here.
So whatever they're going to do, but see, whatever they're going to do, it's already done.
Yeah.
Right? Like whatever they're going to, I mean, unless they're waiting on the approval of Major League Baseball, which is what Gambo's kind of implying here. Just breathe over there. You're fine. Relax. Don't worry about it. Just kick back, Gambo. It's good. You're fine.
You want to get away?
Are we sure we got the right time for the deadline?
That's right. Are we getting our East Coast time mixed up a little bit?
There is a trade. It involves multiple players. It's going to save the D-backs about $3 million.
Okay.
It's awaiting Major League Baseball approval.
Okay,
Gotcha.
so that's what we're
There
waiting
is
on.
another trade involving multiple.
Okay, to your point about the relievers, I mean, the way that Shelby was throwing for most of the season, you would think he would be up there. Maybe not quite with Ryan Helsley or Yohan Duran, but it'd get you pretty something. Like maybe something more than a lottery ticket with the way that these contenders need relief help, and he was such a sure thing. Then he gets hurt, and I don't know how much that changes the calculus of what you could possibly get for him.
Let's talk about the known for a minute here, and because Gambo's got his phone right there in distance, so he can see it when something comes down. And Zins, I'll start with you on this one. In terms of the known of what we've seen, the 4 players going out, the 9 players coming in, 6 of the 9 are major league players or close to major league players. 8 of the 9 are pitchers. There's a really easy to spot trend right in this in terms of what the Diamondbacks' goals and approach was to this year's deadline, right?
Yeah, the objective was pretty clear. They wanted to bring in arms. Hazen said that repeatedly, so I'm not shocked at all by the fact that they brought in so many. I think that they established the market with a couple of the positions that they gave away. Naylor was one of the first, if not the only, significant first baseman to be moved early on. I think they realized that they had really the only one that the market was going to bear fruit for. Then they did the same thing with Grichuk, one of the first right-handed outfield bats that they moved. They realized what they could get for those guys was likely going to be bullpen arms, so that's what they did. The Suarez thing, there were a couple other third basemen that moved before him. Ryan McMahon, also Ke'Bryan Hayes, but those guys were long-term plays with controllable contracts.
Yeah, but they can't hit.
Fair. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that they can't.
Good defensively, but neither one of those guys is offensively. They're not Geno Suarez.
Yeah, but Gambo.
How many home runs does Hayes have this year?
But as you know, Gambo, it's not always about who the better hitter is, but always about contractual control.
Yes,
and front offices value that sometimes more than other things, like hitting 36 home runs to begin the season. So yeah, the objective is right there in front of you. It was bring in as many arms as possible.
Bring in as many arms, but bring in as many close arms as you possibly can. And that was the one thing I noticed about the Rangers deal today for Merrill Kelly. One of the guys is in AAA, one of the guys is in AA. MLB Pipeline says their ETA for both is 2026. Now, that can be wrong. You know, Jordan Lawler's ETA, according to us, 2025, and we might see him eventually. But it did seem, Alex, as if, you know, like we've already seen Garcia, he's here, he's pitching. Locklear is already on the roster. I would imagine it's not going to be long until we see some of the returns of these trades making their major league debuts with the Diamondbacks. If not this year, then certainly into next year, you would think.
Yeah, and I think part of that is wanting to stay competitive and wanting to see what you have and trying to build towards, you know, that 2027 future where you're going to get some guys back and kind of build like the ideal version of the roster that you have. And, you know, with a lot of these relievers too, it's interesting the way that they've tried to build bullpens over the years, right? And some of, you know, the older guys that they bring in have been a bit more hit and miss. Now they're very clearly just going after, you know, younger guys you can put in the bullpen feasibly the next couple of seasons. And guys, I think we have something here.
I think we have something too. You want to, please do.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Robert Murray, who's an MLB insider for Fansided, is reporting that the Milwaukee Brewers have acquired Shelby Miller in a deal. The Milwaukee Brewers have acquired the injured Shelby Miller.
Okay.
Now, the return, we wait to see. This is where we get a little bit of a delay, a little bit of a lag time here on this one. It took us about 10 minutes to figure out what the return was in the Merrill Kelly deal. We'll see. I don't know how robust it's going to be. Gambo, you'd said about $3 million to save them, right? When it's all said, or it was expected to save them about $3 million?
Shelby Miller's got a $1 million contract?
He was a little
there's more to this, possibly.
How much was Shelby Miller? I thought he was a one-year, $1 million deal. Does anybody know?
I'll have to look and see.
It was a minor league contract in spring training.
You also did say multiple players, so
yes,
that's not multiple players.
So maybe there's more. Maybe there's more that's part of it. Alex is looking up his salary right now.
Yeah, it's just $1 million.
$1 million. Okay, so
that's not it. That's not all.
That's not. So there could still be more here. Okay, just real quick, because I know you got to run, Alex, for the Mike Hazen conference call that's coming up to talk about all of this stuff. I can't wait to hear what he has to say in that. What were you hearing about the ETA for Shelby Miller in terms of when he was possibly going to be available?
Yeah, pretty soon. It seemed like it was coming to an end there. He was already thrown off of a mound. He took a step back. He had some back tightness, but it wasn't related to the arm, and he got back on a mound relatively quickly after that. So it doesn't sound like it would have taken a whole heck of a lot longer past the trade deadline to get him back on the mound. An exact date, we're not entirely sure yet.
Okay. We still have a lot more to talk about. Zins, you cool to hang out with us another segment?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm here for the ride.
It's either this or
Gambo keeps teasing me. I just got to keep coming
back. It's
back.
either this or changing diapers at home.
Oh, it's kind of fun to see the way
it's like one of those murder mystery dinners, and Gambo's got the envelope, but he can't tell us the answer. We just have to keep waiting to find out.
I try so hard. I really do. I try so hard.
I'm in for a murder mystery. Let's do it.
When we come back, first of all, thank you because it's frankly what's powered Gambo today. We want to thank DQ for dropping off Blizzard treats earlier today. Today is Miracle Treat Day at Dairy Queen, and for every Blizzard treat purchased today, $1 will be donated to Children's Miracle Network hospitals, including our very own Phoenix Children's Hospital. Pick up a Blizzard treat on your way home today. And again, our thanks, because without that sugar, I think Gambo would have collapsed about 10 minutes ago. Our roundtable coverage continues. What else has happened with the Diamondbacks? What do they look like now? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me. at Phoenix Children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 18th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. America's most awarded Ford dealership is Sanderson Ford. They're absolutely ready to help you right now if you need a new car, truck, or SUV. And they do a fantastic job. It's where I get all of my vehicles, Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. And they've got a great selection of Navigators and Corsairs and the Nautilus. And they'll do a fantastic job of helping you with all of your needs if you need a new Lincoln. Sanderson Ford, just south of Glendale, on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and they've got a great selection, too. If you're looking for a new Ford F-150 truck, great selection. Go online at sandersonford.com, or you can give them a call, or you can visit them on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale. For Sanderson Lincoln, go online at sandersonlincoln.net.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
They're all natural regenerative treatments to use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 3 p.m. deadline has hit. We are past the MLB trade deadline. But, oh, brother, are we not done when it comes to this Diamondbacks team? It was leaked out there just a few minutes after the deadline that Shelby Miller is also making his way out of Arizona. But our John Gambadoro is saying is that is not the complete deal. Will Salmon of The Athletic, he is reporting that the other player going to the Brewers in this trade, and I did not expect this, is Jordan Montgomery, who is making his way to Milwaukee as part of the Shelby Miller deal. As a reminder, Montgomery is finishing up recovering from Tommy John surgery that he underwent surgery for back in March. So that is 2 injured pitchers, one of which will be back shortly, that are making their way to Milwaukee. We are just waiting until the return is reported before we pass along more info. But again, to recap, Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery going to the Milwaukee Brewers. That is what we're learning here post-deadline. As far as what else the Diamondbacks have done, in case you missed it last night, Eugenio Suarez is headed to Seattle, and Merrill Kelly is going to Texas. As far as the known return, the Diamondbacks have gotten back 8 pitchers and 1 position player from the 4 trades that they have made prior to the trade with the Brewers. 2 of them are currently on the Diamondbacks active roster. That's left-hander Brandon Garcia and first baseman Tyler Locklear. Stay locked because we will continue to react and pass on any more news that we have. So stay right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs at the deadline.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show. If you're watching on YouTube or at ArizonaSports.com, you'll see that Gambo has exited stage right to find out what's going on here. We have some breaking news with a question mark here on the Burns and Gambo show. Hit it, Lauren.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
The breaking news, and it comes from Will Salmon, who covers the Mets in Major League Baseball as a senior writer for The Athletic. He's also a contributor on SNY. In addition to acquiring Shelby Miller, the Milwaukee Brewers have also acquired Jordan Montgomery from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, I'll quote my friend Greg Esposito. Who had Gallen staying and Montgomery being traded on the bingo card? Anybody? Anybody have that on their bingo card?
I told you it was injured players.
Yeah, but Jordan Montgomery?
Hey, we expected him to get traded in spring training, so we just had to wait a minute.
I mean, we're trying to.
Well, you know, he's pitched so well the last.
We're trying to. So, I mean, we're trying to wrap our brains around this one a little bit. We really, really are, because it's obviously a straight salary dump by the Diamondbacks. They're no longer going to be on the hook for Jordan Montgomery's the remainder of his salary, but he's a free agent at the end of the season. So there's no baseball value to, I mean, unless it was, hey, you want Shelby Miller? Fine. You got to take this contract off of our hands, and we don't really need anything back from you to do it. Just we don't want to pay this money to Jordan Montgomery for the rest of the. I'm just speculating. I don't know. Steve Zinsmeister from Diamondbacks Pre-Post is here, and I know there's only so much you can speculate on this, but in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, you want Shelby Miller. He's close, maybe a couple of weeks away. We'll give him to you. We don't have to take that much in return, but you have to take what's left of Jordan Montgomery's contract off of our hands because it might save us. And I'm just spitballing here: $7 million, $8 million, based off of how much is left in the season.
Money.
Gambo?
I'm being told that it is money savings by making them take Jordan Montgomery.
Okay, so exactly.
So it might be where D-backs. We must be paying something.
You know what it reminds me of?
What's his contract? $25 million?
22.5 for Montgomery, I believe.
Okay.
It was a player option that he accrued last year. You know what it reminds me of? 2 different trades. So one, in Diamondbacks history, the Bronson Arroyo deal, where you had to throw in Touki Toussaint
that's right.
to get the Braves who took on Arroyo's contract.
Yes.
The other thing it reminds me of is Brock Osweiler. Remember when he signed that deal with the Houston Texans? And,
yeah, that's right.
And the Texans regretted it so much that they gave Cleveland a first-round pick. Was it a first-round pick? It was a very high pick in order to take Osweiler off their hands.
Jordan Montgomery is on the books for $22.5 million right now for the Diamondbacks. The season is
so $8 million.
It's almost
it's a third. Go third.
A third of that, so $7.5 a little bit more than $7 million. So if the Diamondbacks eat some of that, and just clears their books of even $3 million, $4 million, and attached to what's going on with getting Shelby Miller off your books as well, you're saving, as you had suggested.
Diamondbacks get nothing back.
And they get nothing back. So it's just a straight salary dump.
Yeah. Earlier, we talked about the clear objective of the early trades that they made. I think there's a clear second objective with all of this, and that appears to be that they're looking to save a little bit.
Sure.
And hopefully an effort to reinvest some of that money here as they get into 2026.
Well, we were already up to about $8 million saved before the Kelly deal, if I'm remembering Gambo's tweet right from earlier in the day. It was about $8 million saved before Merrill. Merrill, I think, saves them another 2, give or take, so that's 10. If this saves them another 3 or 4, now you're at $13 or $14 million saved just this year alone, right, in terms of what you're paying between now and the end of the year. Wow, so we'll give you Shelby Miller, and we don't want anybody back. You got to take Jordan Montgomery's contract off of our hands. And maybe the Diamondbacks pay down some of it and eat some of it, but just for the right to get Jordan Montgomery's contract off your books, take Shelby Miller.
I'm going to say we're saying Jordan Montgomery's $22 million.
22.5, yes.
Total, yeah.
Okay, so it's about $7.5 million left. It's about a third. You got to figure everything a third. 2 months left in the season, so a third. 7.5. I'm going to guess Milwaukee's picking up $4 million,
of which they're paying.
I'm going to guess about $4 million.
$4 million in addition
and
to
the Diamondbacks pay the rest.
Okay, so the other 3 or 4 that they own,
because the Shelby Miller savings is not very much. It's only $333,000.
What a weird move this. I mean, it's not when you talk it out. Okay, it's not that weird anymore. Like when you see the words, you hear the words come out of your mouth. But I just was not expecting to have Jordan Montgomery. Gambo, I'll give Gambo credit. He suggested it during the commercial break. I'm like, it's not Jordan Montgomery. What the hell are you talking
There's no
about?
other player that makes any money. You guys keep going. I know that I know how much money they're saving in the deal. But what I didn't know,
how they were going to get there.
Pavin Smith, no. Ryan Thompson, we're going through all these guys. It doesn't get them to. The only guy that's injured that they could trade is Jordan Montgomery. So I threw it out there, Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah, wow.
Gambo was doing the puzzle, and he knew which pieces belonged in the sky, but he didn't know which one went where.
Man. Has this been like one of the wackiest trade deadlines we've ever been a part of?
Zins, what do you think?
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the Greinke deal come down after the deadline?
10 minutes to go.
Yeah, and we were like 30 minutes after the deadline.
10 minutes to go. They put the call in with 5 minutes left.
And we didn't hear about it until after.
Yeah, we didn't hear about it until later.
It was like one of those later reported. It was like 20 minutes after.
And the Gallen one, that was the same deadline, but the Gallen trade was also around the time of the deadline, if I remember
that
right.
part I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
The Greinke one definitely came down the latest, if I remember right.
Yeah, so now we've got a moment here. We think this is it, right? Like I would imagine we're 40 minutes past the deadline. I would imagine we're there. Now let's zoom out, and based off of what we know, Zins, what's your reaction to what they've done so far in this deadline?
Well, you kind of stripped it down to the studs outside of Gallen. They kept Gallen, and that seems to be the one piece that I think is going to be most talked about, what they didn't choose to do. But ultimately, they did exactly what they hoped to. They restocked the system with a lot of arms. Like you mentioned earlier, Bernsey, a lot of them are close to being ready, if not have already made their major league debut. It reminds me a lot of when they got Gallen. Although Gallen was a highly touted prospect in Miami, but he had just made his debut in Miami before they acquired him. So I think they're trying to buy lottery tickets, and if half of them turn out, great. And they certainly got a lot of arms in this deal. I love the Locklear pickup as well, because first base is a position that they've had a couple guys that they picked high in the draft that didn't work out necessarily in the minors. So now they get another chance at somebody being the future first baseman as well.
Major League Baseball has approved the trade. It has just gone through.
Okay, so it's gone through.
Major League Baseball just approved the trade now.
Interesting deal for
Shelby
Milwaukee.
Miller and Jordan Montgomery saves the Diamondbacks, $3 million.
So basically paying $3 million, $4 million for the right to have 2 months of Shelby Miller. Right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it's because Shelby Miller's so cheap, paying $3 million extra of paying down Jordan Montgomery's salary to get Shelby Miller. Gambo, we think we pretty much know everything now. What do you think about what's gone down? Okay, forget about what you know. What do you think about what they've done?
I think that they had to do it. It sucks that they had to do it. We all wish they were trading for Ryan Helsley and adding, because, this is a very disappointing season in Diamondbacks baseball, an extremely disappointing season. But they had to do it. They traded 4 prospects, 4 players, and they got back 9 prospects. 9 prospects. Now, we all know that all 9 aren't going to hit, but can 2 hit? Can 3 hit? Can 4 hit? I'm interesting to see how much their minor league rankings improve now with this. Because when Mike Hazen got here, the cupboard was bare. It was terrible. It was a really terrible minor league system. He built it up, did a great job building it up. But a lot of those players have advanced to the big league club. The Brandon Pfaadt, the Corbin Carroll, the Gabby Moreno, the Ryan Nelson. Gabby was a trade, but a lot of the players they had have been added to the roster. So now their minor league system's not that great anymore. One part of it's Drew Jones didn't work out. So I'm interested to see when you add all of this talent, how much further, because as we all know, not all of these players are going to play for the Diamondbacks, and some of these players will actually get traded in other deals. It may be a year or 2 years down the road, but some of these guys may get traded. So it's just adding ammunition to your farm system that you could use for either yourself or you could use in a future trade.
For what it's worth, Zins, I'm looking at MLBpipeline.com for the prospect rankings for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The only pitcher that is in the top 10 of those rankings is Christian Mena. He's number 9 right there. So there was clearly not a lot of supply of starting pitching or pitching in general among the top prospects for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, if you look at the top 30, okay, then there's some names that start to trickle in, but there were some holes there to be filled. Now, some of these guys are close. They might be big league players sooner rather than later. But clearly, if it's about restocking a farm system, specifically with pitching and starting pitching, you would think some of these names that we've seen acquired by the Diamondbacks in the last 24 hours are going to do exactly that.
Yeah, and over the last couple of years, they've had some guys that they picked up as starters in the draft that have become relievers, and a lot of them have had injury issues this year. I mean, Dre Jameson was a starter that is likely going to be a reliever long term. Blake Walston, after having TJ this year, will he be a starter going forward? We don't know yet. So, yeah, I mean, they're kind of stocked with, they've got a handful of really good outfielders in the minor leagues. They've got a bunch of really good middle infielders, including one that they just picked up in the first round of the draft this year. So, yeah, pitching was naturally going to be what they needed to add.
Well, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you that the last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is now. Text the word fantasy to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and for the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text fantasy right now to 620-620. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Zins, can we squeeze out maybe 10 more minutes with you? Absolutely.
I'm around.
Where there's still too much that we have not talked about yet. Our roundtable coverage continues. Steve Zinsmeister from D-backs pre- and post-game coverage. Gambo, me here on the Burns and Gambo show is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Marvin Harrison Jr. had the season he just had, the rookie season, but this was not the age of social media and a ton of hype coming out of the drafts. If you were on his team in 1987 or whatever, and he had that season as a rookie, would you be upset with that season as a rookie?
No.
Now, he's got to take another step, obviously.
Yes.
But because it is 2025, and they did use a top 5 pick on him, and he's supposed to be generational, but I believe Monty when he says that he's happy with where Marv is right now.
I think the proof is in front of us. Who they signed, who they go get.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Nobody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here to tell you about the attorneys at the Berg Simpson Law Firm with a request, to be honest with you. Please don't do it the way my wife and I did it all those years ago when we were involved in an accident. We didn't call Berg Simpson. We made a mistake. We thought, hey, maybe it was arrogance, whatever, but we thought, hey, the accident wasn't our fault. We got T-boned in an intersection. We're fine. We'll handle it. We got it. It wasn't our fault. Everything will come easy to us. Nothing came easy to us after we got involved in that accident, even though it wasn't our fault. We needed Berg Simpson on our side to be able to fight when it came to the insurance company, when it came to making sure we got everything that we had coming to us. And that's where I'm telling you that if you're in that situation, and I hope you're not, but if you're ever in that situation, you need the best team representing you. We made a mistake all those years ago. Don't follow in our footsteps. If you're ever in need, call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs at the deadline.
And the Diamondbacks were busy at the deadline. Our roundtable conversation, me, Gambo, Steve Zinsmeister from the D-backs pre-post game coverage, joining us here in studio for one more segment. We'll keep him one more segment for another 6 minutes here or so, and then let him get on his way. When it was all said and done, the Diamondbacks sent out 6 players: Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, Merrill Kelly, Shelby Miller, and shockingly, Jordan Montgomery, who basically his salary was kind of attached to Shelby Miller, and now the Brewers are going to pay some of that remaining salary on his contract. The Diamondbacks, as Gambo has reported, not getting anything back in that deal. It's just a
You want
salary
Shelby Miller?
dump.
Yeah, what do you want back from him? Nothing.
Pay Jordan Montgomery's salary.
But can you pay Jordan Montgomery a little
At
bit
least
of money?
some of it, take some of it.
Well, look, I'm sorry, I'll just jump in.
No, go ahead. Jump.
Factor in 2 things. The Diamondbacks' projections were that they were going to make the postseason this year. So when you project your revenue, their revenue projections included postseason. That's number one. Now project that you've got 2 months of baseball in which you don't have a contending team. That's going to take away ticket sales, revenue sales, merchandise, hot dogs, sodas, beers. So that's 2 months of baseball in which you're not going to draw as many people to the ballpark. It is what it is. It sucks. But so the savings are imperative to fund future contracts because you're not going to have a postseason run, and you're also going to have 2 months of baseball in which your attendance is not going to be what you expected it to be.
I think, Zins, there are 2, and there's more than 2, but when I think about the 2 main storylines now, the trade deadline is in our rearview mirror. I got to think storyline number 1 is Zach Gallen and how he does for the last 2 months of the season and what it means for his future. And I think storyline number 2 is probably Tyler Locklear and whether the Diamondbacks have found their first baseman of the future or not. I mean, I know there's more. I know there's a lot more than that. But at the top of the mountain, it feels like those, unless you've got another one you want to throw in there, I kind of feel like those are the two big takeaway moments from this deadline in terms of, okay, now what are we watching for with Diamondbacks baseball?
I have two others that come to mind. I don't know if they're bigger, but you can tell me. I heard you guys, when I was on my way in today, talking about Ryan Nelson. That really appeals to me because if you look at what the starting rotation is going into next year, you have Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt, and Ryan Nelson. We don't know what the future holds with Zach Gallen. We don't know about, Mena or any of these other guys, but we know those three. And of the three, Ryan Nelson appears to be the highest upside of the three right now. So how he performs the rest of the way, does he become all of a sudden your best pitcher in 2026? So that's top of mind. And then the big one for me, I think this is the top one. Jordan Lawler is a top 10 prospect in the game of baseball over the past 2 to 3 years. And they've had a couple of spots where they tried him, in September before they went to the World Series. There wasn't really an opportunity there, so throw that out the window. They tried him earlier in the season, but they couldn't find him the playing time they hoped they could, so he didn't get a chance to get into a rhythm. This is a top 10 prospect in the game of baseball, not a top 10 D-backs prospect. Those don't come around all that often for small market teams, so the opportunity to give him some runway from here until the end of the season to find out what you got in Jordan, I think we're all going to be pleasantly surprised with the results.
I stand corrected. That is the number one storyline for the rest of the season.
Lawler?
Absolutely.
For me, it
is. That is it.
Yeah, because if you play him for 2 months, and the plan was always if they traded Suarez, they're going to call him up. The question really, one of the questions I have is, who the hell's playing third base tomorrow?
Blaze Alexander would be a good guess, I would think.
That's probably
in the
a
meantime
good guess.
until Lawler is ready.
And I saw some.
He's close, but not that close.
I saw some video circulating today of him taking some at bats at the complex. That doesn't mean he's close necessarily, but at least he's out there swinging the bat a little bit. But you're right. I stand corrected. Jordan Lawler is a top 100 prospect in Major League Baseball. He has been blocked for the better part of the last 2 or 3 years by making an impact with this organization. He is blocked no more. Third base is his. And now, Gambo, he's in a spot where if he has an 0 for 12 and 0 for 5, it doesn't matter. We're going to play you. You're going to play you every day and see you fight your way out of it. How he does in that small sample size is going to tell us a lot about their ability to be right back in this again next year.
I'm going to add to that angle.
Okay.
Everybody loves Geno, and they'd love for Geno to come back. And the Diamondbacks love Geno, too. Very well regarded in the organization. They would never give him a 3-year deal, but I think that they would be interested in a 2-year deal. If Lawler plays well and Locklear plays well, that phases out Geno. Phases him out. Locklear comes up, and I expect he's going to be up right away tomorrow. Locklear comes up and hits well and hits for power, plays good. He's your first baseman. Your third baseman's Lawler, if he plays well, the only spot you would have for Eugenio Suarez would be a DH.
Right.
You're probably not going to pay a DH what you would pay a third baseman. So in many ways, if those two guys play well, it might make your decision on whether you want to bring Geno back or not for you.
I'll take it another step further. If those two guys play well, those are two premium positions that you pay a lot of money for in Major League Baseball. That frees up the Diamondbacks to spend that money on a whole bunch of other things. If you've got first base and third base solved with two kids that are 23, 24, 25 years old, I mean, forget about bringing back Geno. It's a nice thought, but that's money that you can spend on your rotation. That's money that you can spend on an outfielder. That's money that you can spend on a power bat and left, or you know what I mean? Like normally, first base and third base are very expensive positions to pay for. Now, it's a big if you've solved that problem with everything you've done today. But if you have, that frees up all kinds of cash for them to be able to spend it elsewhere, Zins, if they want to.
Yeah, and I try to think of it from Geno's perspective, too. I know he loved being in Arizona. I know he didn't want to be traded. But I also know that he loved being in Seattle. I know that he loved being in Cincinnati. I know that he was very fond of Detroit for investing in him out of Venezuela for $10,000 when he signed on as a teenager. Everybody loves Geno. Geno loves everybody. So I don't know that there's necessarily the love for the Diamondback. I think he would come back. I think he would for the right deal. But if I'm Geno and I'm, 34 years old and I'm hitting the free agent market, I don't think my best contract is going to be the one I take to be a DH. I think the one I take is the one to be a third baseman for 3 or 4 years if I can get
Well,
it.
you signed a 3-year deal. 2 years, you're the third baseman, and if you slow down, you're the DH the final
Right.
year.
Perhaps, yeah.
But they don't have that spot on the D-backs if they go down the route that we're talking about.
And that's, of course, if Jordan Lawler hits, if Tyler Locklear hits. Zin's fantastic work as always. You stayed an extra segment. We're very appreciative of that.
Happy to do more hours?
I think
I got it in me.
Where are you going? Come on, Gambo. You still got 2 hours left. 4 o'clock reset is around the corner. A lot more on the trade deadline, which is come and gone as well. Stay with us. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
JLC Roofing. Yes, they do a fantastic job of helping people like you, homeowners who need your roof repaired. Now, you may ignore your roof. That's not a good thing. I mean, just like anything, it needs maintenance. It requires maintenance. Your AC requires maintenance. Your heater requires maintenance. Your car requires maintenance. Your house requires maintenance, especially your roof. Your roof is up there protecting you 24/7 every day from all the elements, whether it's a monsoon or heavy rain or wind or heat. You've got to take care of your roof too. JLC Roofing, family-owned, 3 generations, ready to help you right now. They offer free estimates because for many of you, a small repair might get your roof through a few more years without you having to pay those big dollars. Now, if you need a new roof, they offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. So all you have to do is call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We are officially an hour past the MLB trade deadline. Pencils down. Time is up. There is nothing else to discuss. Well, just a recap, I should say, of what the Diamondbacks have done in the last 24 hours. Last night, it was Eugenio Suarez going back to Seattle in exchange for 2 pitchers and a first baseman. And then today, 2 more trades by the Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly going to the Texas Rangers in exchange for 3 pitchers. And then Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery going to the Milwaukee Brewers in exchange for some cash considerations. The Diamondbacks' return from their 5 trades has totaled 8 pitchers and 1 position player. The first baseman aforementioned, he is Tyler Locklear. He's currently on the active roster, as is left-hander Brandon Garcia. Now stay locked to Arizona Sports. We will continue to react to the moves and take a look at where things stand with the Diamondbacks now that we are past the trade deadline. And then a quick note from Cardinals camp today. Marvin Harrison Jr. among a few Cardinals that did not practice today. Harrison Jr. dealing with some soreness in his knee, but head coach Jonathan Gannon said it is not concerning. They're just being smart with him and the others. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on one of the fastest moving editions of the Burns and Gambo show we've ever had. This feels like we've been on the air for 10 minutes. We've been on the air for 2 hours. MLB trade deadline, right smack dab in the middle of our show. Things we expected, things we did not. And here with a recap of everything that's going on, including stuff not with the MLB trade deadline, is our own Lauren Koval. Lauren, take it away.
All right, well, we're going to lead off with the MLB trade line.
All right.
Because it is the star of the show today. So, just a little recap on everything that the D-backs did. Gino is now in Seattle along with Josh Naylor. Merrill Kelly is in Texas with the Rangers. Randall Grichuk is in Kansas City with the Royals. Jordan Montgomery and Shelby Miller, yes, you heard me correctly, they are in Milwaukee. What do you guys think is the most surprising bit about this trade deadline?
That Jordan Montgomery was traded.
It's got to be, right?
I mean, Jordan Montgomery got traded.
It's got to be.
It's the oddest, quirkiest thing. It's not the most impactful. It doesn't matter. It's a money-saving thing. But nobody in the world would have predicted that the Arizona Diamondbacks were going to trade in Jordan Montgomery. Suarez, yes. Naylor, yes. Gallen, yes. Kelly, yes. Jake McCarthy, sure. Shelby Miller. Nobody would have thought that the Diamondbacks would make a trade in which they moved out Shelby Miller. Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah.
So that would be the oddest thing.
Yeah, it was odd. There's no doubt. And odd to think that, just less than a month ago, we were worried Shelby Miller might be done for the season, and now here it is that he gets moved. But beyond that, I don't know if I'd call anything really odd about it other than Zach Gallen didn't get moved, and even that in itself really isn't that odd when you think about all the avenues the Diamondbacks might have to keep him, or the qualifying offer, or the way he's pitched, or anything like that. I think the Jordan Montgomery thing was just a bolt of the blue, man. I couldn't even see that one coming, not at all.
And Shannon Dreyer, she's a Mariners writer. She joined our friends Brock and Salk today on their show and discussed what the Mariners did for Gino.
I heard about this. Is good.
We got on the plane, and we were sitting for a little while. And it turns out that they were holding the plane for Gino and his family. And they didn't tell the players that that's what they were doing. So after about a half an hour, all of a sudden it got a little bit loud at the front of the plane. Gino got on the plane, and you could hear the cheering. And then this was just the neatest thing. And it's so Gino Suarez, he proceeded to walk the entire length of the plane and hugged every person on it.
So The Diamondbacks land in Sacramento. The Mariners were leaving Sacramento.
They waited
and
for
the
him.
Mariners waited a half hour so that he could get on their plane. And, Gino's one of the coolest dudes ever, right? Like,
But for 2 months, everybody hated him because he couldn't play. And then
like,
he ended up being one of the most loved players that we've ever had. It's so odd. Where he started to where he finished in that short amount of time is truly unlike anything I've ever seen here.
We're going to talk about it a little later on in the show, but it really is one of the oddest career arcs in such a brief period of time that we've ever seen here in Arizona sports. I mean, it really, really is unique, and good for him. I'm glad he's happy, and now it'll be fun watching the Mariners and the Rangers duke it out in the West and in the wild card for those playoff spots with all these former Diamondbacks in a tight race, not only in the West but in the wild card. It's Merrill Kelly in
Texas. You got Merrill Kelly pitching against Gino and Naylor.
Yeah, it's going to be a thing to watch. I mean, it really is.
It's going to be really weird.
It is.
Really weird. And we'll pivot over to the NFL because Marvin Harrison Jr. was a no-show at practice today. Here's Jonathan Gannon on details of Marvin's injury.
What's going on with Marv?
A little bit of soreness.
What body part with Marv?
Knee. He's okay. He's kind of day-to-day. Gonna be smart with him.
Doesn't seem very worried about it.
It doesn't. He doesn't seem very worried about it. But anytime, you right? Like you almost instinctually as a sports fan, as an Arizona sports fan, you just kind of wait. What? Marvin Harrison Jr.'s not practicing today. He's got a sore knee. It sounds like he's fine, but we are just so conditioned to get nervous about stuff like this.
Gambo's facial expression is so not reassuring.
I mean,
it's not. I actually just looked over at him and I'm like, man, do I have something to be worried about here?
Gritted teeth, tight jaw, staring off into the distance.
I don't want to go into like what player you could least afford to lose or anything like that, but like a lot of us are expecting a gigantic leap from Marvin Harrison Jr. this year.
Yeah.
So any little setback at all
makes you grit your teeth a little bit.
Gives you pause.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean anything. It just gives you pause.
It reminds you of the fragile nature of football, and how it really is a fragile. It's a tough sport, but it's a fragile sport because of that. Because you're one away from a season just sliding right off the road.
Well said, Burnsy. And maybe the Cardinals should listen to this bit of news that came down about 25 minutes ago, and that would be that Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin has requested a trade out of Washington. He was holding in with the team, but the lack of movement in his contract negotiations has resulted in him asking for a trade.
Jaden Daniels, I'm not very happy with this. Like, hey, listen, I'm your franchise right here. That's my guy. Give me my guy.
I don't disagree with that. Like, I would think Jaden Daniels now kind of has the leverage and the sway to be able to say, hey, would you please go write him a check? After 20 years of sucking, we just got to the NFC Championship game. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Pay that dude.
Jaden Daniels, he should have a little bit of leverage here to get some stuff done.
And tonight on NBC at 5 p.m., you can watch NFL football. Yes, the Hall of Fame.
Kidding.
Hall of Fame games tonight. Chargers, Lions.
You know what? It makes
Seriously?
It makes me think of my late father who passed away about 5 years ago. This was one of his favorite days of the year.
He's going to be watching
because
heaven.
He would just be like, oh, thank God football's back. Thank God. Nothing against the other sports, but for him, life was just a ticking clock down the first. No, as boring and as bad as preseason can be, especially this one where nobody ever plays. God, he used to love this day. It makes me think of my dad. Rest in peace, Dad, wherever you are. That's great.
You going to watch it just in honor of him?
I might, actually. And just because I love football, but I'm glad football's back, but I don't get that much of a thrill off of preseason football or the Hall of Fame game. It's not good football. It's really
not at all. And finally, we'll end with a little bit of a WNBA update. The Phoenix Mercury lost yesterday to the Caitlin Clark-less Indiana Fever, suffering their fourth loss in 5 games.
Taking on a little water, the Phoenix Mercury are.
Yeah, they really struggled, right? The final home game against Brittany Griner, and it was at Atlanta.
Atlanta, yes.
They lost that one. Then they went to New York, lost that one. It's kind of been downhill ever since. They're definitely in a slump right now.
Yeah.
Ever since Nate Tibbetts joined the Burns and Gambo show.
Oh gosh,
They
are we
have
the
been on
reason
a
why?
slide.
Is it our fault?
I mean,
well, this happened when I was gone on vacation. I don't.
already excusing yourself
Okay, see,
from the
this
blame,
is not my
I
fault.
see.
I blame me. I get a lot of blame around here.
And on that note, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Cheerful way to send us into the break right there.
Where's the boss? I need some more tea. Where's the boss?
She's the boss. She left for the day.
Give me some tea.
The boss is already gone, which is the beauty of being. Yes, she's gone. Office is closed. Lights off. She's done. She's out. Okay. It's beauty. That's why you should be the boss, man. You can leave whenever you want. Take us with you.
Good night, everybody.
Now you're not the boss. You're stuck here, brother. Take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch us live, you can find us on demand at the Arizona Sports app on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. 5 trades the Diamondbacks made going back to last week. What did they get back? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
The Lund Mortgage team does a fantastic job of helping people in Arizona. You know, they only lend here in Arizona. They've been in Arizona for over 3 decades, helping people like me with all of our mortgage needs, whether it's a refinance, new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage team truly does it all. They can help you with a refinance. They're helping a lot of people with home equity lines of credit right now. You get a home equity line of credit, and you don't have to, you don't have to basically have your interest rate change. You can have your interest rate stay the same. You're not refinancing, so you don't have to have it change. You just take out an equity line of credit on your house to do a remodel or do whatever you need to do. Take that trip around the world, whatever you want to do. They're also helping a lot of people get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. So call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. It's a great time to buy a house. A lot of sellers are seeing the house prices drop right now because they've been on the market for a long time. A lot of inventory. It's really a good time to purchase. So if you're a renter right now, call the Lund Mortgage team, 623-889-0130.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-backs Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
Next one to Carter is a strike call, and Kelly has a terrific bottom of the first inning. The Rangers are down in order, 1-2-3.
This is Merrill Kelly in his World Series Game 2 start against the Texas Rangers, in which he stuck at the Texas in that World Series. 7 innings, 3 hits, gave up a run, didn't walk anybody, struck out 9. He was magnificent. There, if you remember, that was when the World Series was tied at a game apiece when they left Texas and came back to Arizona. Diamondbacks didn't win a game the rest of the series. The headline move of the Arizona Diamondbacks, now that the trade deadline, it's, an hour and 18 minutes into the rearview mirror. Everything is done. The big surprise move at the last minute that we'll get into in a minute. But it's clear that the trade the Diamondbacks made that netted them the most in return was the one they made with the Texas Rangers. The Rangers acquire the pitcher who stuck it to them back in 2023 in that World Series, Merrill Kelly. He's going to Texas. And in exchange, the Diamondbacks are getting 3 pitchers, the number 5, the number 9, and the number 12 prospect in the Rangers system.
Starters.
All starters.
Not relievers like the other trades.
All starters. 2 of them I would define as close to being Major League ready, AAA, high AA, things like that. The third, David Hageman, isn't. He's an A-ball right now. But Cole Drake, a lefty, is their number 5 overall prospect. Mitch Bratt, a lefty, is their number 9 overall prospect. And Hageman is their number 12 overall prospect. He's a righty. He's a little further away. The other 2 are close, Gambo. And this was the deal where, okay, you can debate about what they got for Suarez and whether it was good or not, and people are debating. I don't think there's much debate here on this one. This looks like a really good deal for the D-backs.
3 starting pitching prospects for Merrill Kelly, who's a rental for the Texas Rangers. And, I'm sure the Diamondbacks will try to bring Merrill Kelly back, too. I'm sure that they'll reach out to him and try to bring him back. I wouldn't be surprised at that. I was just texting with Josh Young of the Texas Rangers, and we were talking about Merrill Kelly, and I said, hey, what do you know about these guys? He goes, Drake is real solid. He's got really good stuff. He competes really hard. So, Josh is in that system. He plays for the Rangers. So he's texted me. He gave me some really good stuff on these guys. He really likes the Drake kid that the Diamondbacks got back.
Yeah, so Cole Drake, and he's big lefty who's very well thought of. Now, none of these players are in the top 100 prospects in all of Major League Baseball, so I do kind of want to add that caveat here that they're all in the top 12 of the Ranger system, but none of them are considered top 100 guys. But if we're going to zoom out and look at the trade deadline as a whole here, okay, the Merrill Kelly deal certainly stands out, but one thing is 2 things are very, very clear from what the Diamondbacks have done going into this deadline. The players that they acquired when it was all said and done, the vast majority of them are pitchers, and the vast majority of within that group is pitchers that are close to being big league ready. And to your point, not all of these names are going to work out. Not all of them are going to be good. It's the nature of the business. It's the nature of the beast. But if, in this return for Merrill Kelly, for example, if one of these guys turns out to be good, you've done yourself a fine job.
Sure.
If one of the guys in last night's Gino Suarez trade turns out to be good, you've done yourself. You don't need to hit on all of these names. You need to hit on about a third of these names, maybe half of these. If you've done that, you've done an amazing job if you're Mike Hazen. What you worry about is like the Zach Greinke trade, where you didn't hit on any of them, right? None of those turned out to be
all 4 guys
real significant to your
JP
system.
Buskauskas, Corbin Martin, Seth Beer and Josh Rojas. None of them worked out.
No.
None of them.
That's disaster.
That was a disaster.
That's a disaster for you. That's where you hope that the deals that Mike has made in the last week or so, that, like I say, you can hit on, and I know I'm not setting a bar real high, but you don't have to in a deal like this. A quarter of the names you got back, a third of the names you got back. Boy, if you're aiming high, half of the names, then you're fine. We'll see who works out. But all of them. So they got a first baseman in Tyler Locklear. That was the Geno deal last night. They got 2 relievers last night, Juan Burgos and Hunter Cranton from Seattle.
Yeah, one guy throws 100 miles an hour.
Hunter Cranton can deal. Now,
100 miles an hour.
He's young and he's had a history of arm trouble, but he can absolutely rush it up. Brandon Garcia, who came over in the Naylor trade, he's a reliever. Ashton Izzy, he's a starter.
21 years old.
Yeah, he's got a ways to go. Andrew Hoffman came over in the Grichuk deal. We could see him in the bigs at some point this year. And then the 3 that you got in the Texas deal. So all told, 8 pitchers. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 8 are relievers. 4 of the 8 are starters. You got a first baseman in Tyler Locklear.
Can't wait to see what their minor league ranking is. I can't wait till they update it and we see it. I will say this, the Dallas Morning News, this is what they said about the trade. Cole Drake, the left-handed pitcher, was their closest to ready minor league starter. Rising prospect David Hageman and left-handed pitcher Mitch Bratt. Drake was viewed as an insurance policy in case of injury in the rotation, but the addition of Kelly makes minor league depth, at least for this year, less of a concern. So it looks like Drake was the next guy up. He was like their 6th starter.
Okay.
So he was going to be the guy that came up in case of any injury. So that's what it looks like. It looks like that. So I would imagine the Diamondbacks are going to get a look at Drake as a starting pitcher at some point between now and the end of the season.
I would think so, yeah.
I would think that they're going to take a look at him.
And certainly in their farm system. Now, for the players that departed, the Shelby Millers, the Jordan Montgomerys, and that was a big surprise deal at the end where the Diamondbacks basically attached Jordan Montgomery's expiring salary to Shelby Miller, and they didn't get anything in return. Now, they're not, the Brewers aren't paying all of Montgomery's existing salary, but they're paying some of it, so it saves the Diamondbacks some money. So Montgomery's out, Miller's out, Naylor's out, Grichuk's out. Naylor and Suarez both going to the Seattle Mariners. Zach Gallen is not out. And so now it's on. He's got, probably 9 or 10 starts remaining this season to try to rebuild some value. And
you think maybe not, you don't have to worry about a trade now. You think maybe he could just settle in and pitch better?
Maybe. I wonder about that. I wonder if he can just relax now.
Relax. Trade deadline's over. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but he still has to pitch well enough to reestablish value to get the kind of contract that he thought he was going to get. And maybe it's too late for that.
I think it is.
Maybe he can't get – it's impossible for him to get that kind of contract in the offseason.
Probably is.
But I also think, and you talked about this earlier, there's a chance of the Diamondbacks keeping him beyond the deadline. Maybe they extend him the qualifying offer. What do we think, about $20 million for 1 year?
Yeah.
Maybe he comes back and pitches one more year with the Diamondbacks to try to reestablish value. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe he looks at it and, you may look at opportunities to go somewhere else if you feel like there's a great pitching coach that you like or a team that really values you. I don't know. There can be a lot of factors in with Zach Gallen. But you can bet the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to extend that qualifying offer. You can bet they're going to do that.
Oh, yeah. There's no reason for them not to because at least they get the pick then if he signs with somebody else. The other 2 things to watch, and this will certainly be a major storyline in the offseason, is there a push by the organization to bring back Merrill Kelly? Is there a push by the organization to bring back Geno Suarez? And I know there's a lot of other factors those 2 questions depend on. Merrill Kelly in particular. I do wonder if the Diamondbacks will explore trying to bring him back on a 2-year deal based off of how much of a vibrant part of their franchise that he has been in the last half decade.
I expect that they do.
That they try or they do it?
I expect that they will try to bring him back after the season's over.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text the word fantasy to 620-620 and then battle your favorite host for bragging rights in the Fantasy Football Championship belt, which is cool. Spots are almost gone. Text fantasy now to 620-620. You could be in the Burns and Gamble League, the Bickley and Murata League, the Wolf and Luke League, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, and don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. How are we going to look back at the time of Eugenio Suarez in Arizona? And Merrill Kelly, too. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union locations all across the Valley. It's just a better way to bank. It's everything your bank offers for you. Checking accounts and savings accounts and loans. But banks don't answer to you. Banks are answering to their investors, to the stockholders and the shareholders and Wall Street and things like that. Global Credit Union, it's about you. It's about the members. It's about me. I'm a member of Global Credit Union, a very happy member of Global Credit Union. And because of that, there are just so many benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union. Your ability to save money. Global is absolutely committed to low to no fees on their accounts. They're absolutely committed to providing you a better interest rate than you can get at a bank. And because of that, Global members collectively saved nearly $200 million last year. It's just a better way to do it. You can become a member today. You certainly need to explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We are past the MLB trade deadline. Pencils have been down. Time has been up for an hour and a half now. To recap what the Diamondbacks have done in the last 24 hours. Last night, Eugenio Suarez was shipped off to Seattle in exchange for 2 pitchers and a first baseman. And then today, Merrill Kelly shipped off to the Texas Rangers. That one just made official, getting back 3 pitchers in that deal. And then a buzzer beater, Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery going to the Milwaukee Brewers. That one is just in exchange for cash considerations. So the Diamondbacks' return of the 5 trades that they have done over the past week has totaled 8 pitchers and 1 position player. The aforementioned first baseman in the Suarez deal, who is Tyler Locklear, he's currently on the active roster. Also of that bunch on the active roster is left-hander Brandon Garcia. Stay locked to Arizona Sports. We will continue to react to these moves and look at how things stand with the Diamondbacks as they get ready for a post-Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, Randall Grichuk, Shelby Miller, and Jordan Montgomery season. And then news from Arizona Cardinals camp today. Marvin Harrison Jr. was among a few Cardinals that did not partake in practice. Harrison is dealing with some soreness in his knee, but nothing is concerning to head coach Jonathan Gannon. He said they are just being smart with him as well as the others. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
We've kind of been making this one up on the fly a little bit today, and it's been fun. We were just talking, Gambo and I, during the break a second ago about how now that you can sit back and breathe a little bit after, covering all of this and breaking all of this and doing everything, that it's one of the weirdest deadline days
It is.
ever.
It's one of the strangest I've ever been involved in because – okay, we broke the story that Merrill Kelly was going to the Rangers. John Heyman and a lot of others gave us credit because we did break that story, which was the big story of the whole trade deadline, Merrill Kelly getting traded. The oddest thing really came to me at 3 o'clock because I'm always pretty good at finding out if a team's done, right? Every year, you've been with me, they're done, 257, they're done, no more trades. It was odd this year. I wasn't getting any. They're done. And then, you're just working.
You even got a don't say we're done because we're not.
I did. And that's when I was like, and I saw hey, I'm getting a no. I'm like, are we done? No.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Something's going on here. And then it was kind of fun to speculate for a minute. And then I found out that it involved injured players, multiple players. And then from there, it just kind of took off a life on its own because it had to get Major League Baseball approval. And the Diamondbacks traded Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah. And they just made it official, by the way, just a few minutes ago, that they traded Jordan Montgomery and Shelby Miller to the Milwaukee Brewers for a player to be named later or cash considerations. And basically, in essence, what they did is they said, you want Shelby Miller? Fine, you can have him, but you have to take some of Jordan Montgomery's salary off of our hands. And you can have him, and we won't ask for anything in return. You give us, whatever in return for that. Mike Hazen today was talking about everything that kind of went down and how this turned off. And this is a longer cut. This is Mike on what he feels like they accomplished at the trade deadline today.
I feel like we brought back a lot of arms, something that I felt like was important as we went forward here. A lot of those guys are at the upper levels. It was not necessarily the goal. I didn't really have a goal. I wanted to get as much value as I could for any trade that we did. But it was certainly something that we were semi-focused on, all things equal. So felt like we were able to do that. Unfortunate situation, not something that we had intended when we started this season. I know I've said that in previous calls, but still, even making those phone calls to Merrill and Shelby, among the guys that I've already done, was pretty disappointing. And I think they understood, but I think everybody was pretty disappointed by this is where we ended up.
Here's Mike on the Montgomery deal and the future financials and how it impacts everything.
It's something that came together. I think when I specifically talked about not trading based on money, that was the guys that were, those were the guys that were, the main pieces to the puzzle. This one obviously is a little more complicated given Shelby's coming back to pitch on Friday, and it's just a little bit of a quirkier trade that I had and the value was going to either be in a player that probably was going to be very negligible or cash considerations.
Yeah, so in other words, what we're getting back is really not that much. It was just getting some money off of our hands.
Yeah.
Nothing else was financially motivated. This one kind of was for the Diamondbacks to save them some money.
Two things very, very important about that. Number one, when you work out your budget for the year and you anticipate revenue, our company does it. Every company anticipates what is our revenue for the year going to be. The Diamondbacks are probably not going to hit those revenue goals because, any projections this year after adding Corbin Burns was going to be based on we're going to be a team that's going to be in contention all the way through. We're going to have a lot of people at our ballpark. We're going to make the playoffs. And so you project that. You project that you'll be in the playoffs. You'll get revenue from that. You project that you'll have a lot of people coming in August and September because you're in a pennant race. Well, neither one of those things are going to happen.
Yeah.
Not only you're not going to be in the playoffs, it's going to be harder to get people out to the ballpark now. So there is a little bit of lost revenue there. So saving $18 million will offset that a little bit, but also help with future contracts.
I want to spend, if we can, a few minutes here talking about the brief, wonderful, strange career of Geno Suarez in a Diamondbacks uniform. Because I know our morning show today, one of their poll questions that they had was name another player who wasn't here very long that you like, that had an impact, that mattered.
JD Martinez stands out the most.
He's probably the one that does impact the most. I would agree with that. I go in the Wayback Machine, and I think of like Tim Thomas with the Suns.
Loved him. Hit one of the biggest shots in my memory.
No question. I mean, like you go back to the 7 seconds or less Suns, he's never the first name you think about. His career with the Suns, he was only here like 22 games. God, they were 22 big games, and a big role that he played with the Phoenix Suns back then. JD Martinez is one. I think of Kelly Oubre. I think of Ricky Rubio as guys who weren't here very long, but certainly impacted us in ways that you wouldn't normally expect for such a short career. Think about Geno, and think about he was here a year and a half. For the first 3 months of his Diamondbacks career, all we could talk about was how are they going to get rid of him? When are they going to get rid of him?
They almost did twice. It was so bad.
When are they going to DFA him? And then from that to what he's done over the last calendar year with all of the home runs and all of this, I think he's third behind Ohtani and Judge for the most home runs hit over the last calendar year. Okay, that's crazy, right? I mean, that's crazy. It's the one of the craziest, shortest careers we've had in the history of Arizona sports here. We've never really seen it like you're DFA'd for the first 3 months, and for the next 12, you're one of the best things we've got going for us here in the Valley.
I mean, that's really like from the floor to the ceiling.
Yeah.
That's like rock
in the
bottom
express
to
elevator.
the mountaintop.
Yeah. And it happened almost overnight.
Yeah. It was almost like he fell down the ladder and shoots and ladder all the way to the front row.
I knew you were going to make the shoots and ladder reference. I knew you were going to.
What's wrong with shoots and ladder?
Nothing's wrong. It's just
I like that game.
It's your go-to board game reference.
Yeah, because where else can you go from like the second row all the way to the top? And that's what Geno did, right? He took the shoots and ladder all the way to the top. And he became a fan favorite. He became so respected in the organization. I know it was difficult to trade him and move on for him. They had to do it. They got back 2 relievers. One throws 100 miles an hour, prospects. They got back a first baseman who was a top 10 prospect in the Seattle organization. He'll play first base for him tomorrow. So there is a lot to like about what they got back in return for him. The other thing is he's 34. He'll be 35 next year at this time. You got to be careful with guys that are older like that because of the decline. You have to anticipate a decline.
Sure.
Christian Walker had a decline this year.
Wow.
I think Houston's probably got buyer's remorse a little bit. He's playing okay, but he's not playing like he did with the Diamondbacks.
Look, I hate to say this. Doesn't the same apply to Merrill Kelly?
No.
It doesn't? He won't decline?
No.
He's guaranteed to never age.
Never.
He will never get worse.
I think Merrill's different. I think pitchers are different because they don't play every single day.
Okay.
I know you're waiting for my Merrill Kelly bias here.
I don't have to wait for it. It's already staring me in the face.
Doesn't throw 100 miles an hour. Knows how to pitch. Decline. Like, do I think that Merrill Kelly could sign a 2-year contract with somebody and pitch good for 2 years? Yes, I do.
Oh, I think he could, but
Yeah.
I think there's also a little bit of fear of decline for any player when they're in their late 30s. I think that's just a fact.
He's just mad because he thought Brandon Pfaadt was going to be better than Merrill Kelly this year. And I told him no. Remember?
I'm just over here.
Pfaadt's going to be better.
I'm just speaking truth. That's all I am.
Yeah,
Painful as it might be to hear, I'm just
I know.
speaking truth.
It is. You know, we're also fans of the team.
Of course, and fans. I'm not a fan of Merrill Kelly.
Yeah,
I'm very much a fan of Merrill Kelly. But I think if we're going to factor in decline as part of age, you can't exempt Merrill Kelly from that conversation. You have to include him in there as well.
No, I mean, heck, I've declined a whole lot. So, like, it is.
Well, I wasn't going to say it.
There's always a decline coming.
So quickly, he is back in the Valley after arriving a few years ago. We're going to talk with Suns guard Jordan Goodwin. He's back, and we'll talk with him next on Burns and Gambo.
Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Love the fact that he went out and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, oh, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size.
Yeah.
He's just a house now.
And the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it. Well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Man, look at that return of the old king, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th, streaming on Hulu.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1. So you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protect it with our pack and ship guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner, and that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently.
Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the trade deadline is looming. What will the Diamondbacks look like when it's all over? We will discuss starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this busy Thursday afternoon with the MLB trade deadline. Thanks for hanging out with us during it. We appreciate it. We will dive back into it in the 5 o'clock hour with all the things the Diamondbacks did, all the things the Diamondbacks didn't do. We are also coming off the tail end of what's been a very busy offseason for the Phoenix Suns as well. And there were things that we were expecting to happen, and there were things that we were not expecting to happen. And our next guest is one of the things that I think we can say we were not expecting to happen, but we are happy to welcome back to the show and to the Phoenix Suns, joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo Show. Guard Jordan Goodwin, who joins us here on Arizona Sports. Jordan, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome back to the show, and welcome back to the Phoenix Suns, man.
Yeah, sir. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Feels like you never left, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was quick turnaround.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because we knew they wanted a guard, but we had said no to so many guys. We had said no to, to Malcolm Brogdon and Chris Paul and Russell Westbrook. And, I mean, so many other guys, Ben Simmons, so many guys came up. Nope, they don't want that guy to. It was you. They were looking for a guy like you to come in. They knew you. They liked you. They were a little worried. They were a little concerned that somebody was going to pick you up before them when you got waived. Was Phoenix where you wanted to come to? Were you hearing some rumblings that other teams could claim you?
I think there was a lot of back and forth from other teams and stuff like that, but the Suns definitely made like the first move and things like that, and I was definitely open to coming back as well.
Were you surprised with the Lakers? Like, you did a good job for the Lakers. They signed you to that two-way contract in February. Then, obviously get a chance to get Marcus Smart. They waived. Now, you've been waived before. You've been traded before. What was it like when you got waived by the Lakers? What was your thought process there?
Like you said, I've been waived and everything before. But this time was a little bit different because I felt like I did enough with the Lakers to actually get picked up somewhere else pretty fast. So I think I did my job in the season. So I wasn't too worried, but so that was my mindset, just waiting. I didn't have to wait too long, a couple of days, and I got a couple calls. So, is it nerve-wracking, or at this point are you just kind of used to it? Is that just kind of the life that you've lived and you've carved out for yourself at this point? I wouldn't say used to it. No, still getting that call, still getting waived. I'm saying as a basketball player, you still kind of feel a certain way about it. Sure. But it's still a business and things like that as well. So understanding that part with it and all, it kind of makes it easier to process.
Yeah, we don't get waived or traded in the radio business. Sometimes people get fired, but we don't get waived or traded. We don't have to deal with that, Jordan. Yeah. What do you remember? It's true. Like, I've never been fired, but my partner has.
I've been fired. Yeah,
He's been fired.
I got waived, and I had to wait a long time for that phone to ring, Jordan. A long time for that phone to ring.
Yeah, you had people that wanted you. Nobody wanted him.
Nobody wanted me. I was out there playing pickup ball at Lifetime for 2 months before somebody picked me up off the waiver wire. So,
I guess you know the fella.
I know. Jordan, you and I are brothers. I can feel you now. We got it. Yeah, we got it.
Tell me what you remember about coming here. Obviously, you were part of that trade. You, Isaiah Todd, and Bradley Beal in that package for Chris Paul. What do you remember about your first go around with the Phoenix Suns?
It was fun. It was very fun. The atmosphere was amazing. Just Phoenix itself was amazing. Just the city and everything was amazing. I had a good time there. I had a real good time.
What do you think? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Please finish your answer. I apologize.
No, you're good. No, you're good.
What worked? What didn't for you? Because I know when you came in, hopes, I remember it well, hopes were high that hey, that this might be a sneaky answer to the Suns' problems, and this might be able to solve a few things. From your perspective, what worked and what didn't during your time here?
I just feel like when I was on the team, just certain things, like you said, everything was kind of new. I feel like just the first year trying a whole new thing, adding 3 stars and stuff like that. So it was just kind of hard just to deal with everything. But as far as me, I feel like I did the best I could in the situation. It just didn't like go as planned. So just got to live with that.
As part of your career, we noticed this, and I remember a couple of times we talked about you after you weren't on the Phoenix Suns roster. You went to Memphis, and you absolutely killed it there for a while. We were talking on the air about that. What did you find about that situation to be your liking? Because you were very productive when you were in Memphis for a spell there.
Just understanding that I just got to capitalize on every opportunity that was given to me, and just actually being way at that time actually made me like take my game to another level, like my focus, hitting the weight room more and things like that, watching more films. I decided just let me get better myself so I can just make some of these decisions easier for front office and stuff like that. So I really just been like just taking the time just to develop myself in my game.
What's harder, making it to the NBA or staying in the NBA?
Definitely staying in the NBA, because you got like especially with the talent that's coming in the NBA now. You got these young guys that's coming in. Like the talent these days is just crazy. So I definitely stand in the NBA.
When you look at the Phoenix Suns now, it's a much different team than what you came on a team that had championship aspirations with Booker and Beal and Durant, and now it's a young team, trying to find their footing, trying to rebuild a little bit for the future. Much younger team, a lot of younger talent on the roster, including 3 draft picks that they added this year. What do you like about that scenario? What do you like about the younger team compared to the veteran team?
I like this team because I kind of get a feel it's going to be like a real fast-paced team, but also like real scrappy on defense. I feel like we got the power to be really aggressive on defense, and on top of that, we have guys like Devin Booker and Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks and stuff like that to get downhill and create with pace. So I feel like it's going to be a balance between fast-paced offense and aggressive defense.
You think you could surprise some teams? You feel like this team, because a lot of people are going to count this team out. Do you feel like this team has a chance to surprise some teams this year?
We definitely got a chance. We definitely got a chance. We definitely got a chance. Like we got the pieces. We got the pieces to go around Jalen Green and Devin Booker. We got bigs. We got size, and we just got to put it together. So.
Excellent. Well, Jordan, we appreciate the time. Welcome back to the Phoenix Suns. Thank you for the conversation. I'm sure we'll catch up with you a little closer to the season. But congrats on landing here, and we'll see what goes on from here. Welcome back. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Jordan.
Jordan Goodwin joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, newest member of the Phoenix Suns, who was picked up by the team a couple of weeks ago. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, Merrill is gone. Zach stays. We'll talk about what it means for the Diamondbacks now that the trade deadline is in the rearview mirror. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
We need you to be a champion of hope for Phoenix Children's.
Save the date. Giveathon Week is happening August 18th through the 22nd.
Giveathon. Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. I think most people that know me know that one of my passions truly is investing and saving. And, I want to get that villa in Lake Como to where I could sit back and, just sit back on the lake and watch Bernsey, break all the news down the road and break all those stories and get all that information out there during all the trade deadlines with whoever's doing the show with them. I love that part of it. I do. I love that part of it of saving for the future. And that's why I recommend everybody should have a financial advisor. Everybody should have somebody, a fiduciary that can work with them to help them live their best life. Now, whether that is traveling the world or just going on a cruise or maybe buying a second home so you don't have to be here in the summer, whatever your wants and desires are. Maybe you want to hike Yosemite, like whatever it is, all you have to do is call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Tell them, hey, here's my plan, here's my goals, and let them work with you. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary, 5 locations in the Valley. Just give them a call at 602-877-PLAN. The sooner, the better. I really do believe that he's going to do a great job for you, and I highly recommend him. Get that free review, 602-877-PLAN, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We are officially past the MLB trade deadline. Nothing else is going to happen within the next several hours, so don't worry, we're done. To recap what the Diamondbacks have accomplished in the last 24 hours of time, Eugenio Suarez, he is going to the Seattle Mariners in exchange for 2 pitchers and a first baseman. Merrill Kelly is going to the Texas Rangers. That one is exchanged for 3 pitching prospects. And then an at-the-buzzer deal where Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery are going to the Milwaukee Brewers. That one is in exchange for cash considerations or a player to be named later. So in total, the Diamondbacks got back 8 pitchers and 1 position player and either some cash or another player to be named later. 2 of those players are currently on the active roster. That's left-handed pitcher Brandon Garcia and first baseman Tyler Locklear. Stay locked to Arizona Sports. We will continue to react to the moves and hear what General Manager Mike Hazen had to say in the post-deadline presser that he held with the media about an hour ago. And then a quick note from Arizona Cardinals camp today. Marvin Harrison Jr. was among a few Cardinals who did not hit the practice field today. MHJ is dealing with some knee soreness but it's nothing concerning, I should say. That was per head coach Jonathan Gannon, said they are just being smart with him and the others who were held out today. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We can now sit back, put our feet up. Can't exactly crack open a cold one, but we can just sit back and chill and talk. Yeah, there you go, Gambo. There you go. Sit back, put your feet up. I can't really. don't fall over. And talk about everything that's gone down today. And that's what we're going to do in the 5 o'clock hour here, because starting tomorrow, it's going to be a very different look for the Diamondbacks and their roster and how things are going to go. And we're going to spend the better part of this final hour kind of talking about how different things are going to be and what the goals are and what they can achieve. And probably right now, and we really haven't had a chance much to do this yet, is kind of break it down specifically into like individual things. Starting pitching. Merrill Kelly is out. Zach Gallen stays. Now, these are 2 guys, Gambo, that you know better than anybody, have been tied together for most of their career with the Diamondbacks. A 1-2 punch at the top of the rotation.
Yeah.
We're sad to see Merrill go. We wonder if Merrill will be returning if the Diamondbacks make overtures to try to re-sign him. We all watch with curiosity to see how Zach Gallen does over his last 9 or 10 starts and what he can do to reestablish value. And I think we all, at some level, understand that there is at least a path where you could see Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly on the same rotation next year with the Diamondbacks. You can see that path.
I think the path is, Gallen takes the qualifying offer for $22 million and tries to reestablish value. And Merrill Kelly goes to Texas, pitches well, but wants to come back and finish his career as a Diamondback. So I could see that. I don't think... Look, there's a chance that both of those guys are gone next year, and there's a chance that both of those guys are back, and there's also a chance that one of the guys is here and one's back. I don't know what the answer is at this point. I know that Merrill likes it here, and they really like him, and they'd like to be him back. The Gallen thing is a lot more trickier because Scott Boras put all those eggs in that basket.
Sure.
That Zach Gallen was going to hit free agency and cash in and get a big contract, and it's not going to happen. So they couldn't even trade him. There wasn't even an offer better than the qualifying offer for Zach Gallen. Starting pitching. So the Scott Boras, roll of the dice didn't really work. So now we got to wait and see what happens with Gallen. But I don't think he's going to get a big contract. I think it's probably going to be a 1-year prove-it deal, whether it's with the Diamondbacks or somebody else.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's likely. I'm just saying that I could see a scenario where Merrill Kelly chooses to re-sign with the Diamondbacks. I could see a scenario where Zach Gallen decides he's better off taking the 1-year qualifying offer or signing a 1-year deal with the Diamondbacks and trying to reestablish value to a certain extent. Either way, I think today certainly signifies, obviously it's the end of the partnership given that Merrill Kelly is now a member of the Texas Rangers. But I also think, both guys, it's been a rough year for Zach Gallen, but both guys deserve to be celebrated. And certainly Merrill Kelly, you talk about, they've both been fan favorites. And Gallen has struggled this year, and it's taken a little bit of the shine off, but it shouldn't take that much of the shine off the career that Zach Gallen is here. He's been so good as a Diamondback. And Merrill Kelly, being that he's a local guy, an ASU guy, went to high school here, the way he...
Yavapai College, I believe.
Right, yeah, the way he reinvented himself as a major league pitcher coming over from Korea. It's a great, great story. And in that regard, we're all very sad to see Merrill Kelly go because he's been such a good. And for the record, I'd say the same thing about Zach Gallen if they had traded him today too. It's a sad day to see guys like that leave the organization because they've been good Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's sad because this season, which we thought was going to amount to so much, amounted to so little. So to go through that and be at the point where you're trading all these players, it just sucks. Like it does suck. But I'm happy that they were able to get back a lot of talent. Like I said, I can't wait to see where their ranking is, how many of these guys now are in their top 20, and what their ranking how their ranking changes after all of these trades.
Let's hear from Mike Hazen on all of this, on whether a return for Merrill Kelly was discussed when he made the phone call to tell him that he was being traded.
I won't get into the specifics of the phone call, but we definitely touched on a few topics that may be in and around those areas.
That ain't a no. I'll tell you that is what I was expecting, seriously, before I played that. I was expecting look, we're not allowed to talk about another team's players, so I can't really comment on that.
Play it again. Let me hear that again. I want to hear it.
Okay, this was the most non-denial ever.
I won't get into the specifics of the phone call, but we definitely touched on a few topics that may be in and around those areas.
Translation, hell yes, we talked about it. Right? I mean, it translated loosely, that's hell yes, we talked about it.
Right.
Of course we talked about it. Now, that doesn't mean he made an offer to him, but yeah, they talked about it.
Right.
That's so funny.
I think that the second they lost those 3 games to the Houston Astros, Mike knew exactly what he had to do.
Yeah.
I know exactly what I have to do.
Yes.
And I'm going to have to do it. And it sucks. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off. This team's not a contending team, and we're going to make some trades here.
As far as Gallen, this is what Mike said when he was asked if a Gallen deal came close, and then talked about him staying.
I'm not going to get into the specifics of negotiations. Obviously his name came up a decent amount. That shouldn't surprise anybody, given the talent. We didn't get anything accomplished. And yeah, very much it's important for him and for us to continue in the rotation in the second half. There's a lot to play for. Every game still matters for us. I understand that sort of where the expectations from what I should have, given what I just did to the roster. I do. But we still have a very good rotation going out there every 5th day, and we should have every opportunity to go out there and play good baseball.
You brought this up earlier. I do wonder the same thing. If Zach Gallen, now that he's at least temporarily freed from the burden of the trade deadline, if he'll pitch better because of it. And if we're going to hit zoom out here, I think I could say that about the whole Diamondback roster. Okay, trade deadline's done. Clearly, it's affected your play over the last week and a half or so. I mean, that's obvious. You've lost 8 of your last 9 games, and your offense has barely had a pulse in any of those games. Now that you're freed of the burden of knowing that the trade deadline is come and gone, can you just be relaxed? I'm not saying get back in it, and I'm not counting on any of that. But just play a better brand of baseball than what we've seen for the last 2 weeks.
Dead man walking for the last 7 or 8 games. Just dead man walking. There's can score runs, and I think there should be. Obviously there should be some excitement about what they were able to do. I mean, I'm really waiting for the rankings to be updated. Like Tyler Locklear, who's going to be their first baseman probably tomorrow or the next day, he's the number 6 ranked prospect in their organization right now.
Already. Yep.
Number 6. Ashton Izzy's number 12.
Yeah.
Now, I can't wait to see where these other guys come in that they just got. But
usually it takes them about 24 hours to update the list. I keep refreshing it on MLB Pipeline. They haven't done it yet with Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, and David Hageman, the 3 pitchers they got in the deal for Merrill Kelly.
Garcia's 17. Burgos is 22nd. So you start to look at they added a lot of top 30 talent into their minor league system.
Yeah, Hunter Cranton is number 20 on the list.
Is Cranton in there now?
Cranton's at number 20 on the list.
There he is. Yeah. Cranton's number 20. Yep. Burgos is number 22. Garcia's number 17. Izzy's 12. And then the big one is right now Locklear is 6. So this needed to be done.
Yeah.
There is something to be excited about when you add a lot of young talent.
The 3 guys in return for Kelly: Cole Drake, left-handed pitcher; Mitch Bratt, left-handed pitcher; David Hageman, right-handed pitcher. All starters. The number 5, number 9, and number 12 prospects in the Rangers system. Here's Hazen today on those 3 pitchers.
The 2 left-handed starters, up at the upper levels, throw strikes, good stuff. Feel like they're going to be on the radar very quickly for us here in the next year. And then Hageman is a big arm that we got lower down in the system. WVU guy, so it was mandatory that I acquired him. I'm kidding, that's a joke, but it's definitely a plus. So again, we're adding to the stable of arms that we have, and we felt like we needed to build that up. We have spent a lot of our capital in the draft over the last few years on position players, and recently we've taken some pitching, but we felt like building up where we're going to need our rotation and bullpen to be moving forward. We just felt like adding these guys to the stable of guys that we have gives us the most chances to end up with the most robust pitching staff at the major league level.
And again, I'm going to remind everybody, 9 prospects that the Diamondbacks have added in the last week or so. 8 of the 9 are pitchers. 6 of the 9 are what I would classify as close to being Major League Baseball players.
Right.
There are only 3 that are in high A ball, far away, years away still. 6 of the 9 are very, very close, if not already, Major League Baseball players. Clearly, pitching was a theme, and close players, close to being big league players, was a theme for the Diamondbacks at this deadline.
Yeah,
Clearly.
that's why I think, we've already seen Brandon Garcia. We're going to see Locklear. We're going to see, the
Burgos
Rangers
we
pitcher.
could see.
Could see Burgos. The Rangers
Hoffman.
pitcher, they just got the starter. We're probably going to see him. He was like the 6th guy in their rotation. He was the next guy up for them if somebody got injured. I imagine we're going to see him. And I think for them, that's a lot of it now is a free look for 2 months to kind of see what these guys can do if they can be a part of their future.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text the word fantasy to 620-620. Battle us, your favorite hosts at the station, for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text the word fantasy right now to 620-620. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. The big move last night was Eugenio Suarez going back to Seattle. He's already in the starting lineup for the Mariners. What does it mean for the future of third base in Arizona? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. As a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1. So you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit yrefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
John Gambonero, Dave Burns on what was a busy Thursday with the trade deadline. This is Shannon Dreyer. She's a reporter who covers the Seattle Mariners. She was on our friend Brock and Salk, their show this morning in Seattle. So here's what happened. The Diamondbacks flew to Sacramento after their sweep against Detroit. The Mariners were in Sacramento playing the A's and were getting ready to fly out. So both planes, we're gonna overlap. We're gonna be there at some point. They held the plane so that they could just take Suarez with them when they left. Here's Shannon with details.
We got on the plane, and we were sitting for a little while. And it turns out that they were holding the plane for Gino and his family. And they didn't tell the players that that's what they were doing. So after about a half an hour, all of a sudden it got a little bit loud at the front of the plane. Gino got on the plane, and you could hear the cheering. And then this was just the neatest thing. And it's so Gino Suarez. He proceeded to walk the entire length of the plane and hugged every person on it.
It's the most. It would have been so funny if he got on the plane. He looked. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong plane.
It's the most Gino Suarez story ever, really. And then there comes this.
So they didn't tell the players?
No. So can you imagine?
Do you know the frustration level for most people when the plane is being held up?
Yeah. Yeah. It's high. But then have you ever been on one of these major league charters? It's not like your normal plane. I've been lucky enough to be on the D-backs charter a couple of times. It's not like how when you fly to Europe you can. It's more like that. It's a little bit that. It's so there's you're waiting a half hour to take off, and I'm sure people were like, come on, man, what the hell? Can we please leave? Can we go? But you're still, you're
still on a
far more comfortable on this plane than you would be on a plane.
Excuse me, can I have another blanket, please?
Exactly. There's gourmet food, and it's so different. Anyway, Jerry DiPoto, the GM of the Mariners, said today that when he traded Gino to Arizona in 2023, and I quote, "One of my least favorite trades I ever did. If we could have called and asked for a redo after the winter meetings, would have done it. We were trying to manage a restricted payroll at the time," close quote.
Wow.
Didn't want to do it. We had to cut payroll, didn't want to do it. One of my least favorite trades I've ever made in my life was trading Gino to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Jerry DiPoto, who was once here.
Yeah, and who is a frequent trade partner
with Mike Hazen.
Yeah. I mean, there have been tons of deals that have gone down between. So Gino's
to the point where people ask, does Hazen never trade with anybody else, or is it just Seattle?
I actually saw a note from our friend Jack Summers who points out he's actually made more trades with the Miami Marlins than he has with the Seattle Mariners. Jack comes up with little
Jack Summers for you.
Nuggets like there. That's Jack.
Smart man. That's a smart man.
Let's talk about this for a few minutes because Gino's departure It accomplished two things. I mean, it's got 3 players coming back in the deal, 2 of whom are relievers, one of whom, might be on the roster very, very soon. It brought in certainly a candidate to audition for first baseman of the future. There's no doubt about that. But maybe more importantly than anything, it has cleared all impediments for Jordan Lawler, a top 100 prospect, a top 15 prospect in Major League Baseball, so that when healthy, he can come here and not have to worry about looking over his shoulder at all and wondering if an 0 for 4 means he's going to be on the bench the next day. The job is now his when he's healthy. It's his.
A while ago, I was told, and this is 6 weeks ago, if we trade Eugenio Suarez, we're going to bring Jordan Lawler up. We're going to play him every single day, and it doesn't matter. And I don't care if he hits 150. They're going to play him every day, and he's going to have to figure it out. And they're just going to force feed him into third base. So once he's ready, he's going to be the guy. Now, I did ask yesterday as to, okay, is Lawler ready? And I was told because I thought he was close, and they said he is, but he's not that close. So then I was like, I was speculating on who the third baseman's going to be, and I think they had a couple of tricks up their sleeve, some other things that they were working on. It didn't materialize. But, Jordan Lawler's not going to be the third baseman tomorrow because he's just not ready right now.
Yeah. This is Mike Hazen today talking about the plan at third base and Jordan Lawler as an option.
Obviously, you hit on one. That should be coming at some point. He will be finishing up his rehab here in the next few days. We should get him back out on his feet into games, likely in Reno, and then we'll decide from there. The group of guys, inclusive of probably Tawa, Vargas will be back, Blaze. You'll see that group.
Okay, so he's kind of running through all the guys who could play at third base and what the plan is. But a couple more days of rehab at the facility for Lawler, then he goes on a minor league rehab assignment, and then it's him. And we had Steve Zinsmeister in here earlier and Alex Weiner, and they both said, hey, let's not bury the lead here. Jordan Lawler, at the end of the day, is still a higher-ranked prospect by far than any of the guys the Diamondbacks got in any of the trades they've made over the last week or so.
Good point, yep.
And so Lawler's still the crown jewel, and now it's time to find out just how much of a jewel he is. It's maybe the most important thing that can happen the rest of this season is seeing Jordan Lawler get those at-bats and start to get an idea of what exactly you've got at the big league level from him. It probably is the most important thing to happen.
And boy, I'll tell you though, if we force feed him, how many games are left right now? 50-something?
50-something, 60.
Just say he plays 45 games. You force feed Jordan Lawler 45 games and he bats 185, 210. We're gonna have another conversation at the end of the season. Because you don't have you would like to feel good about third base next year with what Lawler does. But if he does come up and he plays for 2 months and he doesn't play very well, you can't go into the offseason. Jordan Lawler's my third baseman.
Yeah.
You're going to have a contingency plan.
I'll give you another one. If Jordan Lawler comes up here and he gets hurt again, because that has dogged him for most of his career, you're going to have the same doubts. You're going to have the same fears. Now, another part of the Geno trade is that, is Tyler Locklear the first baseman of the future? I have no idea.
They're going to try.
But they're certainly going to audition him for that, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And he will be up right away. I believe he'll be up tomorrow, and Tristan English will be sent back down. That's what I believe is going to happen.
He's on the active. They've already put Locklear on the active roster.
So I think English probably gets sent down, and they will give him every opportunity. He is a power hitting. He was a third baseman, first baseman in college. He's a power hitter. I put a story out today because I had somebody that kind of whispered in my ear and said, this kid made this incredible adjustment with his bat. And I'm like, okay, let's, let me find out a little bit more about it.
He lowered his hands a little bit.
Lowered his hands.
Yeah.
He lowered his hands a little bit, and it really made a huge difference.
Yeah.
And he started to just rake. I mean, absolutely rake. And it was a story, about that. And it just says, okay, Mariners are taking notice after the batting stance adjustment in Tacoma.
Mm-hmm.
I've never referred to Tacoma so much in my entire life as I have in the last
You
week.
really have.
Something's telling me I might need to go to Tacoma.
Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, L.A.
It was a nice ballpark. I've been there.
The Tacoma one?
Yeah.
I've never been to the Tacoma one.
Shout out the Rainiers.
Is it a nice ballpark?
Very nice for a minor league park. You know, it's well outside of Seattle, obviously. But
well, Tacoma is a city unto itself, but
Yeah.
but it's so he used to have his
Yeah,
hands like
higher.
up around his shoulder. Now he kind of keeps them more like letter high.
Yeah, and he caught fire in June. He caught fire in July. I mean, he was really he had 2 home runs in April and May. And then in June, he got hot, and he stayed hot in July, and that really carried him.
Look, it's dreaming, and dreaming is free, and this is probably asking too much. But there's a scenario here where the Diamondbacks' third baseman of the future is Jordan Lawler. Their first baseman of the future is Tyler Locklear, the player they got in the Geno Suarez trade. And the money that they will save by having those two premier power corner infield positions taken care of by young kids is it's almost infinite. I mean, it's like the amount of money you typically spend on first base and or third base in this league is usually bordering on the ridiculous. If they can actually field those positions competently with those two, it just frees up so much money. Now, that's the perfect scenario. And I don't know if it's going to happen, but that is the dream scenario is that, your future is set at the corner infield. And now you can spend that money on a premier left fielder or more starting pitching or whatever else it is that you want and that you need to make yourself elite again. I don't know if it's going to work out that way, but it'll be interesting to see them try to make it work out
possible.
that way. Yeah,
it's possible.
It's possible. I'm intrigued by Locklear, and we're going to get to see a lot of him, and he certainly is something to watch over the course of the season, what's left of it. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the last trade the Diamondbacks made today was a curious one. What does it mean? What does it hint at when it comes to the financial future of the Diamondbacks? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab. Just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Soccer is calling. Join Phoenix Rising on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. as they take on Birmingham Legion in a can't-miss summer showdown. Enjoy the popular 4-3-3 menu with a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials available all game long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Great food, great match, all for a great price.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Trade deadline is done in Major League Baseball. To recap what the Diamondbacks have done, here's a look at their last 24 hours. Eugenio Suarez went back to Seattle in exchange for 2 pitchers and a first baseman. Merrill Kelly is headed to the Texas Rangers in exchange for 3 more young pitchers. And then a curious one that happened just at the deadline. Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery are going to the Milwaukee Brewers in exchange for either a player to be named later or cash considerations. So the overall return of the Diamondbacks' 5 trades going back to Josh Naylor last week to the Miller-Montgomery deal today. 8 total pitchers, 1 position player, and then potentially 1 more player or some cash considerations, whatever it ends up being. 2 of them are on the active roster currently. That's left-hander Brandon Garcia and first baseman Tyler Locklear, who's expected to make his Diamondbacks debut tomorrow. And then news from Arizona Cardinals camp today. Marvin Harrison Jr. was among a few Cardinals that did not practice today. The wide receiver is dealing with some soreness in his knee, but nothing of concern per head coach Jonathan Gannon. They're just being smart with him as well as the others. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline. Now.
Oh, the weirdest thing that happened today, and it was weird. We think the trade deadline's over. It's 3 o'clock. It comes and goes. Gambo, who, and if I haven't said this already, congratulations on, so many stories broken and so much news that you put out there today. Major kudos to you for being on top of it, because I know you work very hard to do all that.
Thank you. It was a good day. It was one of my best, I think, on the baseball trade deadline. Very happy with it.
So the one thing that you typically can do is what happens on these trade deadlines is whenever the deadline is, let's say 3 o'clock like it was today, 3 o'clock comes and goes. And a lot of times you'll hear about deals after the deadline. Now, they didn't happen after the deadline. You just hear about them after the deadline because it took a while for the news to trickle out. I think Zach Greinke it happened like 10 minutes before the deadline, and we didn't hear about it until after the deadline. I was like, oh, my God, they traded Zach Greinke, whatever, to the Houston Astros. Today, you're like, I'm going to know if the Diamondbacks are done. 3 o'clock comes and goes. You text your sources, and your sources say, no, not done. Don't say we're done. Not done.
Don't say, yeah. So at 2:50, I put out the likelihood of Zach Gallen is staying. So I was told that Zach Gallen's not going to be traded. So at 2:51, 9 minutes before the deadline ended, I put out the likelihood, barring a last-minute deal, is that Zach Gallen's going to stay. It was after 3 o'clock that I put out the Diamondbacks are not done. There could be a last-minute deal involving an injured player. Now, then, a couple minutes later, I'm like, multiple players, I am being told. The Diamondbacks are going to trade multiple players. And then somebody said Shelby Miller's going to the Brewers. I'm like, it's not just Shelby Miller. There's somebody else. And then I said to you, and Steve Zinsmeister and Alex Weiner, when we were later, I go, Jordan Montgomery.
And I'm
You
like,
might be trading Jordan Montgomery.
I'm like, why the hell would they trade Jordan? Who the hell would trade for Jordan Montgomery? Why would Jordan Montgomery be traded? He's
Right.
not going to pitch this year.
And then it came out. Jordan Montgomery.
And this is where things got weird. Basically, what happened was the Diamondbacks traded Shelby Miller to the Milwaukee Brewers. And what they got in return was financial relief by including Jordan Montgomery and his salary in the deal. So the Diamondbacks traded Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery's expiring contract to Milwaukee. They got a player to be named later or cash considerations or whatever. I mean, nothing significant, nothing big.
Yeah, my understanding is they didn't get anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, and the way the trade is listed, it's, cash considerations. They might have gotten $1 back for all I know.
Right.
Now, they're not passing off all of what's left of Jordan Montgomery's salary. We think it's about $7 million. Sounds like the Brewers are picking up like $2 million of it, and the D-backs are paying for the rest. But that it's just a little bit of money saved for the Diamondbacks for a player who can't pitch this year.
It's like
won't pitch
we
this
could
year.
give you a prospect that's not that good for Jordan Montgomery. I mean, for Shelby Miller, we can give you a prospect that Mike Payton's already got 9 prospects. He's not going to get a top 25 prospect for Shelby Miller, right? Shelby Miller is not even healthy to pitch right now. So instead, he says, "All right, we got to save a little bit of money here. Let's take cash consideration. So you give me $2 million, we don't even need a player back." So the Brewers basically paid $2 million to not include a prospect in the deal because that's what was best for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, here's Mike Hazen on Montgomery being dealt and how it impacts future financial decisions.
It's something that came together. I think when I specifically talked about not trading based on money, that was the guys that were, those were the guys that were, the main pieces to the puzzle. This one obviously is a little more complicated given, Shelby's coming back to pitch on Friday, and, it's just a little bit of a quirkier trade that I had and the value was going to either be in, a player that probably, was going to be very negligible or cash considerations.
All told, between the money saved on Shelby Miller and Jordan Montgomery, as strange as it may be, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez, Randall Grichuk, et cetera, everybody they've moved out in the last week or so, comes out to just a tick or two under $18 million in terms of, and you've reported many times on your Twitter account that money is going to be reinvested.
To fund future contracts.
Fund future contracts,
yes.
Right, yeah. So
it's not like they're going to take $18 million and put it in their pocket, but they're clearly not going to hit their revenue goals this year because they're not going to make the postseason. And now you're going to play 2 months of baseball with a – now, listen, maybe people get excited about some of the young kids that are coming up and they want to go see them play, but you're not going to be in a pennant race, so you're going to lose the luster of people wanting to go out and watch a big, important game that could decide whether you're going to, jump a team for a playoff spot or not. You're not going to have that.
Mike Hazen had this message to the fan base after the sell-off.
Obviously, I think I've repeated myself many different times on this, that we're exceptionally disappointed in where this season went. I think, unfortunately, in my job and where we're at looking forward and trying to put the best team on the field for 2026, certainly the best for the rest of 2025 to our ability. But in 2026, I have to face the reality of where our feet are, how we're playing, and we just didn't play well enough. And where we were in relation to those teams we were chasing was not a good spot for me to feel like we have in years past. Even when we haven't been in a playoff spot, we've bought. Unfortunately, this team wasn't playing at a caliber or way that I felt the same. And I have to make those decisions. And, if that those baseball decisions don't always align with what I know the fans want to see, and I respect that, and we understand, and I don't do that lightly. This is very complicated to make that decision given how all in we went in at the beginning of the season.
And look, I know there's a lot of information in there. I think if we're going to boil this down simply, at least for me, the question, at least when it comes to the money, is, okay, I understand they've saved money, and I understand that that's not necessarily what this was all about, though I certainly think that's what Jordan Montgomery was all about, was saving them a little bit of money. I think the question we all have about the Diamondbacks moving forward is what is going to be their level of commitment to the payroll this offseason, right? Like, okay, they don't want to slip that far. They want to stay competitive.
What was their payroll this year?
It was 180 something, 190 something.
It won't be that high.
Okay.
It'll be high. It won't be that high.
Because and without
Are
knowing
they going to go to
this-
120? No. Are they going to go 180 again? Probably not.
Okay. Because that's where, nobody wants to see them fall that far off the road, right? No, we're on this nice path here, at least we thought we were until this year, of competitive baseball. That costs money, and the commitment, financial commitment by Ken and ownership has been remarkable these last couple of years. Absolutely remarkable. I do wonder how, and maybe if it's not to the highs that they reach this year, I wonder how close they're willing to get this offseason in the name of you still have a good core of baseball players here.
It's the biggest question that I have, and I'll probably hit this with Tim Ring tomorrow since we're running towards the end of our show. Is this team next year with no Corbin Burns in a rebuild or not?
Right.
I don't know.
That's the question.
I don't know. I don't know, like outside of Eduardo Rodriguez, Ryan Nelson, and Brandon Pfaadt, I have no idea who their other starting pitchers are. I don't know who their first baseman is next year. I don't know who their closer is next year. I don't know who their setup guy is next year. I don't know who their third baseman is next year.
You're right.
I don't know. I don't know two starting pitchers, 7th, 8th, 9th inning guy, don't know. First baseman, don't know. Third baseman, don't know.
Don't know. You hope some of those questions get answered with some of the deals that you made today, with the players that you acquired. You hope. But you also recognize that a lot of those players that you're talking about, those unknowns that you're talking about, cost money. Take money. To fill out a competitive, not just a roster, but a competitive roster, it ain't going to be cheap. But then the other side of the coin is on a team that's got Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte and Geraldo Perdomo and Gabriel Moreno, are you doing yourself a disservice by not going for it next year? Because the core is still good. There's still a core of position players that you look at and say,
core 4?
That's a good baseball team. Would you put Ryan Nelson in there and call it core 5? Is he a core guy moving forward? Certainly pitching like one. His numbers have been extraordinary the last year. Just extraordinary.
So
they have 5 core guys.
So who's your 5 core?
The 4: Corbin, Ketel, Geraldo, Gabby, and Ryan Nelson.
You include Gabby as a core guy?
I think when he's healthy, he's a core guy.
Okay. Not sure.
I think he's.
I don't know.
He's a fringe core guy, but I think he's a core guy. Is Lawler in that group?
No.
I don't know. I mean, not yet, but can he start to make strides to being in that group this season with the playing time he gets? Don't know. But I think let's melt it down to the core 3. On any team with Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo, that's a good place to start. That's a really good place to start when it comes to let's build a good baseball team. Those 3 guys are pretty nice starting spot.
That's why I don't know. Like I can't answer that question.
I'm not expecting you to. It's just conversation. I don't know.
It is. Maybe they're in a rebuild. Maybe they're not.
Yeah. We do want to thank Dairy Queen for dropping off Blizzard treats earlier.
I had the
today.
Oreo cookie Blizzard.
I had the Reese's peanut butter cup with caramel, and it's fantastic. Today is Miracle Treat Day at DQ, and for every Blizzard treat purchase today, $1 will be donated to Children's Miracle Network hospitals, including our very own Phoenix Children's Hospital. Pick up a Blizzard treat on your way home today. When we come back with everything the team has done, can they compete again next year? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor to Seattle.
Where do you begin on this with Josh Naylor?
Honestly, where I begin is who's your first baseman next year?
Okay.
I mean, maybe that's not what everybody's thinking right now. You're probably thinking, like, okay, what did they get in return? What did they give up for Josh Naylor in the first place? And, like, how is that all panning out? I know people do that with trades. But my biggest question now is who's your first baseman in 2026 and really for the rest of this season?
I was going to say, I don't know if you have to look at next year to ask that question. Who's going to be your first baseman?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage Team, home equity lines of credit. Very, very popular right now. Very popular for people that want to take out some money. They don't want to refinance their house, but they want to be able to take out some money to do a remodel, go on a great vacation, pay for your daughter's wedding, a college education. That's why home equity lines of credit are very popular right now. with the Lund Mortgage team. You could close on them very quickly, too. The Lund Mortgage team will help you. So, there's a lot of homeowners sitting on a lot of tappable equity right now. The Lund Mortgage team can help you tap into that with a home equity line of credit. And again, this is a lot better than just taking out a regular loan from a bank somewhere, because it's going to be paid back at a much, much lower rate. Contact the Lund Mortgage team to find out more. It's 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Man, look at that Return of the Day Old King, man.
Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities locally. Nobody's in action tonight. Diamondbacks have an off day. The Mercury have an off day. But I will tell you, the first football game of the season is tonight. I was so busy doing the air quotes, I screwed it up. The first football game of the season is tonight. The Hall of Fame game, the first preseason game of the year. The Chargers are currently beating the Lions 14-0 as they're about to start the second quarter.
I got to put my mic on. I started to watch a movie last night. It was a
Wait, let me guess. It was about World War II?
It was a World War II movie.
War, bloodshed, yeah.
It's called Mission of Honor. It's about these Polish jet fighters that joined the British, the RAF, the Royal Air Force of Britain, in World War II. So it's a bunch of Polish fighters that obviously Germany invaded Poland, took over, and now they're fighting for the Royal Air Force.
Sounds
Yeah, I had
like
to
right in your wheelhouse.
Stop what I was doing because we had the Suarez trade and I had to work last night.
Oh.
So I didn't get through the whole thing, but I'm going to finish it tonight.
I think, not that it's a long plane ride to Fresno for the Yosemite hike, but I started the 2-part Billy Joel documentary on HBO Max. It was really good. Really, I'm a big Billy Joel fan. Really like, I thought I knew everything there was to know about the guy. I don't know everything there is to know about Billy Joel.
What's there to know? He's a short Jewish guy that married the hottest woman that's ever lived.
He attempted suicide.
Oh, he did? Billy Joel?
His best friend's wife, and they had a child. She left him for Billy when they were younger. When they were all living under his best friend's wife left his best friend for Billy when they were younger back in the 70s.
The girls, didn't he?
Well,
the guy married Christy Brinkley.
I mean, there's so much stuff about him in the music industry and his parents. I mean, there's just all sorts of stuff that I didn't know. That it's not just short Italian guy who can plays the piano and at one point was dating Elle McPherson and Christy Brinkley. I mean, yeah, that's all true, but there's a lot more. It was really good.
I don't think he's Italian.
I don't know Italian, but I don't know. I mean, I think he's a little Italian.
Is he Italian?
I think he might be.
Billy Joel?
I think so.
I gotta look that up.
Could be wrong. I could be. I reserve the right to be wrong.
Well, we're
about
not
this.
the tallest out there.
I mean,
no, he's German Jewish heritage.
Okay, I thought maybe he was Italian.
Billy Joel he has German Jewish heritage.
Okay, well.
His father was a Jewish immigrant from Germany. Mother had English Jewish ancestry.
Hey, you can't get them all right? So anyway,
whatever. He married Christy Brinkley.
But the documentary is good, so I'll probably download that and watch that on the plane. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Big Red Rage is coming on after us. Tip Ryman is going to be the guest on tonight's Big Red Rage from State Farm Stadium with Paul Calvisi and Ron Wolfley. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that one. The last word for today on the trade deadline comes from Mike Hazen on what brand of baseball he hopes to see down the stretch.
A competitive one. Yeah, it may look a little different, take a different shape offensively. Even with those guys in the lineup this last week, we haven't really been smoking the baseball. So we need to get back. I know the trade deadline was probably a little bit of a distraction. It's not an excuse, but I acknowledge that it was probably a distraction. I would expect that we get back now. We're cleared through this. Especially the younger players that I don't know if they were worried about being traded. We never really talked about it all. So that's behind us now, and I want us to go out there and play competitive baseball.
I'll tell you, for me, the big things to watch down the rest of the season, and it's pretty simple. Whenever Jordan Lawler's here, he becomes number one. Tyler Locklear is number two, and start to see if he can even have a chance of being your first baseman of the future. I think number three is Zach Gallen, and to see, does he pitch better? Does he pitch different without the burden of the trade deadline? Or is there still the burden of free agency and trying to, put together a good resume for that? And then I think more, beyond that, in addition to the young pitchers in the bullpen, for me, it's just about them achieving some level of competitiveness that is different than what we've seen the last couple of weeks. It's been very discouraging to watch them roll over and have their tummies scratched the way they have the last couple of weeks. And a lot of that's on Torrey, right? To try to figure out why that happened. I want to see how they respond coming out now that